Yo, yo, yo. Well, I guess I can keep the music playing. Yo, yo, yo. What's going on, everyone? Hope y'all are having a good day today. We are back at it again with some LCK. Oh, man. Hope y'all got some sleep. I got a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Today was way better than yesterday. Why was today? What? What is... Dude, they have such fun walk-ins. Oh, they're the Grim Reapers. They're the Grim Reapers. Dude, they have such cute... Oh no. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. He knocked on the door and they killed him. Oh no. They saying it's about to be a massacre up in here. Okay, I respect it. Okay, we got another walk-in. Are they gonna eat? Ooh, why can't I hear?
Well, it's gonna need to be something, and these are the bros, right? These are the kings of the memes.
This is what your channel points pay for.
Exactly.
Do they not have a walk-in?
We're expecting huge things because that was a lot of channel points that were spent.
Good morning.
Very proud of you guys.
Good morning, everyone.
But let's see what OK Savings Bank Breon have prepared.
It technically is morning. Like, that is technically correct. It is 12:59 a.m.
2025 for the LCK. LCK Cup, of course they were here, and that was the same year.
It's a little bit
This
loud.
is where it all begins. Round one. It's a very long season. We don't have spring. We don't have summer. I need to fix my intros. Speaking of intros, though, Morgan, what is that? What is happening here?
That should be better.
Okay. That's okay.
Okay, they're making ramen.
Putting the ramen in.
Making the ramen.
Okay, they're cooking it up.
They're cooking something.
Oh no. Okay, so I'm hearing that this is an old Flash game that many Koreans played when they were growing up. And basically it was like you had to, it was a cooking game, and if you got it wrong, then you messed up, and Chim messed it up.
I will say I'm a little disappointed in the picture.
Okay, I love their little walk-ins.
I think that would have really sold the presentation.
Their walk-ins are so fun.
So maybe with your help,
I really hope LTA.
Ooh,
announcement about LTA later.
Next time they play
super duper fun, super duper fresh.
That's what we need.
First, they need to get through Nongshim Red Force.
Also, y'all Faker plays tomorrow.
The two top laners here, the captains for both of these
HLE
teams. We'll see what
plays in Series 1, and then like, we get to see Fakey Wakey in Series 2.
This season, Ox, because it's been you know, it's been a while.
Oh, I get why they did the ramen. It's literally Chim.
What has changed? What are we
Chim
expecting
ramen.
from King and Morgan and the
They're
gangs
sponsored.
As we go up
okay, that makes
against
sense.
one another. I hear there's a dog.
Dude, I need to buy ramen for tomorrow.
And
I want ramen for tomorrow.
But Fisher was the first one to play.
Yeah, Jamal. Good morning. Good morning, Jay. How are you?
Pretty broken. Do get a little bit of look at LM's experience a lot of time there. I think for me, top lane, the big thing is Gwen. Yep, super broken. And I think could definitely see King and taking over with that. But also just something we really saw yesterday was how much more you can sort of emphasize early lane priority.
Yeah, we need ramen.
With first stand.
We need ramen.
The victors of first stand lose to Gen G, and a lot of it was about, you know, you can't dodge those first 3 levels. And even though you're swapping at like level 3, level 4, level 1, level 2, you can make so much happen. Just on the back of really having a good matchup. You know, we saw like Keen play Jace into Zeus' Ambessa and give him a good amount of trouble. We saw, you know, like MF in the bot lane giving a lot of trouble to Delight's Alistair and Viper's Ezreal, picks that they are so comfortable on, and yet couldn't really match up in the laning phase.
And Ezreal
that?
Alistair,
Good
famously,
morning,
not very good in the early
PVI.
levels, as we know. So maybe a little bit of extra priority on.
I just woke up. I'm on a 1 month vacay.
Here, of course, no stranger to any
Okay,
stage
1 month
over the last
vacay.
decade here in
How you
League
get
of
on 1 month
Legends,
vacay?
up against
I
Jelly
am
on the other
doing
side.
well,
We'll see who is
Aura.
going to be able to reign supreme,
Hello,
because a
hello.
lot
I'm already
of
locked
what
in league,
Fearless
as you
Draft
should be.
is the
I
coaches.
expected
See
nothing
what they have
less.
prepared. Of course, game one is
All right, we back.
just free for all.
We getting right into it. We getting right into
Next game,
it.
you're not going to see what's happening from any of the champions that are picked up. Let's see what these bans are going to be, as it just feels way more epic. This, like, the intro to the draft music.
We are getting right into it.
Just,
it's very dramatic.
I don't know. I feel like everything is emphasized to a point where we can't just meme our way into draft anymore.
No,
it really kicks us into gear.
It sets the tone, you know.
Does.
Maybe it was
All right, so we're getting straight
Maybe
into
that's what it is. I feel like
draft.
Jason could have sent an email.
Yeah.
You get
know,
1 month
would you
paid
Reddit?
vacation. What job you got? Because I need to.
I
need to get on the wave.
Here, of course, Morgan actually playing some fantastic Ambessa, dating back to
Who's
the
playing
Casper
next
Cup, where
match?
she made her
So the
debut.
first match
The
is
global, debut in
NS versus
competitive
Bro, and then
was
it's
Maple and
BFX
Ambessa in the
versus
mid lane in his last
DK.
tournament, which is pretty cool.
Hello,
Anyway, of course, they're gonna be
everyone.
also
Hello,
banned away.
hello. Welcome
Nothing
in.
too
Welcome
surprising just yet.
in. What's going on,
Preston was
Ping?
obviously very strong when lane swaps
Really
were a
excited
thing.
for
If you
2
take
hours
away
of
lane
games,
swaps,
2 hours of
Preston
intermission, and
does
2 hours
enjoy
of
that.
games,
So,
and then 2 hours of
still
ranked.
pretty high priority.
So we're gonna have a good day. Yes, we're just getting started, Victor. We're currently co-streaming LCK, so we're gonna watch the LCK matches today first. They're both best of threes. Why does it say match 3? It's maybe because it's like literally match 3. So this is the first series of the day. Again, they are best of threes. Right now we're going to be watching NS versus Bro, and then next will be BFX versus DK.
Do they ban Neferi here, but then Rion might ban
If they
Gwen?
let
That's
Neferi
the decision
through, I
they're
do
kinda put in
believe
right
they
now.
are
Like you
just
ban something like a
trolling.
Rel, you know, you sort of throw it
Like, I
away,
feel
and
like
then you
she's
sort
an
of force-
automatic
yeah,
pick.
or a Renata. I think Renata is fine as well. And then you force them to ban Gwen so you can first pick Neferi if you'd like it. I think that was the call
Is
here for
Gwen
Nongshim.
really
Otherwise,
that
the Pro's
OP?
gonna
Like, I
have
know
to
she's
have a bit
good,
of a
but is
gamble
she
here,
that OP
where
that it
they
like
say, like, we get the dog or we get the scissors
makes
lady.
or
That's what-
breaks a
It's really
game?
difficult because obviously, you know, King and also had a phenomenal
Who's the
Rumble during
Neferi
the
main?
LCK Cup, so
I don't
understand
know
that
if there's
banning-
necessarily
banning
a
hit from
Neferi
him, but
main.
if
I think
both are
she's
left
just
open,
OP
I
after
think
her
Nongshim probably
rework, her
will just take
mid
the
scope.
Gwen, I think for King would be really important. They ban the Varus away. We'll see what the choice is. It could go either way. Both are
First
really
pick
powerful
Neferi.
picks. If Brion get the hands on the Gwen, they ban away
First
that
pick
Rumble.
it.
But no, Nongshim do pick that up for
Ooh,
King.
they
And I think
first
it's the
pick
right
the
choice. Like, King
Gwen.
has been such a star for this
Interesting.
team.
Is it going to be a
And now I'm
handshake
wondering, what is Morgan gonna
situation?
take it into this? And I'm
You
absolutely
can
thinking that
carry
Brion
on
needs to
zero
secure that
mastery.
Neferi right now. You
Is
don't
she
wanna get
really
both
that
of those over
easy?
the
Like,
side
is
of
it really
Nongshim.
just like point
They
click
could
type
secure it
beat?
in the second pick as well, but they need to make sure
No
they collect it this
skill?
time around. The Jace going to be locked away first. That's likely what Morgan's going to be taking into this, and it's Vi instead. Wow. My God. Okay, so how do you feel about Neferi Ari as a mid jungle?
Neferi Ari.
I mean, I think the Neferi pickup definitely good. Denying the Ari from Vi. We've seen the Bruiser Ari build come in and be quite popular. We saw Vi Ari win against Neferi yesterday.
What makes her
hands
so
to Gen G.
easy?
And obviously pinning down.
Her CC makes her
Neferi is
CC
pretty powerful.
immune.
She just have that untargetability,
She can
which
go
would make
right
it
over
difficult
things
to
like
connect,
Vigar
but
Cage. Oh, is that when she like
we'll see.
jumps in the air and like,
actually going for the Sejuani,
you know what I'm
so
saying?
not opting into
You know
that,
what
but going
skill
for
I'm
this
talking
really
about?
powerful solo lane duo. So seeing Neferi pass through, presence has been super high in the LPL, but maybe LCK not as keen on it.
I'm
But
really
I think this solo
liking
lane combo with Sejuani and
the
Gideon, I feel like one of his best picks in
build
the
out
LCK Cup
of
Sejuani.
NS.
This is already terrifying for the side of Brion here. Definitely need some channel point supports. If you haven't paid your bro tax, get it in right now.
We're going to need it, like, immediately. I don't see very much purple in that chat right now, so I'm going to need you guys to do so. The Shen banned away
I feel
from
like New
lands here.
Neferi is
I
the
actually
new
feel like
must
Shen
pick
would've
champ,
fit
especially
really
in
well
low
into this
elo.
composition as well,
Yeah, I
because they
feel
have so
like
much mobility, but they are
nowadays
very
you kind of
short
have to
range. Shen really
ban
complements that
her
with his shadow
if you
dash,
want to like
and
fair
it's
chance at trying to
obviously
win a
he's been
game.
playing a lot of it in scrims at the same time. We know he likes to cook, so taking that one away. The Ashe also removed here as the AD carry pool will get thinned out, I imagine.
So something that's important to mention is even though I love the team fighting power and the scaling from Nongshim's composition, right now,
He's just
Brianna's
good in
gonna
all
have Pryor in
elos,
their
it looks
solo
like.
lanes, and they have the potential to counter
I'm kind of surprised
lane as well.
he's not
So
getting picked
we
here.
saw a scenario yesterday where HLE against Gen G, it was a draft where the team fights were favored towards HLE, but they just never really got there. So if Brianna leaning into this, having Pryor winning early, they're in prime position.
We're talking about the Fury, small hat Logan. The Fury is truly that girl right now.
I'm predicting that it's going to be a first pick Leona.
That happens a lot, Jamal. That happens a
going to be
lot.
removed as well. Just given the fact that they focus so heavily on Lehens and not actually banned away one of the champions that he has been
I'm really
most comfortable.
not even tired. Like, I'm not that tired. I think I'm just like reflex yawning.
Instead.
Yeah, I think with like Kalista, Varus,
Like, it's just so habitual to yawn at this time.
Carries, she's really up there. This again,
I'm really not that tired.
MF is great into what Nongshim have. Not really. It's very hard to reliably hit these targets with the ult. But again, it's about the prio. This is a win lane, win game composition.
What's
from
going on,
Brianna.
Lucas?
They have kind of pick for support. Nongshim goes the Ezreal.
I mean, Ezreal Leona
You
kind of
low-key just made me yawn. My
would
bad.
do, just given the fact that Leona
I'm not
is so
trying
good
to.
at MF just in general, but instead it's the
I just
Elise.
want MF to be
Lehens
nerfed
just,
into the ground
showing
and
them that,
Jin.
yeah, there
What
were
Jin
two
do to you?
champions that he played exclusively in solo queue before he joined Griffin, and the other one was Elise.
Yeah, I think the Leona really good at MF for canceling the ult. But again,
Do you
the
play a
ult
lot of
value
Valorant, Maury?
hype not that high because it's very hard for anyone on Nongshim.
I've never
to kind of
watched
lock into the ult.
VCT.
They go for the Elise for that early power. Sinks while the Sejuani because you can stack up the passive. And
Just
spider
woke
from
up.
quickly,
How
but
are
also
you? I
a bit
also
more
just
lane
woke up.
pressure. And
I got a
now
little
Rakan's coming
smoothie
in from
today.
Hollow. I feel like this is a much more playable lane for the side of Nongshim. That being said,
we're just chilling.
Rakan still is going to have more pressure in those early levels because especially the sustain from the Rakan Q and the poke from the MF. But, you know, I think Nongshim, I like their draft a lot. But the
I might
laning
sleep
phase
through
is
game
really
one,
what they have
too.
to endure. If they get through lane,
I don't know either of
they're in a
these
very
teams,
comfortable
so
spot, and bro, they need to just
I'm
kind of
learning.
on Nongshim.
Kind of learning the
Not let it function.
ropes
From minute one, you need to be
of
finding
these
an
two
advantage.
teams.
Again,
I
we
don't
saw Gen
know.
G do that
I know
fantastically, but Gen
DK,
G
who
are
is
a
playing in the
very
second
strong
series
team.
today, but I don't know a lot of
very
these
good at that
teams.
style of play of incrementally building up advantages and not letting them slip.
It did also feel
Let's
like Gen G were taking advantage of an HLE that were having a bit of a hangover after their first stand victory. It seems to be tradition now that HLE just come into the LCK and lose horrendously to Gen G before ramping back up
Not
again.
horrendously.
And in fairness, when we talk about regular season Gen G, I think it's a tradition for everyone to lose.
Yes, yes.
As we saw last year.
Yeah, it's sort of just how it goes. But as
Words on stream. We can do words on stream in the intermissions. I'm
getting more and
down.
more epic, we are going to get in there. I do love the fact that we get the
Let's
skins now in the AR.
go.
Valdez mentioned this yesterday.
We're getting
and it
straight
is
into
very,
it today,
very
y'all.
cool.
Yep, we saw Lehens with the new, the Noxus-themed Elise skin.
Yeah. Reminding me of what the space used to look like prior
No,
to
the
this season.
commentators
Now it is time
are
to get under the
shady.
rift for game one.
It's fun, but y'all too quick with it. I don't even know how y'all be so quick. Ooh. Oh, never mind. Y'all can't see that. That would have been crazy if y'all could have.
Nongshim getting to work already as Polo getting a little bit, okay, just wanders into the cocoon. He will be able to go back home, but will be forced to do a little bit of backing.
Yeah, I mean, really powerful invading with the Elise. You can start E, and then you can actually repel to
I'm
a
trying to
target
set up
and then
the-
stun and potentially force that flash. So they go for a very aggressive invade on the top side, scouting our vision.
Twitter stream.
And unfortunately, finding Polu not exactly the target you have the most kill pressure on, but you know, job's done. And
Okay.
pop down towards bot
So
side.
I've
You can
never
see the
seen
inside
who
broke
in
up some
S
vision
is, but I
in
definitely
the
know who
Nongshim right side
Lehens
jungle.
is.
Yeah, able to just capitalize
And
on
I
the
feel
fact
like
that
he was
everyone
on like
on the
Gen
top side of the
G
map.
last
Just
year
grab
or
it, not going to
something.
get sprung too early here by the bros.
I definitely remember
as they look to head down,
Lehens.
and
Let's
there will
see
be at least a
what
few
team he
minutes
was on
of an actual laning phase
recently.
before we get a bit of a do-si-do. And we'll see. We didn't see too
He was
much
on
of
Gen
it,
G last year? Okay,
yesterday
period.
As far as
Okay.
some clever lane
on,
swapping
Memory.
after the
Come on,
lane
Memory.
swap protection has been removed. We'll see whether that does happen here today. It's hype with some double up damage onto G.
Man, don't even get me started. What's going on, Caleb? What's going on, Akira?
And honestly, a lot of matchups into Rakan are kind of based around whether you dodge his Q. It's kind of similar to playing as Soraka where she hits your Q and it's like, okay, she now gets a ton of healing.
I love how everyone
able to
uses that
dodge,
misfortune skin because everyone
deny
knows
that
that's
healing,
the
you
best.
trade so much better. Right
Everyone
now, Lehens
knows
doesn't
that
really offer too
skin
much.
eats down.
Clan needs level 2. Level 3 is great. that's where really you can start to put some pressure down. You can see Q misses from Polu there as he takes a Mystic shot, so he's getting chunked out quite heavily already.
Yeah, you can see actually, of course, like
I feel like
Rakan, not
Cosmic is
necessarily
so
known for his laning,
overused.
but still going to be helping out.
I don't know,
because MF
Jiwoo?
certainly
Is that who Lahins
Yeah,
is?
and I think ultimately, if
Oh,
we get
that's
to,
the
like,
ADC,
level
never
3
mind.
and Polu's
No,
low,
I don't know who
that's where you
Jiwoo
can
is.
start to find a lot of pressure with this combo from Nongshim here.
Hello. Hello, Myra. How are you doing?
That was interesting.
Repel there, looking for an angle. But yeah, I think this is the difference between having like an Elise and having something like a Leona, where that level 1
Exactly.
you'd be much more
Exactly,
on the
King.
back foot.
Exactly.
Compared to
There's
where
two
we
different
saw the certain
versions
trades.
to
But
it.
you can see in the mid lane, Fisher not having a fun time, to no surprise.
I feel like the
Closer
only
had
other acceptable skin for Miss Fortune is Bewitching.
Hold up okay in the HP department, but again,
Because Bewitching Miss Fortune does feel pretty good.
Ow.
Ooh, baby, you are
that was
low.
dangerously close. This is the triple prio lanes the Pro have gone for, and I'm just looking to see what they can
I'm doing
make
great.
out of
Thank you
it.
for asking.
Well, Lahens is looking for an angle here as he flashes. I'm not sure about that one. There's the Battle Dance hype already down to 200 though. As Lahens dives forward. Gee, one more auto, and there it is. First blood.
Ooh.
Over to Nongshim.
Okay, First Blood. Thank you so much,
It is
Galaxy, for
raining
the
noodles here in
7
this bottom lane, even though
months
the other lanes are on
of
fire.
support. Hope you're having
Eliminated out of
a
the challenge.
gorgeous
Gideon
day
for that skull
today.
crab
Thank
with
you
the
for
prio. I think
supporting
Gideon
the
just has to
stream.
walk away. A very aggressive play from the
Hello,
Hens.
hello.
Kind of just banking on the fact that you have Ignite and you have a lot of base damage. And this is also one of the issues with Rakan, is that when you're playing defensively and people are committing flashes, your W can't do much because it's so telegraphed. The Hens flashes over it. Yes, the Cocoon misses, but Hyper cleanse anyway. He does end up cleansing the Ignite damage, but the Grievous Wounds still lowers the heal from Polu. And in the end, the base damage between level 3 Ezreal, level 3 Elise is enough just to brute force through that MF health bar.
Yeah, and immediately you've got Nongshim moving towards this top side of the map. The answering swap isn't quite there yet from Bro. They should be able to get this lane shoved up. And Kingen yet to teleport.
I wasn't really able to take a long sleep. I was really hoping I was going to be able to. Like, I tried to sleep at like 6, but I literally just sat in bed for like an hour and a half and was unable to sleep. So I ended up cooking, and then I ended up going to sleep around 9, which is kind of tough, but it's better than not being able to sleep at all. Because if I didn't get any sleep, I would not be
This
up.
is the problem. You can't utilize those lanes if you don't have champions in them anymore. And it's just trying to follow
Peaches,
the lane
thank you
matchups
for the
instead.
follow.
You can see
How are
already
you?
Kingen towards
What's
that
up,
bottom side
Jelly?
is teleported down there. Morgan does at least have teleport, but
Good
doesn't
morning,
actually
BK.
opt into using it, as Kingen also didn't need to use his.
What's going on, Var?
So we'll be able to just pick up these minions. You can see already things evened
It's
out
hard. It's
between
hard to
Gwen
force yourself
and
to
the
sleep
Chase.
sometimes,
Only the
unless you're
mid-lane
like
matchup
actually
really
sleepy.
that's going Bro's way. Outside of that, Nongshim with a whole lot of control, and this is understandable given
What time is it for you,
the
King?
early stage of the game and the range advantage that you will have as an Aurora.
Yeah, Close is the only one where the lane is really going how you want it to go. But even then, like into a Yone, eventually he's just not really going to care about it. You know, right now it's a 200 gold
Yeah.
deficit, 250 gold.
Sometimes I do miss being
We'll
on
see how this,
EST
recall
because
comes out from Closer. He now has a
I
lost
would have been
campus,
able to
so
sleep
potential
until
to really
3
amp up the pressure
a.m.,
on
which would have
Fisher.
felt a little bit
But,
better.
yeah, unless you're really
The PST
getting
just
this Yone out
really-
the game, might not be enough. Now, we do see them setting up for these grubs, and Closer does have ult
Oh
advantage
my
over
gosh,
Fisher.
man.
And
Fisher's very close, though.
look at where Lahens is.
That was a
He's going to walk over vision. So it was, you know, in case
It is
there was
indeed
anything
4
that they
a.m.
could do.
I think
Oh
First
that's
grub,
yeah,
we go
it's
over to
4
Brother.
a.m., not
I think
even 3
ultimately here,
a.m.
if Gideon steals a grub,
Yeah,
you're
that would
happy.
have.
If
I
he just
think
gets
4 a.m.
one,
would have been easier
great. If
than
not
1
not
a.m.
the end of the world. I think not fighting it is the right call, given how Fisher just hit level 6 now, and Closer has him trapped in lane, had it for a while.
And they have to sack a full lane wave for it
I'm
as
very
well.
much a night owl
ultimately
for
Broga
whatever
ult
reason.
three
I
is
just
great
can't
for
sleep
them.
at night. I wake up every few hours when I
think
do.
Nongshim made the right right decision about not contesting that. I
Oh,
think
so
that was the
like
right call in that
you stay up
situation.
all night then.
Gideon looking to move towards the bot side. If they find a gank onto Morgan here,
I am very much
that could
a
potentially
morning
free up them to
girly.
go for this
Like I
dragon.
like waking up
Yeah,
early in the
Ellen hitting
morning.
level 6 here as Morgan in
And
trouble
like
for
I
this
get
guy.
so
Does have Flash
grumpy if
available,
I
is
like don't
gonna
get
have to
sleep
use
at
it.
night.
And is not going to die just yet, but still a lot of pressure being put on. Needlework was invested,
An
of course, by
hour?
Kingen.
We're 8:44 is my average
and especially
bedtime.
if you end up in a longer
Holy.
Oh dear, there's the
Do
cocoon,
you
and
wake
Polo
up
is just
feeling
dead.
refreshed
The
at
ignite was
least?
already ticking,
Sometimes,
and that's the second kill here
sometimes
for
I'll
Nongshim's
sleep
bottom lane.
like 8 hours, and I'll feel like joggy in the morning.
You know, if you have
But
something
like,
like a
if I
Leona
get
and
like
Alistar,
5
you'll be able to
hours of
survive
sleep,
that
I feel
phase, but
perfect.
Rakan is just so much squishier in comparison. Just gets completely exploded.
Man. All right.
I like Kingen.
Support. Okay, so this is a bit weird, right? Because the LCK Cup just
Oh
happened.
my
We
gosh,
had
your
a
name
whole
is literally
bunch
I
of
Love
support.
Kingen. Slay.
But this is the last time it was played in the LCK, and it was Lehens, of course, because Lehens has been playing.
Oh my gosh,
elite support
BK.
for the last.
I can only work at night for some reason.
How many years?
Like all
7,
my
8
job
years,
work gets
something
done
like
from
that.
like 2 to 5
Yeah, quite some
a.m.
time.
Do you
Always
work
want
from home?
the eclectic picks.
Indeed.
Haven't seen the Singed in a while, but definitely would be willing to pill out.
I either
pill-
need 10
pull out
hours
if
or nap
anyone's
time
dead
hours.
fuming against
Holy
him.
moly,
And
10?
we do have, Fearless for the rest of the year. So the likelihood of Singe support gets higher and higher, which is absolutely fantastic.
Oh, is it?
Once again, we do have Polo in the mid lane. Q now set up there as well. 77 to 72 as far as the CS is concerned, but these 2 kills on the Ezreal are the biggest deal. Not really spelling too much when it comes to advantages, as speaking of which, Kingen trying to grab one here. Just going to get booped away by Morgan's hammer. There's the flash, though, as Gideon follows up. And that is going to be some feats of warfare here for Nongshim as they grab their 3rd kill.
Oh man, and the fact Gwen gets the kill, the Gwen who managed to sort of even out that earlier matchup, now ahead. So scary to play into for the side of Bro. You know Kingen's going to be a problem in this game. And it's just great gang setup from Gideon.
Unfortunately, the world is built for daytime
ends up
people.
coming in
It
now with his
is.
ultimate available. Knows Morgan has no way of avoiding that glacial prison.
I'm a
And
full-time
it's
artist.
just easy as that.
Yep, even more minions going to the wayside here as well on the top side of the map as we
I
have
have
a
the
look at
same
this one
problem
more
with sleep.
time.
I think it's
Morgan
because
does
of
manage to dodge
vitamin
the snips.
D.
Yeah.
Boops Kingen away, but Gideon's here. Beautiful fat flash ult.
You can see with the vision and the fact his jungler is nearby, it's like, look, I can push this wave in, I can get away. Gwen doesn't have ult available, but Gideon just ends up being there at the perfect time to punish.
Yep, and once again, Kingen, now with ultimate available, still has flash. This Gwen is still just as dangerous as she was prior to Morgan falling down, and now Morgan without his
There
flash
used to
still
be an all-woman
kind of a sitting
team
duck, as you can see
in
that
pro
top side,
play,
Kingen with a whole lot of
but
control.
they were
As the
basically
Bros
set up
down
for
towards the bottom
failure
side, putting some pressure around the dragon.
and set up
And
for
Geo
ridicule.
Sort of joined at the hip so far this game, just moving into different lanes, getting all the priority that they would like. And what went from Bro having so much priority and control is now Nongshim just moving Geo around like a portable cannon to just destroy whatever they would like to find. Gideon gonna move over here, and it looks like LM gonna need to exit unless Lehens finds himself in an odd spot. He does go up into the sky, but what goes up must come
Lehens,
down.
Boogie, you
And
good?
Itsy Bitsy Spider is well and truly crushed.
Yeah, bit of a misstep there from the side of Nongshim. It would have been enough just to kind of force LM away from the dragon. But again, this mid prior really been a difference maker. Closer being able to move first. And like a single dragon isn't a game changer for Bro. I think really Nongshim are in a position where they just need to kind of
The
slow
fact that
the game down
their
and mitigate what Bro's
abbreviation
trying
is
to do.
bro, I think
Felt
is
a little bit
very
rushed,
silly,
and
Billy.
They do end up paying for it, given a kill over the hype.
I feel like
and
bro
that
as an
dragon does
acronym
go
is
over
very
regardless.
silly.
Yeah, really nicely done there by the Bros. I actually thought that Nongshim had an angle, and I think that Lehens did too. It's just that unfortunately the rest of the team weren't quite on the same page, and it resulted in a dragon going over
I
the
don't
Bro
know
plus
if they're
that
going
answering kill. Still,
to bring
these
back
folks gonna head
that
over towards
UI
Nongshim.
for
That is 3
MSI or
apiece.
not.
And all right,
But I
another
hope
Glacial
they do
Prison
not.
flying out here as Polo gonna have to try and battle dance his way out. Does flash as Lehens looks for it, finds the
Ooh.
last auto there in human
Okay,
form.
Lehens.
That's gonna pick up the 4th here for Nongshim.
He-
Lehens straight back on the
He
horse.
ate that up.
And the fact we see Bro, they get a pick on Lehens, they get a dragon, but now we see Nongshim get 3 grubs and a pick in return, so it just balances out, and that's just going to favor
Hello,
Nongshim in the long term.
Kim. How are
Trying
you?
to clear his Krugs here. Nongshim on
What does
course
having
off
mid prio mean? It basically means that you have priority to rotate. So right now, Yone has priority because he just pushed in the wave, and whoever is mid has to clear that wave before they can rotate. Or they choose to give up that wave, which means giving up CS giving up XP,
Continues to do
giving
so.
up gold,
It's really hard
which
here
means
because of all
it
the
would
AD
put them
carries to play
behind.
Aurora into, as feels like he's always been one of the better ones at being able
Yeah.
to disengage from you, get away from your ult. Obviously, you're not.
As an
Other AD carries aren't locked into
FPS
anymore,
player,
but
NS
being
is
able to
also silly to
arcane
me. What
shift
does NS
out,
mean?
Definitely
in FPS?
advantageous. And when you look at the rest of the targets, like who are you
Yeah,
really
thank
gonna
you for
be
the
able to
5
pick
stream
off?
streak.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
very
all
early
this
for
bad.
me. It is
You might
1
be able to pick
a.m.
off Morgan.
currently.
If you're Chim, that's what they're going to do as the permafrost comes in, and there was nowhere for him to go. Decides
Okay,
not to use the flash,
Kingen.
and I do
There's your
not blame him.
boo.
As Nongshim
This
also
I love
able to defend
Kingen.
this outer turret towards the bottom lane, or can they? As Cocoon is going to connect. A lot of damage there from Closer in return, but Lehens just goes up into the sky. That is going to keep him alive. In the meantime, we have a bullet time, I believe, being used to soften up Jiu, but that does mean
So
now
being
that
pushed up in that
I
lane is
might
having
be
that
susceptible
prio.
to some of these mystic shots. No, just going to be a trade of blows.
Kind of hard. We did see Jiu
yes.
actually having the burn his flash there. I think
It
to get
means
out of that.
having
And you gotta be a bit
priority to
careful playing
rotate.
into this bloodthirst to MF because Jiu is low, but Hype's health bar, he's just going to regenerate as soon as a wave comes up. So Nongshim losing some pressure mid, but
It makes it all
they're winning.
thin, right,
That's
Jamal?
the more important thing. Jiu was still able to clear the wave from a distance. Should drop a
For sure.
plate here, but not that big of a deal.
I also think that Jiu is kind of a passenger this game. I think that's sort of his job. You've got Gwen, you've got Yone. They're going to be the big damage dealers.
Like you see
for
right
Nongshim,
now,
and Jiu's just gonna
Aurora
have to
can
self-heal
rotate to
and
if
try
Dragon
do
was
whatever
up,
consistent damage he can.
while
He's a lot
Yone
of
would
these
have to
fights. I don't
finish
think he's
clearing that wave
necessarily
before he
the
can
main
rotate,
character, and getting
or
King
he just
ahead,
gives up the
really, really
CS.
important
Like
here
it
for
would be a
Nongshim. Today, you can
sacrifice,
see that they
so
have
she has
done
the
just that.
priority to
Morgan
rotate
is at least
first.
keeping up in farm, but 0-2 does still spell that 700 gold advantage here for the Gwen. And Gwen is on a ban list.
That's why whenever I'm doing an objective,
for a reason.
like
I
Void
think it's
Grubs
now
or
getting to the
Dragon,
point where
I'm like, oh,
this
I have
Gwen is
mid
so strong,
prio,
if you
I
end
have
up in a
top
longer lane,
prio, so that
even
means
now,
that like I'm
you can see
safe.
how defensive,
Because if their
Morgan has to
jungler
play it.
comes,
Yeah.
But once
my
those turrets
laners
start
can
going
come
down and you're in a long
first,
lane against this Gwen, you're just gonna
which
get run
means
down.
it would
It's
be
so scary.
3v1
Lehens just seems to know
unless
exactly where
their
to be.
laners
As Ellen is
sacrifice
just going
a
to
wave.
fall straight into the cocoon. So much damage from the Elise, and Lehens is able to pick up that kill with the last tick of the ignite.
Right now we are
Gorgeously done, and he
platinum.
just read him like a book.
The fact they get his flash and neither Gideon or
Why is
Lehens
Yone
have to
so
flash
good
over
in
to
pro
finish it
play?
is massive.
I
They
feel like
force
Yone
Morgan
is
away
just
from the tower. Lehens has been so impactful this
stupid
game, and
as a
Vicious kind of just
champion.
been playing
I don't really
defensive
know
on
how
the
to
spot
explain
side,
it.
but
The fact that he
Also
can
a great
engage
ultimate as
from
well.
maps
Managed to
away,
clear out the
he's
entire
got several
wave.
forms
In
of
the meantime,
CC,
whilst
he's got
also having a
shielding,
decent
he's got
trade.
I think
healing,
that's honestly the thing that I'm
he
most
typically
impressed
builds
about Nongshim in
Borg
this game, 'cause
and
the
like
proactive plays have been
crazy
great,
damage.
but it's
I
the
feel like
fact
that champion is
whenever
just
Bro try and make
stupid.
a counterplay,
He's got insane
they do
means
so
for
much to mitigate it.
outplay.
You know, we saw earlier Lehens coming down bot to cover
The list
Fisher.
goes on,
You know, they made the play
I
to
feel
topside
like.
with a TP, but he was there to protect Fisher. Here, Fisher makes a great solo play to defend, and it's so frustrating for a team to make a play.
Not a
Your
7-game
immediate
loss
reaction is, well,
streak.
we'll make a play on the other side of the map, and then it gets shut down.
Yeah, I
Hey,
think
thank you for the
understanding
follow.
push and pull of just how the map kind of works is
Yone
kinda
is
beautiful.
Yasuo.
Yeah,
If Yasuo
watching
took
Nongshim
even
as they
less
navigate
skill
it.
to pilot, that's tough.
And right now,
But
all their
can
ducks well
confirm,
and truly in a row. It has
'cause
felt about a
when I
2.2K
am
gold lead,
omega
and Fisher is gonna
tilted,
clear out this
like if
wave.
y'all ever
Once
come in
again,
the
Dragon
stream and
going
y'all
to
see me
spawn.
on
It's gonna be
Yone,
Chemtech.
I am having the
Chemtech
worst
sold.
day of my life.
See whether we get
So,
another cloud, which would
I
be like the
I
third.
play Yone
Pushing it
ADC
over as
when I'm
far as,
omega
the amount
tilted,
of,
locked it in,
souls,
first
like over
time,
50%
in ranked, never
cloud
played
souls
it,
so far for
won.
this season. That would be absolutely absurd.
You could start to it.
It would be
So,
beautiful.
no
And
skill to
Cocoon
pilot
is Hype taking a lot of
is
damage here.
actually
Gideon's
correct.
Super tanky, but still has to arctically
And you
assault
can play
away.
super safe.
Dragon continuing to take some damage, but does reset. And the bro is going to move back and pick that one up one more time. Morgan, no teleport available. Kingen, he has his. If that trigger's pulled, bro going to have to try and get themselves out of there as Fisher doesn't have ulti, but still looking for an opportunity. A cease and desist. They dive on top of Jiu. The Ezreal lasts for quite a while. Both AD carries going to go down, though.
Jace had to
And Nongshim
walk
now on the
down.
warpath.
They didn't
Kingen,
have a whole
he is
teammate.
somewhat immune as he's pulling that circle around, but I don't think he's going to
He's
survive
here
too
now,
much
though.
longer as Polo dashes out of there. The AoE damage is gigantic.
Oh
though.
my
Closer
gosh.
can't get in there to do it. Nongshim, they take down the jungler, the top laner, and they should be able to also get themselves a dragon.
I want
Jiu is
ramen
just
so bad,
evade.
dude.
So many tools committed to take out this Ezreal, and the top side of this Nongshim composition so strong. in
I'm
those
so
close-up
excited for
skirmishes.
tomorrow's matches.
We see them go for the
We
play
get to
on
see
Jiu, but that's
Fakey Wakey,
Ricardo,
we get to
that's
see
Aurora,
Vipey
that's
Wipey. We're gonna have a great
All
day.
onto this one person, and Hype ends up in a rough position, so you're trading one for one.
But like
But
you
all
were
those
on
tools are
Yone,
down,
so
and
it's
then the
different. He was fair
ensuing
and
fight,
balanced in
they
just
go
that
for
game
Kingen when the shroud is
specifically.
down.
I
You're playing
am
into a
dead.
Gwen, Yone with the Sejuani, there's just no way you're winning when you get in melee range.
Yep, and they thought that they'd caught him out, but then Fisher finds the third Q, knocks 2 of them up,
And I
then they just
insta-locked
get wiped
Yone.
out.
First time Yone in ranked is diabolical. First time Yone as ADC in ranked is a diabolical combination. And I deserve to be reported if I didn't win. But I won.
The thing is, oh no, Morgan.
We've seen this one before. This time he's going to elect to flash. Does have the phase rush there as well, so that
get his flash though.
But that is just a needlework invested.
Yes, and Lahen's, well...
Fakey Wakey will be playing tomorrow.
He could be, you know, in another life.
Yeah, I think they play tomorrow and Sunday.
There's 4 people coming down here from Bro, but I just don't know whether they're going to get here in time. There's a permafrost, and he's dead. And now the rest of the Bros will turn up saying, Morgan, you just needed to wait a couple of seconds.
What? Nongshim just have 2 junglers now, apparently, you know.
As it turns out.
You would assume if they're taking Riptile on the top side that,
just a little silly.
They need their jungler there.
Lahen's doing what he does best, which is driving Shelly. And they're going to take an
Let me drive the boat.
time. This game is very quickly getting out of control.
Yeah, completely. It's really falling apart for Bro. I think that dragon fight was really the nail in the coffin, because if they were able to navigate that, if they were able to get a second dragon, the Hextech solos that win con.
The game's in Korean because this is LCK, which is for Korea.
But now it's a dragon apiece, and this is
These are the Korean games.
I don't see a way back into this unless Nongshim makes some massive mistakes. If we're being real with it, it's now really their game to lose, and this duo of Gideon and Lahen's charging around, so dangerous to play against. And just the fact that you have that melee spider form from Elise and you can very quickly stack it.
Yeah, you've got an attack speed steroid as well, like on your W, so means that you can really get that permafrost stacked up. Morgan is going to do what he's been doing.
They really do have 2 junglers with this comp. Like Sejuani and Elise just walk around together, and they have so much CC. It's quite ridiculous.
Look at all of the picks that Nongshim have invested into this game, right? They don't get Gwen, they don't get Gideon Sejuani, they don't get Fisher's Yone, they don't get Lahen's on his Elise ever again in this series.
Yeah,
maybe I am tired. I don't feel tired.
It's my favorite fearless coach. It's so good. It's so good.
I think it's barely even an argument.
You know what? It's like when you're in a game, when you're playing like...
I don't know why, but I really want fast food. Dude, I was craving Popeyes today so bad.
Like, don't worry, guys.
Like KFC or Popeyes.
The enemy team has like
I don't think either of those are available at this hour. I freaking wish. You have Popeyes? No freaking way. Popeyes.
These fools have fallen for our trap.
Here's a Popeyes. Open.
Lahen's actually caught out this time around. He does get on top of this wall. That was very cute. Still, Closer is going to blow him up. You don't have a lot of help as this dash cannon Elise.
Yeah, definitely on the squishier side. You know, we saw a bit of isolated play from Lahen's, securing the Herald by himself. Maybe a little bit overconfident.
But as go for that play before.
Oh my god. Very
fool me
clean.
once, shame on me.
But as we know from your favorite player,
period pain.
part of playing
You know the
Elise
vibes.
is dying.
Yes.
Popeyes got some new pickle items. I gotta try. Oh, what are they?
Nearly enough to be doing it properly. And he's the one that invented how to play Elise.
I haven't
not
Uber
even going
Eats
to say that it's Beryl that
long.
came up with the tactics. It's Lahen's that really was the maestro of that one.
Beryl's optimized deaths per minute on the
Yes, he did. He saw the blueprint that was drawn up by Lahen's, and he really ran with it. All the way down. Lahen's is going to do it again. Kingan's going to move over, but I don't know whether he's going to be helping out. He goes up, but then he does
like I was craving it
and
so bad. I think I do it.
Into it. He goes down at the same time.
And
when you have an extra one paying for the sins of your support,
do y'all like the chicken sandwich from Popeyes? Just one. I just want some crumbs.
Kind of moves they need to be making.
Yeah, it's good picks. It's a big shutdown. They should be able to get Dragon off this. So really nice from
I like KFC because they got a little 2-piece combo, and that's enough for me. I don't need these 6 pieces, 18 people. Ain't nobody need all that.
He died a lot of times. Hold my beer.
They got kids meals on here, like
And he started.
I just need a
2,
quick
3,
little
4,
drumstick
still,
and keep it
needs to
moving.
get to 9, I believe, which is the number that Beryl had when he won that game. Morgan looking for an inner turret.
I don't
That is
even
going
need a
to really
3-piece.
help,
3-piece
even
is
out
too
this
much.
gold. Voracious Otacon
I
is
think I got
just going to go down
2-piece.
though.
Okay, per.
Yeah.
There's some extra lives now available for Nongshim, but in trade for a
I believe I'm
Hextech
doing
Dragon.
this.
The thing
It
is,
feels so
the second
bad.
Hextech Dragon, if this was the third dragon, I think it's a lot more meaningful. But even so, we have to wonder what will Nongshim be able to do with this Otacon.
Spicy chicken
because
sandwich
Dragon's
is
just gone
always
down. If you
ahead.
actually look at the buff timer,
I've
Baron
never been
spawns
like a
30
chicken
seconds
sandwich
after
girly,
the
I'm
buff
not gonna
ends.
lie.
So, you know, we're kind of thinking back to original Voracious Otacon when teams were
It's
just
45
like
minutes
diving
to the
with it
closest
and
Bojangles
forcing.
Waffle House cookout.
But if you
Oh,
flop
Bessie,
the
you live in the
dive,
middle
you're
of
giving a lot
nowhere.
gold over still, right?
Because the
and you're not
Waffle
back on the map
Houses
as
be
quick.
being on
So
like
I
every
think Bro are
corner.
pretty happy with this
Sometimes
trade.
there'd be
The gold lead
2
is
Waffle
close
Houses
massively.
right
You know,
beside
I
each
still
other.
favor Nongshim's comp in the late game.
6 pieces
But
is
those
crazy. It
mistakes
is.
I said Nongshim need to make.
What do you think is the best
have come
support for
through,
Jinx?
Yeah.
And Bro are keeping this one a little bit closer.
Let's
Lux,
see what they're going to be able to do.
Lulu,
As,
Thresh,
you know, we
Nami.
mentioned that
I would
Closer
feel
is
like
kind
our
of a guy
top
for this
4.
team. 202. Rabbidan's death cap is now completed.
Fries
That's an
or
early death cap.
coleslaw?
Yeah, that is a really early death cap, and it looks like he's going Shadow Flame as well. Like, that is going to be so much raw damage.
Yeah.
For
I'll
this
get fries
Aurora.
because I think coleslaw would mess up
If
my
anyone's
stomach.
squishy, they are just going to die. And you can see King, and he's pretty squishy. Glacial Prison flying in here as they're ignoring the turret. Fisher looking for Polar. They will be able to take him down. The bottom lane just eliminated as Kingin trying to keep the rest of them busy. Remember, he can just go back to base, and he is going to be able to do so there.
Sheesh.
And could even teleport back if they wanted
They
even
were
more. But it looks like this
deep,
out of turret
too.
in mid lane is what they're
In
going
between
for now.
2
And Nongshim,
towers.
I think that's pretty good use of this
Waffle
other
House
combo.
needs to be
So what they
DoorDashable,
got
is it
kicked,
not?
You know, didn't that have to get that many kills? Just 2, but forced them away, forced a lot of cooldowns
Aw,
out
you-
of close.
that's so
Importantly,
cute.
this damage is kind of absurd. You know, I feel like in terms
Yeah,
of
like,
tankiness,
look
Keegan is
how
actually
deep
up
they are
there
right
for this
now.
Nongshim lineup, and even
They are
he
not
kind
safe.
of got nuked by Closer.
Oh, yeah.
But some good moves.
Ian
Closer tries
just
to find a
out
good
here
play on the
eating hoes
counterplay.
up on the
Still
side.
managed to finish them up, but you know, you look at how low in HP.
And they had
Lim
the
is, and
withdrawal.
no
Crazy.
Yeah, I think Fisher may be dead here as he looks to try and get on top of Closer. Does do a fair bit of damage before he does just get sent back home. And he can overextend just a little bit. The problem is it's just kind of free money going over to Bro without Fisher being able to pick up too much more.
I'm just scared if I
He's
order
going
this,
to run
they
back
won't
to
include
their
hot
home
sauce.
without
And I
their
really need
two-minute
hot
cover.
sauce.
That is going to be the Drake being pinged out, but that is still not going to be up for another 2.5 minutes. And the Baron is up in 30 seconds time. A dangerous one to go
that's the
for
whole point of
immediately.
this.
That's still something that we need to mention.
want
His
hot
top side of the
sauce.
map is possibly a place where things can be rushed. Because Nongshim, they have a lot of damage to these neutrals. Mainly because Lehens does a fair bit of damage to neutral objectives as well.
He absolutely does, but we've seen this great vision setup come out from Bro, so they have good vision on Baron. They got that early, they got it set up. Nongshim didn't clear it
What's
out.
up,
And actually, if you look at the
unattractive?
positioning of Gideon
How
and
you doing?
Lehens, they're really far ahead of the vision, so Bro don't need to face check this. You know, they know whether the Baron's being taken, and they kind of just give space, but they're looking now.
Yeah, Lehens gets into Spider Form, but
Elam?
immediately the Glacial Prison follow-up is going to be there. Elam gets himself out. Closer misses a few buttons, and now Kingin looking for an angle. The Needlewalk flies in. He's
I'm
taking
just-
a lot of turret damage, though, and he just
I
gets
guess it
blown
worked
up. I'm
out
not sure about
for
that
the
one
best for
from
them,
Kingin.
but
As Fisher
I
tests the
just
waters there
don't
momentarily, they get a Bramble back and trade
know
for
why
their
he
top
queued
laner.
forward there.
And I feel like Nongshim just over-forcing a
That
bit
was
in
very
this situation.
risky.
They're like trying to bait Bro in, like they need a face check Baron, they need to come and contest us, but they don't. That vision setup they had before meant that Bro were really confident of playing it slow.
But that's 2 turrets that they're going to get for this as well. As the inner does fall down at the same time. They think that they've caught Lehens, but Gideon in the area. And the Yone taking a Hexgate over, but
No way
Gideon
they're
running
throwing
the wrong
this,
direction.
right?
This is so awkward. Still Morgan's going to fall
Okay,
down. Jiu
it's a
gonna be
1 for
turning up and
1,
hype. Takes
1
so
for
much
2.
damage. Jiu, can you do it? He does. He
Okay.
flashes forward. Arcane Shift going to be up very, very soon. And that is a beautiful cue there. The Vault Breaker from Elam just to destroy Lehens.
I feel like NS is throwing hard.
Finding more and more of these Mystic Shots. Kingin teleported in. It isn't going to be able to get too much more. And Nongshim almost killing the jungler. I think if they had have taken down Elam, there might have been an opportunity to Baron. And instead, there's an opportunity to Baron because sometimes you just do it.
Yeah, they're very fast to taking
Let's
this.
do
There is
it.
the Hex Gates. I'm not sure you can get there in time though. It's already at 5k. I think this is just gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. They've got
It's
so
theirs.
much damage. It is absolutely absurd. True Shot Barrage flying in there, and there's the knock-up. That is going to be some great defense played by Fisher. And let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, so an overstep, you see the cocoon from the hands pretty critical of denying LM the CC combo onto the Elise. So he has to kind of move away. Kingen comes in here. I think Polo does a fantastic job of just locking up this Gwen and not letting Kingen play the game. But it gets kind of goofy from here. Lehens and Gideon are looking for a flank, but they don't really have the timing for it right now. Fisher's a bit distant, Jiwoo's a bit distant, Gwen is not there. But they end up finding it, this great ult from Fisher, and then Jiwoo just free hitting, getting the damage down.
And that is some
Double
big DPS
kill.
numbers.
And then Lehens channeling his inner barrel, I think is the only way we can describe that.
Yeah, or just Lehens. Lehens and Barrel, very similar in their
I like
willfulness to
Bro's
die.
colors, like that green.
And it worked out. Because now Jiwoo is absolutely
green is kinda
massive,
tea.
still with a 3,000 gold lead, and they have a Baron for the next little while. Red Bull Baron power
They got a
play
little
now in full
baseball
effect,
vibe to
to
it.
the tune of about 1,000 right now. Evening out the Drakes as well as they pick up a Hextech Dragon. And so Nongshim back in the driver's seat is kind of what I'd say for now.
You know, I feel like sometimes you watch a team like Gen G, very clean, very methodical, you know, really sort of personifies the LCK style, but this is Nongshim getting a little bit down and dirty, you know, getting stuck in the bowl of noodles, and just it's getting a bit of everywhere, but it's still a good meal.
No,
right?
Absolutely. And it's only afterwards that you realize getting that red stain out of your white shirt is going to be absolutely impossible. But at the time, you're like, this is just delicious. And that's what we have to focus on here.
Yep.
Because yesterday was such a beautiful dichotomy, right? Because you watched the first series and it was Gen G methodically just dismantling HLE. And in the second series, it was just a mess. And it really is just, it just shows that we do have a breadth of teams here in the LCK. And we don't know quite which ebb Nongshim are going to sit at, although I'm getting a bit of an idea now after a few of these mid-game mistakes that we did see. We know that they have the capability to be a phenomenal team, though.
Let's talk about shade.
LCK Cup,
Let's talk about the commentators being shady again.
In the LCK itself, as we get deeper into round one. But they still need to close this game out against Bro. And Bro have already shown that they have the tenacity, the spirit.
What I wanted to talk to y'all about, a little announcement. LTA has finally re-released their fantasy league. So I wanted to make a league for our stream if you guys want to play fantasy LTA or like fantasy LCS. This year or this split. I think that'll be so fun.
It's like in a solo queue.
But I just need to know, what do we want to call the league?
But it's like in a solo queue game.
I personally was thinking Girlies of the Americas.
Yeah, he's just zen.
We can do it.
That's what I was going to call it. But if y'all have any better names, please do tell, because I would love for us to collab on this rather than it just be whatever the frick I say.
Absolutely. He's a Noah.
They are so shady, truly.
I thought Lehens was going to go in. I thought
he was straight onto that blast cone. That was what I was expecting. Decides not to.
Barrel would have.
Miss Chim Chim and the Chimettes.
Don't tell that to Lehens. Next time he's going in.
Yeah.
I feel like we've created this like fake competition between Lehens and Barrel that they have no idea about, that I want to continue.
It's peak, honestly.
We got Barrel playing in our next series as well. We get the direct comparison between our two Psycho supports.
Yeah. It's just such a vibe, honestly.
I love it. Well, right now there's not a whole lot to fight for. We've got a minute and a half on both of our key objectives. Basically, as the Baron and the Dragon are both going to be coming up, it's going to be soul point for both teams. And we've seen going to be able to grab himself and for the rest of his team as well, the blue buff.
Yeah, and we see Nongshim going for some of these defensive options, right? The Seeker's Arm Guard for Jiwoo, we've seen the Negatron Cloak for Fisher, you know. A little bit insecure, maybe, compared to Closer. It's just like
they be shady, but I don't think they're ever like mean.
For the Giga Chad team, does make a whole lot of sense.
I mean, logically, it makes sense to build Seeker's Arm Guard against a Vi.
I'm pretty sure it feels mean though if you're like super supporting somebody. Like if I was super supporting NS, I would have been like, bro, what?
Gideon's big speed lead
you know?
over LM, and I feel like this has kind of been part of the course for Gideon. Even on these tank junglers, he's kind of farmed up a storm and ensured he's had an XP lead. And pretty much throughout the LCK Cup, that was kind of his game plan a lot of the time. And he is, you know, we often see this Sejuani become like the second support later in the game. Whereas this game, Lehens has become the second jungler. It's going in the direction.
Yeah, or Lehens is a top lane. I don't know. He does a lot of damage as well. And you can see building even more damage. Needs to see a large rod now in his back pocket, as well as his Oblivion Orb, just to stop some of the healing.
This just brings me back to the Pog State discussion, like the role swap teams. Did we miss out on Lehens' potential?
I mean, honestly, Lehens was the greatest pick. There's a reason why Wolf was so triggered by the fact that Lehens was picked away from him, and also went to be completely misused on the other team.
I'm kind of waiting for this game to just like bust open.
We just played the clip as well. I watched the episode last night.
I feel like Bro is still like holding their own.
We were 100%.
I don't think we were upset enough.
Yeah, I think that might have been closer to it. You can go and watch the Pog State if you want to have a look at we did a bit of a snake draft for
I hate the NA team
from throughout the LCK.
Yeah,
I personally think that I won, although I did mess
the
it up
snacks tonight.
as well.
I had this genius idea.
No, I do have my chippies here, but I'm trying to decide if I want to go through with this Popeyes order or not.
A very bold move that
because I know it's gonna make my tummy hurt, but it would be so delicious.
No one expected
it'd actually be one of the
would.
most delicious.
There was a stipulation that if the player had played the role professionally as like a starter for that role, they couldn't actually be put there. So you can't just choose
not gonna lie, like it really do.
Can't just put Platter in AD carry as much as I
really do.
We all did.
Yeah.
Nongshim are going for a Baron. It is now down to below half health. Lehens just trying to play some defense, but Ellen looking to try and get on in here.
So it might be okay.
Not going to connect, but now Chiu offering some damage over. Oh, Ellen, he's not quite tanky enough, but the prison is
we're just missing everything. Not only did the Sejuani ult miss, not only did the Ezreal ult miss, we're just missing everything.
That was a great little steal. They also got the dragon prior to that, remember? And so Nongshim just kind of grabbing everything in Bro's lunch money.
Yeah, much cleaner setup from Nongshim here. It appears they've kind of sorted things out. Maybe
that honey biscuit. Okay. All right. Okay, I'm doing it because y'all out here acting a dang fool, talking about every piece of the Popeyes meal. I can't even think straight with the way that y'all talking.
Once again for Bro, 3 minutes 30 on that soul potentially for Nongshim.
I really can't specify if I want sauce though. That's the sad thing.
Really step outside I say
like the sauce is truly what makes it, right? Like I'm not tripping when I say that.
Which is, you know, I respect it, but it's a bold.
Do I get an apple pie?
Yeah.
So they can at least move into Fog of War downward.
Like if I'm gonna eat horribly, like I should full send it, right? Like why? I never want to half do something. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm gonna eat like this,
if they accept the fact that maybe we're gonna lose it anyway,
I might as well
maybe now able to defend mid and bot. But that top
eat like
went
this.
Down
you know what
I'm
saying? Go all in for real, right?
Looking towards mid.
Kingen really playing some good defense on this wave as well, and so the Bros not going to be able to do anything to stop that one from just crashing. And my
mouth
God,
watering
that
just
tower
thinking about
evaporated.
This bro.
There is so much damage on this spot as they do go for the engage. Ulti from Closer is good damage. Lehens almost just straight up dead, but Closer also following suit. The needlework flying in, Hype just almost disintegrates.
We fully send it.
Without being able to do too much, and these Mystic shots, everyone that lands is so scary. 2 inhibs down.
I did it.
Oh man, that shock was actually starting to hurt.
What was it?
Morgan with 4 items finally.
Despite his build, it just felt like he wasn't doing any damage. The target just connected with. He accidentally hit Lehens. It feels like nearly one-shot him, but the bulk of the damage seemed to not really do much to this front line of Nongshim, and now they're looking for more.
Yeah, Kingen does get engaged on.
All right, well, I said I was waiting for this game to bust open, and here we are. There's Yone doing Yone things. Only person up is Rakan. He can't 1v4, so that's gonna be game.
The Noodle Boys come out strong here in game 1.
And you know, that's a little bit goofy at times. Definitely there was a point where you could feel
blame us for pushing you to make a choice that makes you happy. It's gonna make me happy in the moment, but it's gonna make my tummy hurt later.
It's fearless. I think a point you raised earlier was the fact that Chim have
Okay,
a lot of
let's make
high
this
budget picks
fantasy
they take
league.
away in game
Yeah,
I think
there you go.
it's
that's
LTA
the code we're going for right here.
fantasy.
So we won't be able to see Gwen again. We won't be able to say Elise again. We
Yes.
won't be able to see Gideon,
So
Sejuani.
LTA fantasy is finally here. And all you have to do is you sign up using your Riot ID at ltafantasy.com, and then you can create your own fantasy. Rosters lock every Saturday at 9 a.m. So do remember that.
Moving over to the blue side, grabbing that first pick opportunity. There was no Neferi picked up or banned in the first game, so maybe the priority on that pick is going to go through the roof as we move into the next one. Jiu, as you can see there, lots and lots of damage. But I just want to see what happens in game number 2. Give us some different picks and let
yes, please give us some different picks.
I think that we deserve.
I want to see the Korean meta bust wide open, man.
Then we'll have game number 2.
Okay. So I want to create a league for us, but I don't know what to call it. What do we want to call it? What do we want to call it? What's up, Munchie? The chimneying. I was thinking the Girlies of Americas. That might be too long. We could also do baddies. The baddies of America. The Georgia Peaches. The girly pops of America. I'm doing Americas because it's is it? I think we have to do both LTA North and LTA South. So that's why I'm doing Americas. Baddie. Close friend. The comms. Oh. What's your time zone? I'm PST. You met Natalie Nunn? I'm freaking dead, Ping. Something with Georgia Peach? Oh, the chat GPT it, man. Chat GPT, give me 10 amazing names for give me 10 amazing, funny, witty names for a League of Legends fantasy team. In bands, I'd be picking it up the flow. Stop playing with it. We could do Peachy Pentakills. That's kind of cute. Ganked by Peaches. Girls just want a jungle. Yo, kind of valid. Chim Chim Chonkers. Peach Slap. Baron's Babes. Period. The sweet in the feedy. Girls just want a jungle. I do think girls just want a jungle is cute. Because who needs bot lane when you can steal buffs? That's literally me. That's literally me. All of these are like, no, because hold on. I said, give me 10 amazing, funny, witty names for a League of Legends fantasy team. And it said, Chim Chim Cherry, a magical nod to Mary Poppins. We're not trying to do that. Peachy Pentakills, sweet and deadly, just like a Georgia peach with a knife. Okay. Chim Chim GG, simple, sassy, and lets them know you're winning. Period. Ganked by Peaches, the last thing your enemies see before they respawn. Period. Girls just want a jungle because who needs a bot lane when you can steal buffs? Chim Chim Chonkers for the ultimate tank loving, fun loving team. No, that's not us. Peach slap, like a face cheek in a bush. Oh, like a face check in a bush, but more southern. T. Baron's Babes, a team so good even Baron Nasher stands. Like, ChatGPT really ate with these. ChatGPT really ate with these. Even Baron Nasher's stance? Oh no, we are not a tank loving team. We love having tanks on our team. They are an asset, but we do not love the tanks. No ma'am. I love that Baron stands us. No, truly. Dang, I kind of like girls just want a jungle. There's also, it says, Hot Lana hard carry. A shout out to Georgia's capital and your team's backpacking skills. Okay. These are so funny. Bellas of Baron. Southern charm meets jungle dominance. These are so tea.
And WOD, the two W's who are always winning.
These are
we
so
just
tea.
had Chim winning that first game pretty one-sidedly. It took a little while, but we got there in the end. How are you guys feeling today?
Feeling pretty good. I think Chim look like they've been maintaining most of the form that we saw from them in the LCK Cup. Always one of the big questions we have moving into a new season is,
do I full send this? Girls just want a jungle?
Will they kind of fall back a little bit? Like, will it be a good meta for them? In this case, it's just Lehen saying, I'm still playing Elise. It still works. It's still viable. They banned the Shen against him. He still plays the Elise, and it's like we went back in time.
Yeah, a lot of people adopting on them because after lane swap is gone, I think Chim could fall. But as you can see, I think they're just playing on their jungle and support pretty well. And it was really clean game by Chim.
We'll send it.
Yeah, it was very good.
I think I can edit the title. Yeah. I can edit the title if we want to. If we think of something later.
Okay.
Not
Okay.
very good.
Now we just need a logo.
People voted for DRX, so
You need a
at
logo
least Ox got the Gen G
so that
vote
we're the
right.
cutest in all the
So we're
land.
just kind of losing so far.
So
Anything
yeah.
to say for yourselves, guys?
It's looking good so far for my Chim.
I named my team
Right?
Chim
Right?
Possibles,
Surely they won't
Yeah.
disappoint me, right? I feel pretty
which
good
I
about
think
King
is
Plus later,
valid.
Right? Right?
Is my curse starting it
King Plus has
again?
never disappointed anybody, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, like, Chim got us
I love
today,
girls
so
just want a
I'm
jungle.
really
Yes,
trusting them.
period.
Yeah.
If you guys want to join the league, I will give y'all
We're
the
gonna make a huge comeback
share.
and get your Giga Chads out in chat if you do believe.
Slay.
Even if they don't, they're gonna have a
Y'all
good time.
should be
we
able
do
to
need to
join
talk about
it.
this game though a little bit. We did have this draft, which
I don't know how to
at
change
first we were
the
like
logo.
okay about, but then as the game went along, we were like, we absolutely have to talk about this.
Yeah, we weren't really sure what Bro's game plan was going to be. I thought they were going to trade Gwen for Varus and try to play through that, but then they banned Varus in that final spot, and then I think their expectation was that maybe
wanna
Chim would pick
change the
Nefiri
logo.
here, because we've seen Vi do very well into Nefiri, but they just took the Sejuani, which works well with the Gwen, and then they paired it with the Yone, so they had such good synergy right then and there, and then they opted into
Make the logo your
Rakan
merch
into
picks.
this
Yeah, I
Elise
think I
and
might
Ezreal. It's so hard to lock
just
down
use
Ezreal
that
with
because
Rakan
I think that
so
would be very
global, so
cute.
I felt like Bro kind of stumbled through the end of this draft.
Oh,
and
you can already
Chim just had a really
confirm
great start.
your
Yeah, I
roster.
just don't see
It's
the
so
reason
fine.
why you gotta pick Jace and Vi into Gwen. I don't see like Gwen being OP lead, but with Sejuani and Yone, their top side is just way stronger than their comp. So I think their draft just kind of failed right after the first phase.
Yeah, it did kind of feel like Bro had some ideas about the way the draft would go, and then Nongshim were like, no, we're not doing any of that. And totally
I'll figure it out later.
So,
but yeah,
talking a little bit about LM here, what did you wanted to highlight his
words on stream?
Yeah, I mean,
let's
think
go.
They still had their strong part, which is Aurora and Vi combination.
Let's
so
fliggity
I would
play.
expect him to path towards Aurora, but he was actually pathing towards top side for no reason. When you think about their 2v2 matchup on the top side, they're playing
I think it just works
against Gwen and Sejuani.
Yeah, it's fantasy picks. Ooh, this is a big one.
You're not gonna win 2v2 at all. So I was expecting him to actually path towards Aurora, who was actually leading the lane. You know, he was leading the CS, also trading really well against Yone. So
here y'all go, really going fast as can be.
Really not playing the game for that Aurora pick.
Yeah, I mean, Closure couldn't have done more individually, right?
Yes.
He had a massive laning lead. There's nothing he can do on his own further than what he already did.
He ate that right on up.
LM showing some of his rustiness since he hasn't played in the LCK in a really long time.
He going crazy in the cut.
So when you don't know where Lehens is, Lehens notorious for roaming and looking for those aggressive plays. He gets locked down and killed. I want to talk about the jungle on the other side though, because we saw Gideon make some really proactive plays. When we hit the middle mark of this game, he was 80% KP, and he was just everywhere. And he actually looked mechanically quite strong in this game. Just a few highlights
already
here
got
of some of the
ping.
plays he made.
Gain, very good.
Here with a really nice ult flash.
Main already won.
I feel like Gideon has been one of those players that in the past we criticized a lot. He couldn't find his form. He looked great in the LCK Cup, but he's just hitting his strides here once again, working really well with Lehens on this roam. And I think we don't talk about Elise and Sejuani synergy all too often, but obviously with the Cocoon and the ult there, the Glacial Prison, either one of them can start off a combo and walk down a single target. And he was just making plays the entire game, and the early game really, I feel like, was dominated by some of the proactivity we saw from him, punishing a lot of these mistakes from Morgan and sides, and it gave them such a huge lead. After this, of course, Nongshim did play with their lead a little bit. They played a little bit fast and loose. I think they could have definitely cleaned up how they closed the game out, but Gideon,
Magic,
really
nice.
strong start.
Yeah, they were the one that leading the game, you know. They were just planning, and I think their plan was just so cleaner than the other side. So I mean, I feel like
I really wish it would tell you the ones that you don't get
really well, and the way how he passed towards
we
his
get ping
side
we did
was really clean. I think he kind of available Gwen in the map as well. So like just in general, I think Nongshim was just way better than the other side.
What's going on, Egg?
It did feel that way, and it felt like a bit of a jungle gap. That's not too surprising, I would say, though, just because LM, his first time back here, had a little bit of a struggle. Gideon has looked fantastic.
Run it back.
We'll see if they can roll that into a second win here, or will the Giga Chads come back with a win and make it 3.
That's a dance, and if it's not on here, that's toxic.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Phenomenal space once again, and yes, just to echo some of their points, I think the jungle matchup is kind of cute.
I need an in here so I can do jungler.
LM doing a world tour from the LCK to the LLA to the LJL to the LJL, and then
TikTok. Thank y'all for liking the live.
And now back to the LCK.
Do we stay up late or get up early? We got up early. Next game should be starting in like 5 minutes. LCK has really long intermissions in between games, so that is why we're playing some words on stream.
You know, apart from Digon. But, you know, there is still potential for them to win this matchup, I feel. But the Saturday Showdown, that one is important, because I think if you lose that series against BNK-FairX, which a lot of people have put it towards the bottom in their estimations, that is when, like, going 0-2 this week would be devastating. And you've just introduced this new jungler, LM. I don't think it's specifically his fault that game went badly. Obviously, you know, the pathing, there was some question marks on there from Wadid. But I think fitting him into your team is going to be really
love
important.
the chat. They love the talk.
Running, so
yeah, there's only one really glaring thing for LM, and that is he's replacing Humbug. And Humbug had some of the highest highs that Breon had in the LCK Cup and in the Casper Cup as well. So that's the problem. It's the shoes he's filling. Well, anyway, we are going to see the Rumble and the Corki this time being banned by Bro. The Callista seems to be
I'm just typing words together at this point. Not going cap. Not going cap.
Skana that wasn't really looked at all, as we had the Sejuani and the Vi snapped up very quickly.
Yeah, Neferi as well, though. You know, Wolf was talking a little bit about how we saw the Vi work really well into it from Gen.G, and it seemed like
Glug
didn't want to pick Neferi into Vi, but Vi is gone now. You know, this is Fearless. It's no longer available.
Yep.
So I think there's a lot of weight towards it potentially coming out as a
Need me some Chick-fil-A. I'm so hungry. I just caved and bought Popeyes.
Picks have been left available that we saw banned away before. Ambessa, Varus, Renata were all banned in the last draft. Now left open and available.
It does. It does, Jamal.
The Varus bans were kind of throwaways just so they could guarantee the Gwen pick.
All right, let's see.
So that seems to be not necessarily something that we need to see banned away or anything like that, not creating big holes in this draft. This final ban, I imagine the Doggo. No, instead it's going to be Ambessa. So first pick Neferi could be coming on through here for LM if they would like it. See whether they do elect to lock that one down or whether it's going to be something else. Instead, it's going to be that Varus.
Why wouldn't it let me do beaches?
Yep, they end up opting for it. I think in terms of AD carries can match it, they saw that the Ashe available was that long range. They can kind of go toe-to-toe to it, so maybe Nongshim lean towards that. And again, you know,
I was out here tearing that up.
See if the priority we think it should have, or that has been
I typed it twice.
Is reflected
oh,
here.
this game toxic.
In the LCK.
Oh, you only get so many guesses per lock.
Like an Orianna Nocturne.
So there's a strat of guessing right before the lock ends.
We'll see. Definitely not a pick I would have expected to be taken this early in the draft.
Interesting.
Though. We have seen some Oriannas be pretty successful. I think in the LPL, Orianna has kind of risen in priority in comparison to a few patches
y'all
ago.
already got chased.
Have seen her be relatively successful. Can actually have a lot of laning power as well, and is a decent blind pick as well into the mid lane. But a couple of seconds as Gideon doing a lot of talking, and that is going to be that Nocturne. So the Ori Nocturne combo well and truly coming out, and LM wastes no time. We're letting the dogs out, and it's going to be the LeBlanc in combination, and closes LeBlanc absolutely fantastic. And this assassination duo is terrifying.
So much kill pressure, so hard to play an Orianna into this, and as much as you can be proactive with Orianna Nocturne, not onto that mid-jungle duo. How are you ever going to connect a Shockwave onto LeBlanc and a Fairy unless they misplay? I feel like the advantage is so heavily in favor of mid-jungle from Brianna, and you know, a big talking point of this roster was the handback poser duo.
Jamal.
Yes, you have a different jungler, but I think putting emphasis
You're
on
a
this
mess.
duo is really important.
Rank
it does mean hype is potentially going to be a bit of double
okay, rank 3 overall. Don't play with her. Please don't play with her. Yeah, and I'm coming for that top spot, Pang. So you better watch out. I'm coming for the top spot.
Yep.
I'm just gonna start guessing any type of word. Oh, one of the letters is fake.
On the side of Nongshim,
you really got windows. You really got windows.
Like to, you could even put it onto King in there towards the top side. Something pretty durable would be useful into a lot of the damage that is going to be coming out from this Neferi. And it is going to be Renekton taken away instead. Of course, a Morgan special, as we know.
That's a nod to him.
Oh yeah,
you know he loved to play it.
Not going to be playing in this game.
Yeah. We'll see. You know, I think there's a lot of things that you could pair up with the Kai'Sa.
Is dose not a word?
Right now, could just end up targeting something towards Kingen.
Oh, E is fake. That's why. Okay, got you.
All right,
that's going to be denied away from him, making
more. Oh, y'all already got down.
Yeah, making sure the Kingen can't just go on to one of those very happy in a side lane type.
Dang, I wanted to go IO.
Available, but the Nautilus is going to be chosen instead.
Yeah.
It's looking really difficult
got wins.
to stay alive.
I got wins.
It really is. The old faithful tried and tested duo of Kai'Sa Nautilus.
Disown.
I think for Brion.
Disown.
At this point, I'm not sure there's anything that's really going to save Varus. Maybe it's just like, well, let's just try and win when he dies.
Yeah, let's pick more damage from the top lane.
Yeah. Alistair, I think, pretty good. You know, when Nocturne's trying to set up his tether, you can knock him away. Decent matchup into the Nautilus still provides that engage in return. And now we have to see what Morgan opts to blind in this situation. Especially going up against King, who has been so much of a threat. Important. The Jax comes out. I think, you know, decent in the fact that he can obviously negate.
I'm out.
You know, you're diving into Jax, yes, the counter strike, but King immediately slams the gangplank. And we saw this matchup be very.
You got one in at the last second.
During the LCK Cup. And Kingen definitely going to be comfortable here. So now.
What you mean, Cheeky in first place now? What you mean I'm in 4th place overall?
The top lane matchup's bad. It is really about this Neferi LeBlanc duo taking over the game.
Yep.
I need to see Fisher. You know, we saw him behind in game 1. We saw him get pressured on game 1.
Oh, this is for this round. This is for overall.
That is the sort of energy
Oh, yeah, in period. In period, I'm in second. In period. Kiki, you a little too close to the flame. Back up.
Park himself in the mid lane because
you a little too close to the flame.
Go. Orianna
back up.
Controls it and wins. Yes, all ins can go the way of
you're doing
LeBlanc, but the
entirely
lane
too much.
Is going to be so good.
Entirely too much.
Oh, thank you so much, California fans there in the audience.
Let's go one more. Let's go one more.
Even if you are coming all this way, you're still paying the bro tax, and that is the beautiful thing. Paying your taxes even after
like it's frozen
on a plane ticket. Also happening on the Nongshim side of things.
Like it's not
another American.
It's not just you.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Flying all the way here.
It's frozen.
Yeah, you know that's those chatters.
She rigged it, y'all. I ain't rigged it.
Slacking a little bit there.
Hey, unless they
okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Go.
On Twitch using a VPN. That is the true dedication. That is
secret. Bam! No.
You know, not everyone can be there for every bro game.
I got it before you. Oh, it's racist. It's racist. It's racist. Oh, are they in game? Oop. Okay, y'all, do this quick. Do this quick. Do this quick.
Onto the ref for game
do this quick.
Let's see whether the bros can fight back in this one. As Gideon already discovering LM here.
Oh my gosh, y'all already got all the words that I see.
Came out on PS2.
Oh my gosh.
On the Wii.
No.
It was very cool. It was like sort of like Japanese painting style. Game was amazing. It was sort of like a Zelda-esque game. Anyway, that Neferi skin, even though I know it's like the arena skin, just reminds me a bit of the Okami art style. That one needs to get re-released on Switch too.
I do want to say, I talked about Closer getting a lead. He's already 5 gold up.
Oh my goodness. Is fake.
And Lahan's already hitting the first hook. Duskbringer going to get the flash out of Polu.
So this is actually big because one thing with Kai'Sa is with the death of lane swaps early, I was a little concerned about how Kai'Sa would do because playing like Kai'Sa and Devara is not very fun in the early laning phase. I do think the fact that Bro have an Alistar
I'm out.
mitigate that a little bit, but this should be like favored towards
I'm out of words.
lane. But now with Polu getting chunked a bit, losing that flash, I think Nongshim feeling a lot more confident in their bot lane 2v2.
Well, Morgan walking towards Kingen and going to hit him. So nicely done there.
I think that's it.
That's how you're supposed to play the Jax GP matchup. That's what we weren't seeing. It's the walk up and hit them with your counter strike.
You really stole my letter or my word.
This is
game over. Oh, did we lose?
Of course, Alistar level 1, not going to be very powerful at all, but you should have a decent range advantage.
Oh, we didn't hit the goal
in this lane. So as far as 2v2,
Kiki, you really tried it.
Level 2
Kiki, you really tried it.
That level 1 advantage that they did have should mean that
you was really out here trying it.
Have a good time for now.
Yep, and I think honestly, if lane's going good,
bang.
Nongshim definitely feeling comfortable.
We didn't tie. I was on top.
This,
that's not tied.
And especially as we see
I was in second place. You were in third.
In there could be
so
valuable. The chase potential and just the fact you have
it sounds like you lost.
Should be potent, but Close is having a bit of a rough time.
It was even at 100.
Just hit that level 3 though, and now
I had one and done. No, like truly saying.
Has the setup, and I think Fisher kind of.
And if I didn't get that one,
despite the 1v1 lane going well,
it gave her the 2 medal and you the 3. Talk about it. Like really get into that. Fuck that.
Up so much damage here. It
he
isn't
missed.
going to hit it.
I think he could have killed there if
and she said what she said. Period.
Yeah.
Does have the execute, does have that burst damage, and then if you just maybe a flash auto after the Q hit would have had the kill. Unfortunately, doesn't find it, but still, they'll take a flash from an Orianna, and that pressure Fisher had in the lane completely eradicated.
Yep, should just mean that any return gank is going to be a whole lot more successful here from LM. And Closer should be able to put on a whole bunch more pressure as well. You can see already with a slight gold advantage, but not too much more. Ward going to be walked over here by LM, but Gideon just going to take down that Rift Scuttler pretty comfortably. And
Our door dasher is probably like, who the frick
a little bit
orders
bit early.
Popeyes
Yeah, just he wanted
at
that
2
citrus
a.m.
so
in the
bad.
morning?
Yeah, that's understandable. Scurvy is dangerous.
At 2
you know?
a.m. in the
It
morning.
is.
Oh, y'all,
is
we got us a
Counter-Strike,
little nocturne. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
locking in. I'm locking in on
Apparently
this
vitamin
game.
C, not as effective.
I didn't look at first clear,
If you use it preemptively.
but I'm locking in.
So sometimes cure is better than prevention. That's what I'm learning. I always thought that it was prevention's better than cure. but
Dogs are
apparently
fighting
that's
each
not,
other.
How it actually works when it
We
comes to
taking notes.
Counter-Strikes in a top
He
lane
started
matchup if you're a player.
red smite, which I rarely do.
Killing
I
some
normally go
wolves,
green
believe that's
smite.
why
I like
Jonas
the
Strong
shield.
is paying a little bit more attention in this particular moment because
Yeah, just
Ellen
But
killing his own
red
kind.
smite,
Throwdown
and
between
he
two
bought
packs, you know?
long
Yeah.
swords.
I think we know which
So,
pack is
I
going to
don't
win.
think he's
Merfolk
going to be
came
starting
out at the very
Stridebreaker. He
beginning
might
of
be
the game,
going
so
experimental
release
hex
date
plate.
dictates that Neferi is going to be stronger.
Yeah, and I mean, the Fury is an interesting one because
No,
this
that doesn't
champion
work.
released,
If
and
we
just
click
really didn't see
on
too much in pro
them-
play other than, like,
Oh, they
occasional,
don't
you know,
have
we saw Fisher
the-
play it in the mid lane,
They don't
but
have the
it kind of
NA
felt like this is the sort of champion where
Owie.
extension
Okay, we
where
do
you
have
can
an
see
Octane
like
coming down towards
their
his bottom side. Hype immediately flashing to get himself out of the way, but remember,
Uh,
Polu doesn't have his.
builds and
he had to
stuff.
use his flash at level 1, and that should mean first blood goes over to Gideon. And I do like that they give the kill to him as well,
Gideon.
because Nocturne getting fed is an absolutely terrifying proposition, especially when he's up against this Neferi, which is so much of the power budget in the Bro Draft.
absolutely, you know, and he's been farming pretty quickly to trying to
What
get
team are we
towards that
going
level
for?
6. The fact
I'm
that you're
going for
getting a
Nocturne
gank
this
off at
game,
3-6
so
Nocturne
I'm
is
rooting
not
for
fantastic.
NS.
Normally, if we see a Nocturne hit level 6 and then get a successful gank, we're like, okay, the Nocturne's coming together, it's working. But to just kind of wander in pre-6 and make this happen, you can see the desperation from Bro to push this wave in. And
Right,
this is kind of a
Munchie.
mirror of,
They said they
game
gonna
one,
copy
where
this
the
anyways.
jungler's
Let's
kinda
make it hard
nearby,
for 'em.
Like, okay, we can push it in, we can go aggressive, and then they end up
Whatever a Korean player is building, I trust.
And once again, Gideon came in and ganked, and I think this perceived safety of your jungler being near, but not actually in range to help.
So
has
I
kind
will
of
start going red
put them in the mud 2
smite.
games in a row.
Well, now you can see
He
Bro
ganked bot at level 3, which I do not gank on Nocturne. Unless I'm ganking top lane. I normally gank top lane. The fact that he was bot side means that he started top side.
And Ju and Lehens will get a shove in. And I feel like the lane control, the wave control from Nongshim has been really good so far this series, especially in the early game, just to try and get them into the best positions possible. Gideon comes on over.
Okay,
That
so his
should
bot
mean
lane
that only
rotated
one
up.
grub will go over to
So
Bro this time. Nongshim well and truly
Bro
in the driver's
doesn't
seat
wanna
still.
have to deal with
Despite the fact
4
that this mid-jungle
when they
should be
only
so
have
powerful for
2.
Bro, they managed to get the flash that they were supposed to. But you've really got to double down on that one. You know, you've got to make sure that you get the kill. You get the
Yes,
snowball
T1 is
actually
playing
rolling.
tomorrow and
This time,
HLE
they went
is
to the
playing
snowball
tomorrow.
factory, but they haven't actually decided to pick up their snowball yet.
Yeah. And ultimately, like, baiting the
It reminds
flash
me of
efficient doesn't mean you have to play
Giveon.
lane more
Maybe that's
defensively,
why.
but
What's
if
up,
you're not
Holy?
actually capitalizing on it and getting a kill.
I thought red smite was a
you know,
pro play thing because they get a little more support. It might be, but I feel like red smite is good on Nocturne because it's Nocturne. Like, I feel like early game junglers that want to build lethality, like red smite is T.
But Nongshim have a GP. They have Nocturne Orianna.
Even though I
think
don't
they're
build
really
him
bothered about snowballing this
lethality.
game, and yet they're the
Yeah,
ones who feel
tomorrow's
like
gonna
they
be
have
a
the
good
advantage
day.
of pressure so far early. You're playing this very skirmish focused,
Solo queue is
jungler,
different than pro play,
and you're not really skirmishing.
No. And Gideon has now
but I
hit level
don't
6,
think that
does
red
have
smite is
access
bad
to his
on
paranoia.
Naki
And
Waki.
now is when the
Nakiana.
hula hoop darkness
I
guy
can't remember what
is going to
nickname
start
we
preying
gave
on the
Knock.
Bros.
Knock
See what
knock.
they do manage to nail the
You do
combo.
knock
I
knock.
remember it was, I believe, first stand, where we did not really get too much of that being executed perfectly. See how Nongshim does go. Has great command protect there from Fisher, and is going to break the chains that bind.
Is that the new LeBlanc?
Just Lehens hovering.
They
just
play on
hovering
current
mid lane
patch,
now
right?
In that situation, I will say, we've seen Morgan actually do really well in this
Yeah.
matchup. Considering how we saw this GP Jax matchup.
I just remember
go,
PP
you know,
Nocturne.
during first stand, and then
Yeah,
also
gotta
pick
use
up,
the yellow
and
chroma, man.
How effective Kingen has been in general. Morgan's
He's
been
not using yellow chroma,
doing pretty solid
so
here.
he's not
In fact,
PP
wow,
Nocturne.
okay. He gives
Lil
over
Knock
that entire
X,
wave, which
so
got pushed
cute.
in.
Oh my goodness.
Alice has
let's
really good CC, so
take
ganking
it.
bot over top
And he
makes a
still
lot of
has a
sense.
330
You're not
gold
wrong.
advantage Regardless.
Such a
You just have to
generous
alter
Giga
your
Chat.
clear,
I mean,
which
that's
is not
why
hard
he's
to
the
do
Lord.
on
He could have
Little
easily
knock
just
X.
eaten up that entire wave, and he would have been so far ahead in Kingen.
Yep.
But he
Babes,
donates.
what are you doing up?
His AD carry.
Absolutely beautiful. LM going to poke his head out. As
I saw
Polo
2
level
hours
5 doesn't have
ago
access to
you
the
were a
ulti,
little
but still
upset
they're
over a
moving forward.
DoorDash order.
Bouncing
You need to be
towards
getting
this
your
control
beauty
ward. He's gotta
sleep.
take that one down. He finds a couple of his little
I
spears,
surely
but not too
was.
much.
What happened?
Battle for the blue buff continues. Should be Nongshim backing away as Morgan is making his way in. That's a lot of Counter-Strike
What do
value.
they
As
mean
Gideon getting
somebody
headbutted
else picked it
over.
up?
Does have the paranoia, puts up the shield, looks to try and get himself out of here, but in goes LM.
Oh, no.
Oh my goodness, they do manage to take down 2.
Oh,
The mid jungle
no.
just eviscerated.
Oh
from
my
Nongshim's side.
gosh.
And bro, pushing for even more. There goes Lahens,
3
and that's the
for
skirmishing
9.
power of this composition.
That's
The headbutt
horrible.
from Paulo looked a little scrappy, but
Dasher's
the
playing in my
power,
face,
the
talk,
dive potential,
taking
the
my
chase
food, then
potential
placing the
of
order
this mid-jungle duo
to
from Bro
another
is so threatening, and Morgan
Dasher,
coming in with that BFX
reassigning
blind.
it,
I
and
think
the other
Nongshim's
Dasher
a little
sits
bit
and waits for
overconfident there.
nothing.
You know, they need to be the ones initiating with the setup.
After a
But Morgan
12-hour
has the
workday.
first line in and look at
No,
the
because
side closure as
somebody
well.
would
They
get
knock Gideon
hands.
in, but they can't really turn
Somebody
on this
would
Jack
unfortunately
to
have to catch
Counter-Strike, and then,
hands
you know, Kingen does a lot of damage to LM there, but it's not enough to take him down. He gets the reset on his ult as well,
due to
clear up this
unfortunate
kill.
circumstances.
and it's just easy pickings.
Beautifully done.
Bro, I had a DoorDasher just AFK with my food.
And
I've had
now
that
Nongshim
happen
find
before as
themselves in
well.
a gold deficit,
Like, they
and it's
picked up
going to
my
be Pizza
food,
Warfare
and then they
going
took a
over to Bro
lunch
as well,
break.
so a lot
And then
picked
they
up
brought my food.
for the
I was
Bros.
like,
On the back end of that one, Nongshim, I believe they do have a fair bit of longevity as far as their composition is concerned. You look at Orianna.
did they just throw the game over a blue buff? I don't know if the game's completely over. I still really like NS's comp more than Bros.
With this composition is nothing
But
to be trifled with. They have so
we'll
much
see.
damage and so much big potential, and as soon as you have those two things, if things get out of
I
control,
was
it
able to
becomes
try the
almost
new LeBlanc, and
impossible
she
to play.
feels really nice.
See whether
Even
they
the base skin
continue
is
to do that as
slay
Grubs being
already,
targeted. Once
period.
again, it is 2-1
They didn't change
already
any
here
of
in
her
favor of
spells,
Nongshim.
right?
There
It's,
should be
yeah,
3 of
it's
them
same
going over,
spells,
so 5
but just
Grubs
like it's more fluid
for
now.
Nongshim is fantastic, especially
Mine
when
went to
you're
the other side
denying
of
it from
town
the
and sat in a
Jax
parking
1
lot.
composition.
No, because
Ellen, not gonna be able to steal that
unacceptable.
one away. Dustbringer
Is
with
it?
the boost.
And the thing is,
Okay,
by showing up there,
Miss
they
Nocturne
wouldn't be in
with
position to take
the
dragon,
objective
but that's the
control,
worst-case scenario when
getting
you show up to watch
5
someone
void
take an
grubs,
objective,
while
not doing
Lil Miss
anything else with your time.
Bro
So
gets
Nongshim able to
1.
get a bit of a win
T.
on that passage of play, but still
My
at a
objective
deficit
king.
right now in this game, and where the kills are is really the impactful thing. But also, you know, we've seen
They didn't even bring mine.
Morgan
He
now an
froze
even bigger
in this
lead.
one
Yeah.
spot for an
He's top
hour,
lane,
had to
he's building
report
it
and
up.
reorder.
That's only with 3
At that
assists as
point,
well.
like, if that
Sales
happens to
went
me, whenever
exactly
that
where they
happens,
needed
it's
to go.
always a
Grandmaster's
sign to me
might
that I
come on in
don't
here
need
as
to be
Polo
ordering
is set up.
DoorDash or
Ellen
Uber
also in
Eats.
the area. Lahens trying
I'm
to make
always
his way
like,
around,
you
but
know
there's the
what?
flash out by Pole.
I'll just eat
Barrage
sleep
goes
for
down as
dinner.
Ellen dives in, calls the
I'll
hound.
just eat
Polo
sleep for
does
dinner.
have the ulti running, so he's going to be able to keep himself alive, and the minion wave just barely in range.
One time
to
my
allow
Uber
Ellen to
kept
escape without
taking
losing any
U-turns
health
over and
points.
over,
it was the dogs,
so I
actually,
canceled
that
it,
tanked it.
immediately
Yeah.
reported
I
him.
mean, that's a
No,
super
because why is he
powerful thing
playing
with
in your
dives with
face?
this champion, you know, you have a way to go untargetable. You have the dogs as well, which can tank tower hits. So just it's honestly akin to Elise with how
Why would they
good
play?
this
Playing
champion's
in your
dives
face.
are, and pretty flawlessly executed by Bro there.
Yep, one of the dogs did take one of the turret shots, so really nicely played. And
Or one time my
yeah,
Uber
otherwise,
drove down
Polo utilizing the
one
ultimate
ways the
perfectly.
wrong way
Gonzalez took a
3
little punish
times in
the early
one
game
ride.
after having to blow
We
that
got
early
honked
flash.
at 3 times.
Really
No,
show its
because
worth
why are
as we
you
move
playing with
into
my
more of a
life?
skirmishy
No
phase of
longer are you
play
playing in
where
my
it
face,
really
you're playing
going
with my
happy
life.
playing that style with this composition.
No.
You can see some big blue numbers
No, reported.
now being set up as Bro
Reported,
look to bring us
1
towards a
star.
game 3 in their first series.
And
of
I
the
want my
LCK
money back.
2025. Fisher just taking some abuse without too much of a hope. of
no,
answering
truly,
it.
Quay.
Yeah, it's a Rod of Ages, Orianna, so quite bulky.
No,
quite a
truly.
good amount of sustain as well. You're not under that much threat from just the LeBlanc trades in that manner. So Fish is okay there. Gideon will pick up the dragon, and it's still an objective
That's
lead for
crazy.
Nongshim so far this game. But I'm just very concerned about the gold and where it is on the side of Bro.
Oh yeah. LM, I think realizing that there are a fair few bad guys in the area.
Oh my gosh, Koi, are you talking about TwitchCon? I remember that. Because why are you claiming you're an
Doing
XL,
that thing that you were talking about in game number 1, which is
but
don't worry,
you're a
guys, we scale.
sedan?
They're going to be saying that quite a lot.
Like,
And
be for
honestly,
real.
I don't blame him. 'Cause, I don't
Like,
think
be
a 1.5K
absolutely for
gold
real.
lead is going to be enough to deter them if they do have the Orianna Gangplank combo.
Yeah, so when we were at TwitchCon, it was me, Koi, Yobras,
It's very interesting
Ebonics,
scenario where Nocturne's 1-1
Khan,
just hasn't really done
Mandela,
anything with the ultimate. You know,
Blando,
he's like either 0-2,
Medusa.
ultra failed,
So we had a
or
group.
He's like 2-0 and
We had a
ultra
large
well,
group.
feels like,
And I call in
think with
Uber
this
XL
competition,
because we about to
you know,
go
with
out
how
and hit the
this,
town, right?
Sort of bot side,
A Corolla pulls up.
The support, work in tandem. The expectation is they are leading the charge. You know, when they
And
want to
we're
start
like,
fight,
we
they're
called an
initiating,
XL.
but it definitely feels like
And he's like,
maybe it's
well,
perhaps because
cancel the
Pose
ride.
and LM and
No.
Polu have been the ones
No,
pushing
sir.
forwards. Neither of those are really good targets, you know.
You
and I
cancel
think
the
that's
ride.
Maybe why they're a little
Actually.
hesitant.
And he really sat there for like 3 minutes.
You can see now was just
And I had
trying to
time.
control that wave as best he can. There was Lehens
And I
waiting
had
in
the
wings.
time. So we
And
sat
continue to
there
take abuse
for 3 minutes. And then
Orianna.
he
Doesn't
canceled it
feel
and drove
like,
off with an
efficient
attitude.
the
I
Orianna
jump him as
necessarily.
crazy.
But Orianna was kind of
I
out of
jump
meta,
him as crazy. We
when
didn't go
he
that far.
did
But we
make
had the
his
time of
debut here in
day.
the LCK.
I think Orianna's one of those champions where if
So we
you've
just
been
sat.
around for a while,
And we
Oh, yeah,
stared.
he obviously knows how to play it. I just haven't adjudicated his Orianna.
Oh, yeah, I
before,
get you.
Is what
I
I'm,
get you.
Is what I'm saying. But yes, yeah, she's a bit of a staple.
We literally
Remember
stared
when
at each
Orianna
other for
was
minutes.
released and
No,
everyone was
because he
like, this
thought
is
we
the
were going to
benchmark
budge.
for a
No,
different
sir.
champion to play. I remember
We'll wait.
I don't think
I kept looking at you and looking at him.
I
and
remember
we-
when I
and we
first
did one of
played
these.
Orianna, and I would just spam like QW all the time.
And that
it
was
didn't
it.
matter. And I was like,
And
what am I
he
doing wrong?
kindly
And I was just,
canceled
like,
that Uber.
just be firing it all the time.
Did y'all report it? No, he canceled
I remember
it.
I played her first and I was like, this passive looks really fun. I'm going to build a Ginsu's. And I did every single game.
Respectable,
Yeah.
honestly. Why doesn't Fisher do that this game? That's
Well,
the real
I
question.
think he should. I mean, Power of Evil.
And then
showed
we
that Ashes is
promptly
actually
called our
really strong,
XL.
you know? Did he? He built it. He showed that it is in the shop.
Good old
Yeah,
Western standoff.
I can agree with that. He definitely did that.
We had to have a man.
I like it.
Certainly-
Who came up and
certainly
said,
one of the
"What's
builds
going
of all
on?"
time.
It was one of the builds of all time. It wasn't quite a Rage Blade, but otherwise it's fine.
I can't
we'll have a look
remember
at the
what
goal graph
night
here,
that
as you can
was.
see.
Was that our
Pro
first night
with
going out
This lead that they've had for
or
quite
our
some
second?
time.
But it has stagnated, and you know what that makes me think?
Mandy or
I mean, it's
Ebonics?
time for a fight. As Lehens is walking, then he's splashing, then he's hooking, but the chains are still going to land. The dogs are well and truly out as the cannon barrage comes down. There's the paranoia. They dive into the back line as Hype is the target, and he's eliminated. Giu now looking for closer. His health bar is very low. The flash forward, and that's going to secure it. And now Nongshim just wanting to clean up. Fisher moves down. He's got the orb. The Nefiri manages to pick up one of them, but 1v2, I just don't know whether he's going to be able to win
Get
this
him.
battle.
Get him,
Gideon's
Gideon.
still chasing after
Get him.
When this dog gets some of these buttons back, I think he's still going to be pretty scary, but Gideon's
Yeah,
going to
I
move
mean,
forward. I don't know about this
He
one.
used
Fear?
his
Yeah,
spell
Fear is gonna
shield.
try and be avoided.
Nice.
There's the shockwave. That
He
was
kind of
still
like wasted his
available.
spell
Okay, well, never mind.
shield.
That is
I
a
don't know
dead
if that
doggo
was
on the
like
ground,
preemptive
and Nongshim
or.
fighting back.
Good fight coming out from Nongshim, and they realize their game plan. Kill Hype. It's that simple. This is how you open the fight. Lehen's a little bit in trouble, but gets a good ult, and then here, just kill the virus. This is how you should open every single fight. The shockwave wasn't even there. Fisher
They
wasn't
did
in
not
position
peel
yet,
him
but
at all.
out immediately that AD carry went a long way.
At all.
And then in this ensuing fight,
A
Giu
Corolla
went a
as an
little bit
XL Uber is
overextended in the melee
hilarious.
range
No, like
of
that's
the,
insane.
Nefiri, which isn't ideal, but this duo of Gideon and Fisher, the Orianna
Right here,
supporting
he uses
the
his spell
Nocturne enough to
shield.
take down the Nefiri.
Yep, you can see Fisher does get a bit of that blue stuff back. And there,
Like, baby, you can go
perfectly
invulnerable,
timed
but you
so
still
that
gonna
after
get
that
feared.
targetability wears
My
off,
tether is
the doggo
still on
just
you.
gets flung around and
Do have a
so
great day.
nicely done.
That's what I love about Nocturne.
And I don't think this is
Like,
it.
I
Well, actually,
love when I
Poly
got
played that
tether
really well.
on
The reason
somebody,
why the shockwave
especially
was
a
still
mage.
available is because Fisher
I
was just
love
not
when I got
allowed
tether
to
on
be
somebody,
anywhere near the
and they
fight
think they
because
gonna
of,
Zhonya's.
great headbutt timing.
Babe,
And so
you're
being
getting
able to
feared
avoid
as
having to
soon
deal with
as
that
you're
is
out.
certainly a good thing, but
as soon as you're out of that Zhonya's.
this
And I'm gonna
grab, and it's
take your
be won by the
cheeks.
bros.
You know that big gold graph we were showing?
You're just prolonging your death. Thank you.
It's gone. It's gone.
And
That lead is
I
gone,
love-
right?
We
And I love
flatlined him
that.
now.
Yeah, requesting bro tax needed.
Yeah, we need way more bro tax.
Need imminent reinforcements for the bros.
Financial reinforcements.
My
for the
favorite
bros.
part.
Because we know that, like, don't worry, we're scaling. Starting to become more and more real here for Nongshim.
Yeah, you know that lead that Morgan had, that substantial lead.
Popeyes is here.
Yeah.
No.
Ooh,
Yeah,
they're at my
pretty good
door.
at just getting accidental gold. And
Yeah.
Kingan's also just slurping up minion wave after minion wave. This is what happens as, speaking of things that happen, feats of strength. Now collected
It's
for Nongshim.
Popeyes
And it's going to be a
time.
Mountain Soul this game as well.
Ooh, I mean,
That is really bad for Bro.
Yeah, if I'm playing Neferi,
back.
LeBlanc,
Yeah, you better be killing all those dragons.
I don't want to be into a Mountain Soul, is all I'm saying.
And already Nongshim have stacked up 2. So 1 more and it's Soul Point and it's Mountain Soul as well. That'll be lights out. Bro really need to get an advantage and fast in this game.
Jiwoo's got 2 items. He's
Oh no! Hype presented himself on the map and he is now dead. Nongshim now looking for even more as it is going to be the Rift Herald secured by LM. He collects the eye at the same time, but can he stay alive? That's the question. Killer Instinct from Jiwoo is insane, but he's still able to survive. The depth charge flying forward. Good knock up there as LM utilizing that mobility to get himself around. 2-man pulverize here from Polo is getting fantastic use of the shield. The unbreakable will is there, but unfortunately the body will still break. Jiwoo gonna collect that one. LM goes down as well, and Nongshim, oh no, we said the Bros need to create leads,
They really
not
did not
Nongshim.
include any sauce
man,
or hot
the thing
sauce.
is, I think when you look at like the scrappiness of the fights and LM and Closer are trying, if
I
they
haven't
had an
eaten
80
fast food
carry,
in
I think it could work, and it's not even Hype's
so
fault.
long.
Yeah, what is he literally, he was visible to
A little nail
Nongshim for
tap.
2 seconds, and he was dead.
He's so close to tower, it just doesn't matter. So he's dead, and then it's like, well, we're fighting 4v3. And even then, like, you see the Neferi, you see the value, able to buy so much time, able to disengage from this, and then jumps into the brushes at this re-engage. Like, I feel like they're playing this pretty all right, and it
Not
seems to have
good.
potential, but the problem is, you're 3v4.
Yeah, and you have no consistent damage because your AD carry's dead perma.
Imagine a Varus arrow
Yeah.
flying through that team fight, the difference it could
I don't know
have
if you
made.
can tell, but they limp.
Yeah,
Do you know what the counterplay is for Hype?
Yep.
Stay in base until Flash is up if you ever have to use Flash.
Oh my, you know, honestly,
Let's see if the chicken
I think
crispy.
it might be a Zonya's angle.
Oh,
Zonya's
true.
Varus could
Well, you
be
need
it.
Edge of Night Zonya's. That is what you're going to need to do.
Yeah, because here's the way I see it. You might think, well, then he will do no damage. You know when you do no damage?
When you're dead.
When you're dead.
You can't hear the crisp.
I'm right there with you. I reckon that is going to be the answer. Maybe it's too little, and perhaps it's
Dude, I need
too late.
some hot
but it's
sauce.
still worth a try. As Fisher moving up
If
towards
you
the
eat
top
fried
side. Once
chicken
again, we
without
have
hot
Voracious
sauce, like,
Archon.
I think you
Something
deserve
that,
federal
I don't think
time.
anyone's going to be trying just yet, but we will see.
I think you do.
We're going to be taking down the Grump. By the
I'm
way,
gonna go get some before it get cold.
I went to the ride store. My parents came to Korea during our little break that we had, and I bought my nephew a little Grump, and the Grump toy is adorable. And this is not so much as Closer went in, and he tries to get out. Does have to use the flash, but is going to escape. And, oh, Void Seeker actually blocked by the clone.
Like, this looks rough for Bro, but this might actually be a window, because these... Oh, can I barrage?
Oh, that was a cute
right?
one.
Closer has TP. If he TPs back in, they don't have these tools. Hype can play the game.
Well, he might be able to. We'll see whether the Archon is going to be taken before that happens, though, because there's not a lot of vision. Teleport comes in. Oh my god, the AoE is absurd! Polu dead before anything even starts. And now they've got Archon. Chains of Corruption flies in. Morgan trying to do what he can. Fish is still alive. He eventually does get recalled, but now Jiwoo's going completely ballistic. He will be sent back, but Kingan... He,
the getaway!
Yeah, he can't actually hit him because he's inside a Rift Herald that's running the wrong direction. And Closer just chains him up. Might be a bit of damage onto this turret, but that was very cute use of the disengaged Rift Herald.
Edge of Night, Zonya's no. Just a Rift Herald in his pocket.
That's the best way to go on. That's stasis for way longer.
Yeah, unfortunately, only going to use that one once. Yeah, so bit of an unfortunate one. We can see these constant trades on a Fisher. Lehens is wise to it and does find the LeBlanc. Unfortunately, I think this play could have gone better if Bro were a little bit closer, but they took so long to contest this Archon, but it was already gone by the time they got there. And that burst from the GP. This is the scaling we're talking about. Polo goes down quickly. At least Hype actually got to play the game. You actually see him pressing his buttons and not just immediately dying. Unfortunately, this Kais is very strong.
Oh my god, yeah.
But that getaway was so slick.
That was very, very cute. We're going to have a look at it again. as he does manage to take down Hype. Take down Jiu and then straight into the Rift Herald. Save me, and he does.
Does a little
Saves
plug
himself.
But doesn't save the game as of yet. Things still in a rough spot for Bro right now.
And there is a Drake that's up and available.
You're back.
Nongshim look like they wanted to
What did I
take
miss?
an inhibitor turret first. There's the paranoia. They find him one more time. Hit
Oh, I think they're not letting Varus play.
Is going to be obliterated. That's the count
ISO
going down
2.
as well. Lehens from the grave manages to land an anchor, and you can see Gideon knows that there's no way out. Kingan's there though. Look at this guy. Trial by fire just sets
Ooh, nice
Closer on
flash.
fire,
He's
in
still
fact.
dead.
As now Gideon looking to try and escape. That is going to be Neferi taking him down, and now the Pirate is a little bit in the wrong place, potentially at the wrong time. Eats some oranges correctly that time, but does have to recall.
RIP.
And now Bro might be able to take away a
Okay,
dragon.
he went Stridebreaker and
They're really doing their
Hysterics.
best. You know, this is like
Which I find
when
very
you're playing
interesting
a game
because I
solo
thought
queue with
Black
someone
Cleaver
TCs and you're
was
just really trying to play the 4v5 because Hype.
an item essentially
I just feel
built
sorry
for
him.
Nocturne.
What can he do?
Nothing.
There's just nothing he can do. And then the ensuing fight, Bro are like, right, let's see what they've committed a lot of resources. LM gets on the backline, gets the reset, finds Fisher, isn't able to chase him down, but the Neferi threat is so real. And Kingan, I feel like Killen was just.
I typically skip building Hysterics
this whole
because
fight, but not really able to
I like building Maw.
until it was too late.
Morgan is
I feel like Maw is more valuable, but
He's been doing so much work.
even into this AP burst of LeBlanc,
they do all
I guess
that.
it's
There is
not
the Mount
enough.
Drake being secured. We saw that picture in
'Cause you
picture,
can't
so
build
LM
both.
was able to take that one down. So Bro on the
Third
board,
item, Death's
denying a
Dance.
mountain, also absolutely fantastic. Because Nongshim, obviously, it's just time
I'm
to
definitely
start
trying
back.
out this
Yeah,
build.
why not? But Bro are coming to try and contest this.
Yeah, a lot of
It's
vision
only in
available
pro
here as
play,
Closer
Jamal.
dives in. Gio almost just dead
Oh, man.
straight up. But the Baron is just taken. Level 16 now for Fisher as well. How about Pole going to be avoided completely as Gideon dives in on top of Closer. Polo going to get a little bit scared. Gio doesn't have flash, so he was dead. Fisher is also going to suffer the same fate because he also didn't have flash. And so keeping a few of these Barons alive is going to be Nongshim's best bet.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't work out that well for Nongshim because of the fact that you're in the pit and they use the ult to block the vision for the Baron, but then you can't do your critical strategy of killing Hype.
Yeah.
They try and look for Closer. LeBlanc, not as easy just a one-shot as a Varus is, so...
Well, now it might be time to take their first turret of the game, unless Gideon decides that he wants to kill
That's
Ellen
it right
instead.
there.
He's pretty scary, but maybe not scary enough as Ellen just turns it around. Oh my god, the cannon barrage damage right on top of Hype. Closer also limping away from this one. Yeah, Kingan is relatively scary. Morgan is in the top lane though. He's already taken one of these turrets, and he's looking to get another. Let's have a look at this fight one more time. As Nongshim, they did manage to get what they were here for.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel like
Saturn.
it's not completely worth it, this trade. I mean, they still have the Baron buff, but you can see they end up going for Closer here. Easy disengage there. And then both Fisher and Q are trapped in the pit with no summoners. Not the ideal position to be in, I think, to be honest. So I think Bro happy they were able to answer that one. Gold lead pretty close, still in favor of Nongshim, but you look at the Baron power play. Not feeling so powerful right now.
They took it off the map. Something.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm really glad we're seeing Neferi do things, because I feel like if people haven't really been watching the LPL,
well, Closer may not be able to do things here, as he does get the flash, does utilize his flash. So now he's going to try and go for some jukes. Let's see what's going to happen here. It looks like he might get shot with a pistol.
I've seen Civ HD pull this off.
Oh my god, that's a throwback.
No,
well, he didn't pull it off. He didn't pull it off. My god, Civ HD, really?
God, like 90% of the people watching don't even know who that is anymore.
Dude, I remember those plays, man. I can't even remember. That was when
No, they
Flash
gave me a
went double the
3-piece.
distance.
That's why you couldn't do it. That was a difference maker.
Yeah,
you know?
that was the difference. And it was also like enough to blind everyone whenever
I
you
ordered
press the flash
3-piece.
button.
It wasn't a 2-piece.
Oh,
Good times.
You're right.
But yeah, you know, as I was saying before,
I
I'm
was
really
like,
glad that LM started to come back in this
How
game
sweet.
because, you know, things were looking rough. It was looking like it may be a 0% win rate Neferi angle, and if people haven't been watching the LPL, maybe not playing so much solo queue, I feel like they'd be like, these guys said it was good.
The Rebel Baron power play was at like -1 for a second there. That was
Right.
very, very cool.
Oh.
Currently, it's going to be
I was like,
almost
oh.
a dead even Red Bull Baron power play
They take care of
situation
their
here, and
little
as this
2
wave is
a.m.
eaten up,
girlies.
There we go, positive. 35
No, that's
gold,
what I
35
ordered.
gold.
Lock it in. It was a win. It was a dub.
So worth.
If you're
so
wondering,
worth. And this might be not as worth, as LM is going to turn up and jump scare King in. Electing not to go for the 1v1.
Well, see, the reason he didn't go for it was because the Red Bull Baron power play had finished. And he was like, even if I get the kill,
what's the point?
It's done. It's a done deal.
It's fair enough.
That number plus 35 has been immortalized as how much worth Nongshim's Baron was.
And that's it, Munchie. Thank you, Dan. How are you?
prefer a cannon. As Kingin does complete his boots too already, does have Collector, Surgeon, and his Triforce, so this gangplank is really getting frightening. Has an Executioner's Calling as well. Mortal Reminder will be coming in relatively soon as LM throwing out some daggers towards Lehens, but Lehens not too worried about it. And Nongshim, okay, here it is, the combo once again, this time hitting onto 2, both of the bottom lane members as Killer Instinct indeed. And there goes the cow as well. Hype did that thing where he was on vision of the enemy team again.
Hype, you've got to stop existing every time. Oh, you know, I just think leaving the fountain might have been a mistake.
Tabasco.
Yeah, being honest.
Fried chicken.
Nongshim.
Nocturne gameplay.
It feels personal.
I don't think I could be happier.
It feels like a grudge, but they will take out the AD carry. They got Polo as well in the combo, so 2-for-1 special.
Is it just
Varus literally can't play. It really is bullying.
Turrets, both under fire. Morgan, you're going to need to be the hero. The health bars are getting lower. As in goes LM King and going to be his target, but he flashes away. He's surviving for the moment. Gideon flashes out.
Wrap it up, boys.
Fisher at full health, the double kill comes on through, make it a triple. As LM's going nuts, Fisher finds it, the clockwork wind up, and now it's his turn to get some multi-kills.
Yeah,
There's a triple for the Orianna, and Polo.
They need to fix
He's going to be
Neferi.
enough of a gatekeeper to send Nongshim back. And they're going to have to try for it one more time. There are no more Nexus turrets, though. Let's have a look at whatever this is. Once again, oh yeah, this is sad times for the bot lane.
Oh, man. You know, they tried. You know, they used the sums, the disengage from Polo. It's like, I'll go down with my AD carry. I think the correct call is just to let him die. There's nothing you can do for him. Nothing to prevent that. But this fight was, I mean, LM got so much value here. The low health bars, a lot of value. Dives in. And the bleed here ends up taking over to kill Kingin, but it takes so long and it's synced with Gideon. Kind of beautifully there. Stasis comes in, takes out the Kai'Sa. I mean,
The bleed is insane.
Value is just absurd. It's still not quite enough to fully win the fight, but they keep their base alive, and that's the key thing.
Yep. And great lockdown there from Lehens at the end, making sure that the attack dissonance combo from Fisher is enough to kill.
Do bleeds always do true damage, or are they always just like physical damage?
Nongshim, though, now heading towards a fresh Baron. Let's see whether they can get more than 35 gold out of this one.
Good morning, Janice.
Yeah, and if you're wondering, because obviously we always ask for you to contribute.
Hello, Robin.
We don't always specify exactly why, but if you're wondering, it's a Save the AD Carry Fund.
No, truly free.
Very specifically, this is what your bro tax will go towards. Help Hype out, because he's having a rough one right now.
And we might have another team fight as once again, Hype is dead. Oh no, never mind. He takes a little while longer to die this time. Fisher down to 50%. The hook is going to catch him out of the distortion. Gorgeous play there from Lehens once again as Killer Instinct right on top of the Jax. Goes golden, avoids the counter.
Yeah, they're bullying that.
It's only him and his top laner that are left alive.
Varus.
Nongshim looking for even more. A flash forward from Lehens, because why not? If the F
And,
button
like,
is available, you press
I know
it.
what it's like.
And now Gideon and Fisher are done with this series. They're looking to take down this Nexus to start off their LCK season with a 2-0 against the Bros. There goes the Nexus. And Nongshim, brilliant start.
And look, in that game, 9 players got to play
Period.
League of Legends.
Yep.
And 1 player got to play Free Screen Simulator.
Yep.
Right? Well, actually, it was 2 shades. The screen went black, and then it went gray.
I
saw 5 and
I saw
1.
a great quote from Twitch chat, which was, Varus noob, nice position, so noob. And I can't
I do
help
like
but
the Bros
say,
uniforms,
yes, your
though.
own vision for the enemy team, and that was a mistake.
Truly.
All right, let's give this
I think
dry
the best insights
biscuit.
do come from Twitch chat. Yeah, I mean, it kind of went how we expected that Varus would have
Okay,
a
they
rough time.
smiling today.
But I think they gave it a good college try. I think ultimately we saw the Neferi power. LM,
Oh, I also
think
forgot
even
we
though,
ordered an apple
you know,
pie.
game 1 was a bit rough. He had a good performance there. Wasn't enough. No, Nongshim are a hard opponent to go against. But I think you can feel a bit of confidence towards. He can at least pop off a Neferi, and maybe if they have an AD carry, he doesn't die immediately every fight.
It wasn't Hype's fault, of course. Like it's a product of the compositions. I do want to say that Gideon and Fisher played it beautifully. We saw that sometimes the combo isn't that easy.
Yeah.
When
Okay,
we were
I like
watching
him.
First Stand earlier on, so beautifully executed. I mean, every single time they hit him with the paranoia shockwave.
He did the little.
Every time.
Yeah, it was.
What's that? Football.
And I feel like if there's AD
Soccer.
carry mains watching, they will feel the hype. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun to be in that position. The Varus first pick backfiring pretty heavily, and I'm just not sure there was anything they could do to save him. You know,
Gideon ate that Nocturne
that's
game
just
up.
how the cookie crumbles.
Respect.
The
I got
thing
some
about
organic,
today is that we get a look
organic raw
at
honey
what our Saturday showdown may look like. And right
for
now,
my
Bro on the back foot
whiskey
moving
whiskey.
into their match against BNK. BNK are up against DK coming up after the next break. And
DK are watching this and they're like, write that down, write that down.
yeah, exactly.
Nocturne Orianna, just kill the AD carry.
I reckon Ori Varus, Ori Nocturne is going to be the way.
So I think we play an arena game in between.
I'm agreeing that if you can get your ducks in a row, that certainly could be
in between the
a way to
games,
make it
because
happen.
I think the downtime is
right now,
equivalent to
Neferi,
like 25 minutes
0-2.
as they
But
set
I
up
hope
for
this
the
game
next
really
game.
demonstrated this champion
So I
is
think we
pretty
lock in
cracked,
an arena
but you do need an AD carry.
rather
at
than
least
us
most of the
just
game.
literally sitting here.
Yeah. I also think that Nongshim, like, this is a lot of comfort for them as well. We know Kingen, a
So I'm gonna
fantastic
set
gangplank
that
player. The Nocturne Orianna combo is so good. They have so much late game insurance with this. The follow up from the Kaiser as
Because
well.
we're not about to
one
just
of
sit
his
here
better
for
champions at the
25
same
minutes.
time.
I refuse.
Do you know what's almost the most insulting thing is the fact that the Nocturnal removes the Edge of Night.
Yeah.
I think that kind of bothers me the most, you know? Like, it's I feel like you kind of have to build it, because it's like, you know, it's a damage item that also gives you that utility, but it doesn't.
What don't you understand?
know? Maybe Zonya's was the play.
Unfortunately,
Just to
because of
remind
Zonya's, then you have
hoes.
definitely no damage. So then if
Hang, I think you
survive,
cheated.
Press ult, you know?
Because how the
true,
frick you got
still
113? Because how the frick you got 113? You a cheater.
Oh, man.
Like we were saying,
You a cheater.
not a lot of great options for Hype, and as you can see there,
Yeah,
it
we'll
resulted
play,
in him
at
doing
the end of
not very much
LCK.
damage at all. LM demonstrating that the Neferi is pretty strong, and Morgan having a great game on the Jax, at least in the early stages, completely outshone by the solo lanes of Nongshim in the later stages of the game. Sometimes that guy in chat saying, "Don't worry, we scale," was right.
That was the strategy, and it worked. You know, the hyping up the team.
Y'all think
like,
I could get a
"Yes,
rank
I'll
game
scale." And
in?
unfortunately, they've actually used a lot of their ban budget for Fearless.
I think a rank game might be
code
pushing
didn't
it.
work.
It didn't. And so now the question is, player of the match.
Risky.
And I'm
I agree.
thinking that Lahen's had some amazing hooks, and then he played Suicide Elise, and that was pretty cool.
Well, of course you're in for that.
Yeah.
You know, I think both jungle support good mentions. You know, I think
Gideon
both-
had a good day.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for me, Kingen kind of struggled in lane in game 2, and Fisher struggled in lane game 1. But I think ultimately jungle support with it.
So there's just like
how they play the map.
new items,
I think G also
basically.
was, pretty
And you want to
consistent
get whatever
throughout this
items you
one.
think
I
would
don't know whether it was necessarily
buff
main
your
character in
champion.
either of the games, but I think we'll pick up some casual
So for
votes
example,
on the Korean
I'm going to
side. I
be
think that there will be
playing
some hipsters that are like, no,
like an ADC. So I'm going to be looking for attack
And
speed,
now we're going to get an idea as to who
AD
it's gonna be. There's been a
damage,
change in music.
and
That means player of the
fun
match
or
is
nice
ready.
augments that fit
And
whichever ADC I
it's
play.
not quite
I think I
there
want
just
to play
yet. We're
Vayne.
having a look at the votes, as we can see here. And
I'm trying to up
Gideon,
my Vayne
yeah,
gameplay.
just tied up. And so it is going to. So Gideon won by 1 point.
Very close though, you know.
Yeah.
7 out of 13, just over the line.
No Thomas
Both
in
of the
my
fan
game.
votes going towards Lehens. I don't think it's a bad vote, but they're kind of on a bit of a losing streak right now.
Yeah, it's
Honestly,
very silly.
They were robbed though.
You
Lehens
get
definitely
gold
deserved
like
it. It is
every
time, though,
3
now for
rounds
the interview with Gideon that should be with Lehens.
to buy items. Unless you get a gold augment.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Seer for the POM interview translation, joined by Gideon on the side of Nongshim Red Force. Congratulations! Thank you. With your victory over OK Savings Bank Breon, you have taken your first win of 2025 regular season. How do you feel? You know, for us to reach the high grounds, we knew that it would be so crucial to win the first match. So I'm very glad that we're able to accomplish that. Let's talk about game 1. The Gwen Sejuani synergy really stood out. And the Gwen Sejuani Yone topside turned out great. So how did you guys prepare for this? So we have really good Gwen Yone players, and just completing the comp with Sejuani made sense for us. That's why I went for that. And in game 1, you focused down the enemy Jace. And
How does res work? You just have to stand on the circle for a certain amount of time
more time on top than bot.
for it
So is that just what
to
the
resurrect
current
your
meta is?
teammate.
I'm not too sure. I think it's just that I saw an angle to gank top lane, so I think it's just then and there when I get to make that decision. And in game 2, you countered with Nocturne. So what was the reasoning?
Ooh.
So the Fury is... I can't really say that it's a counter pick as a Nocturne. But I feel like there are really good counters to Nafiri, like tank champions.
Mm.
And I think, yeah, I think we were able to get some good draft in today. And it looks like Nongshim Red Force locked in with the rush comp in both games 1 and 2. So do you think this style suits Nongshim well? Yeah, I think Nongshim, because we're so spicy.
Yeah, it's a lot, but basically you just want to build and select items and augments that are good for your champion. For example, there's an augment that gives you 60% attack speed. Anytime I see that, as I normally play ADCs, I'm picking that. There's one specifically for Vayne that's basically Gensu's passive. So I be getting my stacks like literally every auto.
Thank you so much, dear, for that.
All right, let's lock in. Let's see. I don't want mana. I don't really care for that. Your attacks fire a bolt at an additional target, dealing reduced damage and applying on hits, which should be fine. I build Vayne on hit, so. The 3 champs in the middle. I don't know what you mean by 3 champs in the middle. Just kiting away. He's gonna try and res. Nice. Let's go. Let's go. Good, good, good. The thing is, she rolled 2 silvers to get an augment. She naturaled. Isn't that sad? I was just looking for something better. When you're able to pick between the 3 different champs, I'm not sure if I'm explaining well. Are you talking about this part? So this is honor your guests. So basically on the side, you'll see each, whoa, Katarina has to be new. I've never seen Katarina before. Each champion gives you a different like buff. So Vladimir gives everyone a matching augment. I hate that one. Xin Zhao gives you bonus stat anvils if you bonus stat anvils if you're like losing, I think it is. And then Katarina apparently gives everyone 5 bonus rerolls. I've never seen Katarina in arena. Yeah. And so you click on one, or you go to one, stand on one to vote, cast your vote, and then the spotlight will randomly choose one person in arena to be the like winner of selection. Kled's augment is pretty fun. I really like Kled, and I really like Kled, and I really like Mordekaiser. Oh, I'm dead. That's tough. Can she live? Can she get me? Oh my gosh, she got me. I can clutch this. I can clutch this. No! Katarina, why do you forsake me? I was pressing my ulti the whole time. Yeah, that was close. Katarina just needed to not be there for like another second. Oh my gosh, there's 2 Yasuos. And great, we're about to go against that Yasuo. Donkey dookie items. Lovely. I'm probably gonna end up getting Gale Force. Deal true damage on hit, scaling with your armor. Blah. 50% attack speed looks good, but I'll go Gale Force, I guess. Not looking too hot right now. Z, thank you for the follow. How are you? I'm probably gonna die. We should use these and try to hit them. He's just using them for fun. I think we lose this fight, Loki. Out here cooking in the stew, man. What can I say? What can I say? Out here cooking in the freaking stew, man. Ginsu is banger. Mortal Reminder is banger. And PD is banger. But I think I'll go Ginsu's first item. Light work, light work, light work. These two are gonna be hard. You look good with her little skin on. Okay. Us with our complementary colors. He's gonna ult in. Fiddle 100% going to ult in here. He's literally just waiting to ult. Yeah, they're literally just waiting to ult. Dang. Oh, I trolled. I trolled so hard. Oh my gosh, I did not mean to take the portal. I did not mean to take the portal. They just win. Oh my gosh, I trolled. We low-key had that. I think I still died a brand regardless. Didn't mean to click portal. Three flames that orbit you, targeting. Each time you immobilize or ground an enemy, gain 20 adaptive force. For the round, stacking infinite. Bleh. I don't like either of those. We gotta report you for inting. Honestly, valid. Ah. Is she AFK? Oh, she didn't W me. Ooh, nice. Five seconds on my ult. Man, we getting our cheeks taken. We getting our cheeks mad taken. I'm a PD. Yeah, no, they did damage for real. Yeah, she's got Teemo passive. So maybe I should have played around her. Okay, PD putting in work. Good luck us. I have to not get pulled. Oh my gosh, she got the OP. Nice. I gotta get these flowers. Are you kidding? Really? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Full AP Blitzcrank straight into the hook. Yeah. How much attack speed she got? 3.27. Yeah. Honestly deserved, but I dislike both of those teams. Ooh, critical strike damage or more gold for better items? I'm gonna do gold. I'm gonna do the gold. We want to get motor reminder or ooh, we gotta buy. Nice. Let's see who wins this. There's too much AP, bro. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. No, because that was quite insane. They're not letting her revive. Yeah, she's cooked. Dang. It's him dancing for me. Oh, shoot. Wait, I ain't know Rumble got down like that, hitting all of that. Oh, okay. I ain't know Rumble got down like that. When did Rumble start hitting it like that? Okay. I'm perplexed. I'm quite perplexed. Dude, we still have 6 minutes until LCK is even like back on. Not even before they get into Champ Select. Before it's back on. 60 ability haste after your partner dies. I normally die first. This could be good. Hey, that's banger. That's banger. That's banger. I'm gonna Mortal Reminder for this round because it's Fiora and Yasuo. No, like he ate that. Rumble, hit that dance again. Cause he ate that. That was cute. All right, lock in. Let's get this win. Let's get this win, or else we don't lose if we. Whoa. Holy freaking moly. Cooking in the stew, my boy. Cooking in the freaking stew. Cooking in the freaking stew. Cooking in the freaking stew. I want to see the Rumble dance. Hey, bruh, hit your dance. Hit that dance. Hey, he got them hip thrusts. Where he learned that from? No, because where he learned that from? Where did Rumble learn that dance from? He got too much movement in the hips. It's the flash on me for me. Oh, so freaking close. I should have hit the plant, I guess. Plants are OP, bro. Plants are freaking OP. Oh, we lost. That's it for us. Dang. Chim and y'all, there's a mystery box kind of sold in League Shop today for 420 LP with free Zeri icon, and the box will contain a random new April Fool's skin. Let me confirm this. In the shop. Oh, they have gun buddies? They've got emotes. Oh, this. It being 420 is insane to me. They're such memers. What skin? I hope I get either the Shaco skin or the Shaco skin or Grill Master Braum. It's not a bad skin. It's just that's literally the one I didn't want. Can you only buy it once? What's into the season? Only once. It's nice. It's not bad. It's just not the one I wanted. I also have all skins unlocked on this account, so it was truly stupid for me to buy that. Right now, Janice, it is 3:07 a.m. LCK is about to come on, but they're about to talk for probably another 10 minutes. So I do believe we'll be fine getting into another arena. All right, let me try Ashe. If you're in the League of Legends program, they unlock the skins on your account. I don't want no Thomas Kinchery in my game. No Thomas Kinchery. Yeah, the April Fool's skins are permanent. The Garen skin is not. What's up, Blade? I wonder if they know who I am or are they just calling me Kimmy. What's up, lady? Oh, the Shaco skid isn't included. Gotcha. I'm lit up in this bit. How are you on this lovely 3:09 a.m. morning? You got the clog, father? Okay, that was a good one. Yo, this person's energy is unmatched. I'm wonderful. Geeked off nothing right now. Period. And I love that. And I love that truly. Yeah, no, the Braum one is so good. I might have to get a Braum game in just to use it. I should have played Braum in here, dude. What? I'm trolling. Y'all, it's Garen. It's Pingo Garen. It's Pingo Garen. It's Pingo Garen. He's so cute. I can do it to Pingo. All right. Your attacks apply an infinitely stacking burn. Ooh. Ooh, face call, making your partner untargetable for 4 seconds. Oh, that's just... Ooh, golden spatula might be T. Score 10 takedowns. I think we can do that. I think we can do that. Everybody lock the freak in. We got to get 10. Lock the frick in, my boy. Period. He said locked. I like this Cassidon. I like this Cassidon a lot. Ow. Okay, I'm just running into everything, I guess. If we split up and get 2, they only get 1. And we in this hoe. Ooh. Yeah. 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 And you next. And you next. Ain't nothing slick. Ain't nothing sweet. Yeah, go into the storm. Cassidon. More like Cassa win. Yeah, we're winning this one. Yo, they added more people because I ain't never seen Alistar. Prevent your team's elimination 1 time. Love that. Alistar or ugly. Yeah, we're still not in the champion select, guys. We're chilling. Who got picked? Bro, Trundle. That's really bad. That's tough. That's tough. I'm gonna link the Twitch now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, they ate us up. And it wasn't even supposed to be like that. I thought you couldn't damage yourself off of those. Hit the plant. Nice. Aww. That's tough. Juice of Power. I've never seen that one before. They added new things. They definitely added new things. Yeah, that was pretty bad. That was pretty bad. Okay, bingo going. So puppy. Look at you. I've never said that about Garen ever. Quite literally ever. But he's so cute. What's going on, Sophia? How are you? Okay, we need a really good item here. We need a really good item. Yeah, we're kind of screwed. We're kinda done. We're kinda done. Increase your attack range by 75 is good. Maybe we go RFC this game. He's real cute until he dies you and ults you under tower. Facts. Oh, we going to kiss you. Hi, Gavin. Look at the little Gavin. He's so precious. Hey. Oop, I missed. Oh, wow. The ult was a little bit disrespectful. The ult was a little bit disrespectful. He's honestly not that cute now. Okay, he's still very cute. He's still very cute. Oh. I gotta score 10 takedowns, bro. All right, please let this give me a good item. I need either PD or Mortal Reminder. Cool. Cool. Gamba sucks, man. I became melee Senna twice. Twice? 2 times? 2 times is crazy. We actually really do scale. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Period, Castle win. I like this Cassidon, bro. I like this Cassidon. He's chill. He's chill AF. I misclicked. No, that used to happen to me a lot. I don't know if that was a bug, but like when I would try to click on my augment, it would literally move the mouse somewhere else. And it wouldn't select the augment that I wanted. I had that happen several times. Uh-oh, another Blitzcrank. No way he turns this. Oh, I was about to say. Yeah, I also have it borderless. Maybe that's what it is. Dang, this is a sad run. It's a very sad run. We're not doing horribly, but I think they're about to get into Champion Select, so. What? Like, you can't be for real, dude. I feel like that did not hit me. I really feel like that did not hit me. I think he can easily get me, though. Oh, I'm not freaking Vayne. Dude, I E'd because I was trying to condemn. Dude, we're doing no damage to this man. I have no mortal reminder. Yeah, that was tough. Do I wait for a prismatic? Ugh. I'm literally getting trolled. I'm literally getting trolled. Yo, thank you for the follow. The flower. No, literally, I thought I was vain. What the heck? What the heck? Dude, it doesn't matter if I'm in Summoner's Rift or Arena. They're gonna perma focus me. Oh, the dance is diabolical. The dance is diabolical. Mouth wide open is insane. You did link your Twitch? I don't think they actually came to my Twitch though. Well, we've got one more round to give it our all. Oh, they're kind of evenly matched. Neither can get their partner. Wow. I don't think I'm gonna get my golden spatula. I'm only at 5 takedowns. All right. Got the worst items in all of the world. So let's see if we can make it work. Yeah, they're in Champ Select. Champ Select looks boring though. They're not picking anything spicy. Okay. All or nothing, baby. What? Okay. This is insane. See how they do us? Nah, for real, twin. Sad. These hoes with 2,000 health, like, well, 2 million health. 2,000, not a lot. Look at this, bro. Like, how does one beat that? How does one beat that, bro? Revives no longer occur. Oh, LeBlanc. Everyone invisible. Holy moly, they got new ones, dude. That's kind of banger. It's Mord's human form. Oh my gosh, revives no longer occur. That's actually really bad for us. We actually trolled by picking that one. Become tiny and gain movement speed and bonus damage to champions based on how much larger they are. Ooh, that could be good. You are now melee? Yeah, no ma'am. No ma'am. All right, last chance. Oh, we gotta buy. Banger. Watch the peasants fight. I don't think anybody's gonna be able to beat this. Oh yeah, revives don't occur. So yeah, these tanks probably perma win. The tanks probably win. Look how tiny I am. I don't think we'll survive another round. I think that might be good if I sell this. We'll see if this works. All right, they're getting in the game. We gotta, well, I think we're about to lose, so. Okay, we're against the #1 team. Let's not get discouraged. We'll come out on top, period. Nice. Starting with a good old ulti. Starting with half my health. Okay, nice. Might die here. We won. We won. We won. We won. Okay. Period. Wait, we're actually banger. That was the top team. Oh, wow. Good job. Yeah, this team, both of these teams are some BS. Look at Volibear's health. Look how much health he is losing. He's not losing. He's actually building health. Oh my gosh, he won. Wow. This would be so good if we weren't about to lose. The comeback, forget about LCK. No, like, they're already, what, 3 minutes into the game? Oh no, we're going up against Garen and Aatrox. Lock in, lock in, lock in. Do you have the golden spatula yet? Oh. I need 3 more takedowns for golden spatula. I want the plant. Yeah, get that real quick. Yeah. Y'all some hoes, for real. Get them, Castle win. Oh, they're so coming for me. Oh, I'm so dead. There was literally nothing I could do. Is Garen dead? Or Aatrox dead? Aatrox is dead. Oh, GG. You know, we gave it our all. Unfortunate. All right, let's get back into LCK. Fifth place, dude. I feel like we deserved first for that.
Just untouched in the
That
situation,
pure, strong will that we had.
I actually think that Diablo not using his cleanse is what baited Beryl in, because I think Beryl tunneled on the fact that he needed to get cleanse before he could ignite, and then he can walk away.
You think Beryl's sort of played a tunnel on that?
All right, so we've got BFX versus
You were talking
DK.
about barbecuing the Gwen. That is continuing to happen here.
Got
The tree battle
Showmaker.
is going
Okay,
to
I
ensue,
recognize
but
that
Kellen makes
name.
it unfair. The crash
I
down, but it's
recognize
after the flash
Lucid.
from Lucid, who goes
I
into the
recognize
brush.
Beryl.
Is
I think
still an advantage. Wow, that
Beryl
Valkyrie
was on
forward and there's
DRX, right,
Showmaker
when they
picking
won?
up the follow-up kill. I kind of thought they were going to be okay, but Showmaker
And
said,
I
no,
recognize
you are definitely not.
Amy.
Yeah, gets the damage out, and
So I
Kellen, unfortunately,
recognize
doesn't have that flash
most of
from the
DK.
earlier play, so just gets
I don't
caught
know
with
who
his
the
hands around his
Siwu
ankles
is.
in that one. Once you kind of commit as that rel, really hard to get out
Wasn't
again.
there someone who
This
just
is actually-
played called
this is bringing me
Jiwoo?
back to the conversation on the POG state about role-swapped Showmaker into
Regular
AD carry.
picks? Yeah, we weren't
He's
missing
pretty good, man.
anything when
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
we were in Champion Select.
I kind of knew it was going to be Ezreal bot and Corki mid, but if there's any player I'm like, could we see
No,
Ezreal
I've
mid?
definitely
It is him.
seen
Yeah.
aiming
It's
before.
him and Godby,
I think he was on
who doesn't play League of
DK.
Legends anymore and hasn't since like
Don't you
2016.
mean Goat
Yeah.
Maker?
But still, he was a great
Isn't he a
Ezreal.
mid laner?
Absolutely.
And you know
straight
what
flash from
most
Lucid
mid
there, keep that
laners
flash, see some
do?
chains coming in, and then Kellen, the dismounted walk of shame away.
You know who
Yeah,
most
so
mid laners
slow.
want to be?
Yeah, wow, they were very nonchalant about that
Yeah.
kill for Showmaker.
What's
No
up,
showboating in
Norby?
his
How
comments
are
from me.
you?
I respect that.
Love to see it.
Yeah, there's
Picking the barrel, have
definitely
switched
a
towards the top side once
strong
again.
meta
Five
in
for
pro
Gross. Could
play.
be underway, but
Kiki.
you can see Raptor and Clear already there. Control goes
So there's a
down, though.
Jiwoo who's an
So let's see whether Lucid's gonna get the
ADC,
support.
and then
Steps into
there's
his brush. Can they
Siwu
get
who's a
one of
top
these?
laner.
That's the big question. Smite going
Yeah,
to come on
Beryl
through.
has a world skin.
That spells the exit here for
I think
BNK as
he
Raptor
had
moves back down.
Mao.
So not going to be getting any portions of
No,
feats
it's
of strength or anything
Ash.
like that, as Kellen
He's got Ash, and Deft has Kate.
Showmaker, no worries there.
Yeah, good moves from Showmaker there just to dodge away from that one. And starting to build a pretty substantial lead. Obviously, the kill is a big factor, but even outside the kill, has a sizable CS advantage.
What a glorious day that was when we got two
Considering top
ADC
lane is a little bit
skins.
ahead, mid lane's a little bit ahead. In fairness, I think Clear's done a
Is it
decent
like this
job
every
kind
time a
of
new meta
catching
comes
up,
out?
Yeah.
Well,
considering
the
how
meta
tough
is
things
always
were.
like
Bot lane,
changing,
though,
literally
seemingly
with every
fall a decent
patch.
amount behind, so things overall pretty
But
even. I think B&K
whenever
AX
there
are
is a
happy.
meta
I
set,
think
yes, you
mitigate some of
normally
that.
see
for
like
now.
the same
I feel like
champs
if
picked
the
over and over
scaling
and over again.
conversation, you know, the power
Some
spike
newer
conversation
champs
is
that
really
have come into the
you mentioned
meta
already,
recently
you know,
are
like
the
there's
Gwen
a
and then
lot
the
of tuning
Fury.
forces.
But
The,
champions like
even the
Maokai,
first item
Yone,
spike of the Onyx
Misfortune,
Torment for the Rumble is fantastic. So it's almost
Ezreal,
like a one-item spike
Corki,
composition here on the
Rumble.
side
I
of
feel like they've
DK.
been in the meta for a really
Getting
long
into, like,
time.
two-item spike territory is kind of the big deal, but even
Oh,
just
come on,
finding a
down
Trinity Force
one.
is really, really strong. DK in the
I didn't
early
know he had
stages,
two.
once these items come through, are going to be very strong. Is now Clear does put down the circle. He's immune a bit.
What colors
Quite immune enough.
is 2020
He's gonna have
Dom
to
1?
back away. All right, Kellen and Diablo coming on down towards his bottom side. Bullet time softens up. Shoes
That was a
somewhat, but he
good
does have
ulti,
scrap
but
shields, so
babes,
alright.
it did
Oh,
no
dear.
damage.
Daisy getting the knock up. There's another Zenith blade.
I guess
in,
all
and
she has is
Amy
Vamp
collects the
Scepter.
kill. Exhaust not quite enough there. Clear going for that summoner spell combination as we've seen in the past, but wasn't enough to save him at all.
And not only the kill,
It's
but
okay,
he gets
Holy,
some
because
plates as well in
tomorrow,
his pocket.
tomorrow we get to see the
Definitely
original, the
appreciate that one.
Can we
OG,
go back to the first blood for BNK, 'cause that was such a
the
good
season
moment, and now
1,
everything's
round
about-
1,
They really peaked.
the original, the
not what you
creme
want.
de la creme, okay?
Yeah.
The cream
I
of the
mean,
crop.
There's still a lot of options. I think ultimately now
Numero
Raptors level
uno.
6. Pretty great tool if you can find a good
B
angle.
Faker
I nearly said it. I
plays
said my
tomorrow.
forbidden phase
So I'm gonna need everyone in
If you
their
can,
full
move
attire, their full
spherically towards-
uniform. If you're not wearing black and red tomorrow, please do not show up.
Spherically, eh?
Okay.
That's a great one. You
I
know
need
what? I think you're allowed to say
everyone
wrapped again.
in
Like, I think
full
you're just
uniform.
allowed. It's more annoying when you're trying not to.
I do.
I'm gonna talk to the council, the caster council, and they're gonna say as well. They're like, oh, we're sick of all.
Oh,
of
Beryl's
saying wrapped.
moving spherically towards Volley.
He is. He has wrapped around. And he does get himself a little bit of a shield there.
Oh, you
yeah,
like
not
me,
going to be
huh?
doing enough damage.
TikTok, thank y'all for liking the
Not
live.
enough spherical movement.
Not enough spherical movement from
Oh, yeah, NA or near
just
airport
moved a
is
little,
in
too obtusely.
in tier 2. Yeah.
Oh, God. we need to get out of the thesaurus. Try and work out what we can say instead of rap.
I feel like it's a
The
struggle
yawns
now.
are coming in
We're just
hot.
saying normal words, and now we've
That's tough. I'm gonna be sick tomorrow.
Yes. And they have encased around.
You know, haters really do
Actually, you know what? I
like
have
just hate
access.
for free
I'm
on the
gonna
best.
thesaurus
Like
rap.
I'm sure
see what
Faker's
happens.
used to that though. Like being the best,
Yeah,
being
I think this
the
would make the problem
king
worse and not
of League
better.
of Legends. I'm sure he's used to the haters. The birds
some good moves,
chirping,
though.
you know,
Ooh,
making
do you know what
noise.
is another great
I'm
word
sure
for
he's used
rap?
to that.
With it.
Suave.
Okay.
Apparently that is a. I mean, I don't know.
Your
'cause
sickness
rap
has a
is kind of-
schedule. No, I think it's
kinda
hilarious when
awkward.
people say
Anyway,
that.
Vikler is in a bit of trouble.
My friend
Shoemaker throwing
Mandela,
some, rockets around and
he'll
things like
say like if he doesn't want to
The,
do something,
yeah, Nature's Grass
like
just
say
used
I'm
defensively.
like, yo
Maybe the
Mandela, do you
TPO
want to
kill,
go
I guess the
get
intention is
or
they
do you
wanna
want to go
contest,
bowling next week?
Grubs with
He's like,
Rumble
I think I'm gonna
anyway,
be
but
sick
this
that
kinda
day.
gives players some alone time with the tower.
And it cracks
Gwen's
me up
very good at taking alone time,
every
especially since
time.
Showmaker doesn't have TP either. There's no
Every
one in the
time.
bot, it's just things
I think it's
coming out.
hilarious.
BNK Fearax, I think they're just getting a little bit of a free injection of gold right now for their Gwen.
Yeah, well, at least there's that. Aiming, taking a bit of damage here in this mid lane. The rest of the team has parceled on over towards the Grubs. And Lucid able to take a couple of those. 3 apiece likely to be the answer here, as Vikla has
I think
also,
it's such
Nova.
self-control to get off the objective and leave
Just
the last
my
one.
thesaurus.
Because personally, me, I'm dying for it.
I can
I'm dying for it
understand
every
how
time.
That could work for rap, but not really like.
Yeah,
Rap.
that's the best part.
That
is
is
that the
such
context that you're
self-control.
using rap has nothing to do with a lot of the other ways that you can use rap. So the thesaurus is really going hard. All right, bullet time. Ooh, there's a bit of a slow from a solar flare, but it's just a trade of
Oh my
ultimates.
gosh.
The end.
I'm gonna be
And it looks like
insufferable when
DK is
DK and
just gonna
T1
swaddle on
finally
over
play and Showmaker
towards
puts
their
that fraud
nexus
faker in his
and,
place.
buy
Fraud
time.
is insane.
Yes, good plan. We did see
Fraud
Clay
is
got 2
insane.
plates, and then they still managed to get in.
And
to
you talk
take that final
big and
grub. I think
loud
BK Fearax pretty happy with how
For somebody
that went.
who's in a team is not even
Still
about to
at a bit of a
exist
deficit.
anymore.
And I think particularly
You
we
talk
talked about those
big and
5 cores
loud.
Manamune users. Those
You got
are
a
the 2 who have the lead
lot of
right now
confidence
over their
there.
opponents. So a little bit intimidating.
A lot.
Especially Showmaker has just completed his.
That's crazy.
Item parity. Aiming kind of
I have a pretty strong allergic reaction to when frauds play. There's no way you can claim Faker as a fraud after his performance at Worlds. This past Worlds, Homeboy literally carried the last game. Fully. Everyone, all teammates, on his back. There's no shot you call him a fraud.
Pick up these minions.
Also,
Having a look at the feats of strength, we've just got one more kill to be picked up from
Did they
BK, couple
even-
for BFX, BNK, but nothing really locked in just yet. First turret
They didn't
getting
even make
closer
it
and closer
past
on the top and
groups,
bottom
did they?
lanes for either team. As Raptor coming on in, Showmaker could be in trouble. Raptor had enveloped over
They didn't even make it out of groups.
Yes.
the river.
Yes, he really did. Dragon being set up for now.
Am I trolling?
With the fact that BNK Fearax already have 1 dragon, I think D+ definitely want to contest this. Leandri's just came in for Shiru, running from base. Lucid has the redemption as well, the active being a great tool in this, so...
Alright, that's
I'm actually a
crazy.
little concerned for
Did they
BNK
make it out
Fearax
of
for this one. If
groups?
you look at their
Like,
carry,
genuinely, I'm
Yone
asking.
and the
I don't think they even
they're
made it
just
out of
sitting on components.
groups.
think this is a bad fight to take.
Yeah, these are big item spikes. And, okay, Magnustorm still brings Callan in, but there's the equalizer. They do not want to engage on top of that one, but already the Rel has gone down. Vikla gone pretty ballistic, but he does have to go back to that unbound Salty Arbol. Going nuts. Beryl gets the shield, and he interrupts the ultimate. Still goes down. It's a
Okay, that's a win for DK. That's a win for DK. That's 4 for 2.
I think the item advantage really came in clutch there. You know, the redemption heal that came through helped mitigate that initial engage, and then Showmaker and aiming.
It's a new year. Why are we still stuck in the past?
Well, Vikla
right.
missed that cue. That might
Let's
have
see
been
if he
enough to
show
kill him,
up.
actually, or might have just been very, very close.
What day they play each other? Let's go ahead and set the date.
They don't really connect that well
Low esports schedule.
And this melee in the middle, the redemption keeps Shiu and Beryl
Let's
healthy
go
for
ahead
much
and
longer. Actually, a big
set
reason
the
why they
date.
survived, and Diablo has to flash in to try and finish them off.
Oh no, and
LCK.
Clear also finding himself in a really awkward position where Showmaker was able to use the dragon to help kill the Gwen.
Yeah, I think if you imagine a situation where those two just died immediately, different fight. And I think AK Fearax really could have taken it. I don't think
DRX plays T1 tomorrow. That's going to be a stomp.
But yeah, I think it just shows
T1 plays NG on Sunday.
Yeah, it's kind of important, and we were talking about that one item spike. All of those items had been picked up. Redemption, Double Trinity Force, and the Leandries. And so it was kind of one of the worst times to fight. The next worst time
Bessie,
is
we
when
gonna
you
be waiting
have
a while.
Mirror Mana and a Moonstone, and then it's even worse. But this first one's real tough. As B&K, they're looking for a couple
They won't
of
play
items,
each other
right? Like Diablo
until
kinda
Friday,
wants to.
April
You want a couple
25th.
on Clear as well. And Vikla at least needs the Blade of the Ruined King. Probably the best one-item spike champion, though, on this team.
I think, honestly, later in the game, when Vikla and Claire have like 3-4 items,
They had a while.
that's really where I'm thinking this team has a PowerPoint. Also, with Diablo and the MF, you could honestly build like Executioners and Serpent's Fang, and just the AoE you provide, Grievous Wounds on everyone, shield reduction on everyone, a lot of value versus the Ivan, but right now, we're really in prime time for D+. They're putting pressure down on this
You
mid
up
tower.
so early.
MF pretty
Yeah,
good,
we're
fantastic.
watching
Like, normally Ezreal's one of
LCK.
these champions who are really good at securing mid prior and
Thank
really hard
you.
to walk up to. MF does a good job because
You know it's real when Chim's slotting it in her schedule, putting it on the calendar, if you will.
Obviously, the strut making it harder to connect, but with no flash and cleanse, if Beryl finds something, Diablo is just dead.
Yeah. Well, Raptor doing his best to clear out some vision. Kellen is bundled up over here as well. And it looks like a fight for the Herald might be ensuing. Showmaker can move down towards the river from here, but wants to go for a back first. Has teleport available. See how close to an item spike he's going to be as he does go back home. Not quite at that Manamune just yet as Daisy comes
I don't think
out.
BFX
Kellen
can afford to lose another fight like that. They can't go 4-2 again.
Better.
As the Nature's Grasp comes out, and no Magnustorm angle here. DK, great positioning. I think they knew where the Rel was this whole time, playing around it beautifully. And B&K realizing that they're overstaying their welcome.
I can wait for my vindication.
Beryl still wants to fight, so he walks into 3 people, just presses the blast cone. That's going to get him out of there. Diablo moves in, and an immediate bullet time is weird.
It is weird. I really need these pros to stop playing Misfortune. Every Misfortune has absolutely had the most dog water ultimates.
Once again, Vikla uses the ult to get himself out.
Okay, they got the Rift Herald. There's 2 dead for none. This is looking very DK dominated. DKD.
That is a lot of value, and DK just going to utilize Shelly immediately.
I think B&K Fearax, they try to set up, they try to find an angle, it didn't show itself, and I think you just have to make the call.
I might leave to focus on some art. Which, by the way, Chim, if I did a smooth little sketch for you, what would you request? Like you locked in on the keyboard, maybe you dress in pink. I think you have a certain like art style.
So that's at least something, but it's a 4,000 gold lead, feats of strength.
What is your art
DK.
style?
And the worst part is it only gets
I
harder
think my
from here
answer is
until you get
dependent
past that
upon
big
that.
hump that is those 2 item spikes we were talking about. DK just kind of cruising into it.
Gives the sweet
I think an issue, Helen never really found the angle, and also both aiming and Showmaker have flash and on mobile carries. On the other side, Raptor has no flash, Diablo has no flash. It's so much harder for those two to make their way into a fight, and then this ult here, I think this is just a lack of synergy. I think maybe he was thinking Kellen might fly in on the back of it, but if you're not holding them still, you're not going to do any meaningful damage with that ultimate.
Yeah, they've got to want to go there, and they just didn't. They were able to just get out. Speaking of getting out, Vikla does, but he can't offer his damage to the rest of the fight. They're on the wrong side of the battlefield, and DK really just kind of surgically removing B&K from that. Really nicely played. And it's going to equate in that 4K gold lead that we were talking about before.
That is a gold difference
over time here.
Also, I think it's really cute how their gold difference sponsor is a bank.
And Muramana completed transformation.
Like they ate with that.
Showmaker still need to transform it here for aiming, and that's going to be pretty quick.
I think we have Capital One
both of the carries precisely where
as
DK
our
wants their money to be.
gold difference sponsor. Very much like between semi-realistic to stylized. I realize I suck at chibies, but other than that, I'm good with most things. Yeah, let's do me locked in on a keyboard and a computer. I think that's valid.
Diablo, although he does get hit by that one, and that is going to lose him the trade. Feels bad.
But then he just heals on the wave. Doesn't matter.
I think that's pretty freaking valid.
And he's got a Bloodthirster, so it barely even matters anyway.
Yep. Now trying to set up this dragon coming through. She was just pushed in the top wave and does have TP.
You know, 50% of the game so far have been Cloud Soul.
Wow.
That's actually not quite 50%, but it is very close.
I trusted you to have that
sorry,
stat.
the math was just off. I apologize. There are 2 games per series. But I mean, it's pretty close to 50-50. So I'm very, very happy for the cadence of Cloud Soul so far today.
It's good omen for Cloud Soul fans.
Do you prefer your hair to be curly or straight? Since I know you switch between the two.
Yeah, it's already gone.
Oh my gosh. Are you going to be my first curly hair drawing?
That it is disintegrating.
Let's do curly. I want to see what you can do.
I'm not entirely sure what for, nor did he really know, because there's no vision in that area.
I need to take curly-haired headshots. Really want my hair to grow longer before I do that, though.
After losing an objective,
I think she's kind of short.
Now, Diablo finds himself a little bit too pushed up. And he's going to have to back away.
Yeah, let's
so
do
now
curly.
DK just looking for another objective to try and start another fight. As Lucid was making friends with that aiming, you did not need to hit it with a Mystic Shot. It's rude.
He's a gold king, of course he does.
That's fair enough.
That's how he operates. But yeah, I feel like in this situation, B&K VRX are kind of looking for these angles, these picks, because they know a 5v5 is not going to go well for them. But I feel like D+ are playing very respectfully whenever they have a lack of vision or around the vision that they do have. And again,
yes, Saturn. I'll be streaming around this time tomorrow. I can't miss tomorrow's games. They're going to be too good. They're going to be way too good.
And then as you're on the cork, you just realistically aren't going to get hit by those.
Yep. Well, it looks like DK are slowly but surely unfolding their way towards an Utterkhan, which is the only sort of objective that is on the map right now of the neutral variety. Barrow looking for an opportunity, has a whole bunch of shields as he moves towards the brush in the river. And so slowly but surely, DK utilizing their control, but I think they could be pressing a little harder.
Yeah, I think honestly at this point, they can really start to hard deny vision, and if someone steps up, I think they can just take them out extremely quickly. They have moved Chiu up here after pushing in the bot wave, so it looks like their intent is to get control of this topside river.
Yeah. All right, Raptor throws down the Nature's Grasp, but Beryl, he had the Zenith Blade in the air, and now Raptor is split off from the rest of his team. Solar Flare needs to be flashed as Raptor gets himself out of the way. Kellen finding the Magnus Storm onto 3. Vikla
nice ulti, but I feel like there wasn't much follow-up. And so they're going to pay the cost of 3 for none and lose Otacon. BK's really just finding really good fights, capitalizing on BFX's mistakes, and they're purely just winning.
Lucid coming in with redemption, able to keep everyone healthy, and now this mid.
There's a lot of BFX
and it was
overconfidence.
Well. So that means you get a whole bunch extra. I feel like it's more of like in the time opportunistic as the Voracious one, whereas if you lose Ruinous and you have no control of the area, all of that extra experience and stats, oh man.
All right, Kiki. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you get some good sleep as well.
Ruinous, it's like once you've got the buff, like it's there forever. It's going to boost those dragons they've been picking up. So Cloud Soul going to even potentially be more of an issue, especially given that
Bye,
like
Saturn.
Raul and Maokai engaging against these targets is already seeming so difficult for being KFRX. You add that extra
Dang, look at the
speed,
blood pedal
nightmare.
stacks.
Oh, yeah,
48
Ario
versus
for And
13.
now those 2 item spikes we were talking about are all achieved. There
It's
is a couple
more
of
than
them,
just
picked up here
XP.
for BNK. Clear going for the old build in the Riftmaker as well as the Nash's Tooth. Haven't been seeing that as much more recently. It is a fun one. A little bit more of a battle Gwen.
Not sure on the value necessarily over here because limited time you can spend in melee range.
Yeah, feels like a 1v1 style of build.
Maybe hoping to get some pressure in the side lane, but I feel like with the pace of the game right now, you know, it's a minute till Baron, it's a minute 20 till third Dragon for D+. I'm not sure how
Barrel's going in.
viable that is.
And then he's going out.
You can see just from this sort of line of scrimmage from D+, how deep they're pushing into BNK FRX's side of the map. They get mid sort of prio control over the jungle, they move down. Maokai ult comes out to try to
working the
deny
map
this
pretty
wave
well.
pressure. Doesn't really do that
What's
much
going on,
though.
Kane? How are you doing?
Going to be avoided there by Vikla, but cannot unbind his soul now for the next little while. Daisy going in, going aggressive. Kellen taking a bunch of poke damage as well. DK, I think, are just going to be able to push this one down. They've got a few minions left remaining, so Inner Turret providing even more money for this team. 6,000 gold now the lead. That may just increase. There's a wraparound angle here from Clear, but not going to be able to find any joy.
Come on, you have the thesaurus.
Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Yeah, an enclose around angle, a cover around angle, a scarf around angle.
Scarf around angle?
Yeah, it's a bit of a scarf around angle.
That did look like a scarf around angle.
Yeah, he scarfed quite well.
They're so trolled, dude.
Or shawled. He shawled his way into the mid lane.
You know what?
So many options, and I just said it anyway.
Yeah, I feel like shouled around in the mid lane. I think that problem that fit the most.
Jojen.
Yeah, may have peaked on shoulder.
I really don't know what Ezreal's build.
Use that from now on.
It seems so different because he goes Triforce. He gets man
I didn't even
immune.
know that word. There's a bunch of like a mantle. Is a mantle apparently a wrap?
I think it's getting to the point where it's just too confusing.
I don't know. Thankfully,
Okay.
Barrel's engaged, so
Yeah.
maybe we'll focus on that one. Root Call landing here from Lucid as well, and you can see they're taking no damage. Solar Flare not doing too much as Diablo not allowed to have a good time. True Shot Barrage is also going to hit Vikla, but just obliterates the Misfortune. And now the rest of BNK are just falling like a house of cards. Double kill now for Shiu as
Oof, they
Lucid trying
can't
to
get
look
him.
for a flash angle, doesn't quite get it as aiming
Oh
is
my
angry.
gosh.
Vikla trying to escape, but remember he has to go
Aiming
back.
is
And so
eating
he's just
into
dead.
a Yone
Able to line up the Q nicely on that one. Kellen.
and winning.
Yeah. His former
That's a
teammates
full ace.
just going to take him down.
Okay.
And now, inhibitor turret number 1 going to fall. It's an ace.
You guys
for
think I
DK,
can make me
as they
sweet
have
potato
just,
hash
it feels
between
like
this
had
game and
control
next?
for this
Yes.
entire game. They're taking an
We're probably gonna have
inhibitor
like a
in the mid
10-minute
lane whilst
downtime.
taking Baron.
There was that
in
first
between
blood,
this
you know.
game.
That's
for
true.
BNK
That's true.
FRX.
That was the good moment.
Yeah, unfortunately, Diablo here, he was like, Raptor, help me, but this was actually the Raptor camp and not a
R.I.P. my brother.
Actually, that's Cloakter. Thank you.
And unfortunately, Raptor was busy dying over here. Presumably didn't call out Diablo help me, but maybe should have in this situation. I think at this point, the gold lead is so insanely in favor of D+, and the fact that you have this Ivan who just makes it so much harder to even kill a single target.
Yeah.
It's looking rough.
Yeah. It's just
Tis,
feeling like it is
tis.
circling the drain just a bit. And DK
I'm doing
now
well,
with
and
an
thank you for
11,000
asking.
gold lead. Insurmountable is another phrase.
We are
that
on our
often,
second series of the
utilize
night.
Here in the LCK.
Cause up,
Get a
thank you for the
thesaurus out for that
follow.
one as well, but we are stuck on
It is
Wrap at the moment.
I
DK
think it's always
versus
interesting how those
BFX.
words
This
are, like,
is
you
the
never
first
use,
game
like,
of the
we
second
say
series.
insurmountable, we never say
The first series
surmountable,
was a
you know?
2-0,
I don't know
which
who's
has been the
surmountable
case
is.
of most of
That's what I was
these
trying to work
games so
out.
far.
Why
This is
do
our
we use this name so
fourth
frequently, but only
match
with in
of
front
the
of it?
LCK season, and all of them have been 2-0s.
Certain
Am I
things that we'll never
complaining?
know, and it's the
No,
mystery
ma'am.
that makes it. You know, that's what we like. And if we found out, then maybe the magic would be gone. As this inhibitor is
there he
also
goes.
gone.
Yeah, that is a deep
I feel so bad for Kellen getting benched
Yeah,
right before Worlds last year
this
and
is
now
the
getting
same
dogged on by his
Well,
old
let's see
team.
whether Kellen can find
Gotta
the
do
angle.
something
Vikla
to the
doesn't
ego,
find the
man.
ultimate, and aiming gets
Got
right out
to.
of there. back in a position to do damage. Raptor wants to defect. He's gone to the enemy base.
Did they say
And
why he got
Diablo
benched
is alone once again.
last year?
Yeah, I'm just not convinced that D+ actually took damage there.
Yeah, well, Clear did.
Only
He
thing
was
I
not
remember
a-
about like quote unquote
Yeah. Did
benchings
have his
is
exhaust, didn't use it.
there
Don't
was
think about
a
it.
sixth
But now D+
player
Yep.
will put them out of their misery.
They have ponchoed on over towards these Nexus turrets. They're going to
Oh, the
dive
daisy
the
tank?
fountain as well, and Barrel
one
is
of
gonna
the
be able to do
Chinese
so comfortably.
teams,
The
one
tree
of the
is backing
LPL
somewhere
teams.
in Narnia, but the
There was a
Nexus
sixth
is
member.
dead, and DK
Was it
start off
Weibo?
the LCK season with a bang.
One of the teams had like a sixth player that they would switch on and off. It was a jungler, I believe. And then the other one was, there was a player that had like a lawsuit and he couldn't come to Worlds but ended up going to Worlds like
Yeah, I think this was
a
also
week after or something.
the Ivern pick isn't necessarily
I'm
an LCK
surprised
staple,
HLE
but
versus
the
Genji was a
composition
2-0.
itself, like, that's
Yeah.
an archetype, right?
No,
And
same.
They utilized it beautifully. I think that, you know, going back to aiming
I think it was just his champ pool because he was good at enchanter supports, but engaged supports were meta. That's tough.
BNK definitely back to the drawing board on that one.
I will say though, you know, maybe D+
Aw,
have fallen into
cute.
BNK FRX's plan because these picks
Cute.
they took in game 1, they can't actually use again.
He loves
so
Barrel.
Man,
that's
is that the
hope we're going
biggest
for.
Barrel fan ever? That is so incredibly impressive. We are going to go to a short
I think
break.
that
I'm
was
gonna see where
Scout
she
with
got
the
that
lawsuit.
t-shirt.
That sounds
We'll be back
right.
with the space and then game number 2. See you soon.
The lawsuit was because like it wasn't poaching, but I think he signed a contract with another team before when he was supposed to or something like that. And then yeah, the jungler situation. They would switch out their junglers based on the comps that they wanted to run. But I didn't hear about Kellen. That's kind of tough. I think it's crazy though that there's so many mid laners that have like really promising like careers. Like there's so much hype around Chovy, there's so much hype around Showmaker. I like the Zeka hype. I can rock with Zeka. What's another mid laner? Who's Genji's mid laner? Genji. Dang, I can't remember. Who's Genji's mid laner? Let's see. I will find it. Genji's laner is Ruler. It was BLG with the 6-man. Ah, is it BLG? Yeah, I think that's what it was, Holy. I remember it was a team with like really pretty colors, but I couldn't remember what the colors were. But yeah, I guess BLG is the only like OPL team with very pretty colors. Owing out a scout is crazy. I think that's part of why DK didn't make it out of groups. They subbed in a rookie like right before Worlds and he solo lost them so many games, which I can't blame him for. It's a tough situation to watch as a fan. And I feel like when you're subbing in a rookie, like the other players know and they get picked on. They get picked on. It's like not saying that the rookie is bad, but they're typically not as confident on stage playing as a rookie. Oh, is Chovy the Genji mid laner? Ruler is literally their ADC. Wow. But I said Chovy. I said Chovy, I said Showmaker as like the first two examples. I just forgot that what team he was on. But yeah, Chovy is Genji mid laner. Okay, so Genji mid laner is Chovy, Showmaker is DK, HLE is Zeka. Of course T1 is Faker. Who else in mid lane in LCK has been promising? There's a team in LPL called Oh My God. Like, is this real life? Okay. Is this real? That's crazy. DRX being below Disguised Toast is insane. DRX being below Lion Gaming. Like, these can't be real stats. They're not that bad. I can't wait for MSI, honestly. I think MSI is going to be lit. I guess it's purely by win-loss. Purely by win-loss. Yeah, I think it's only like that because, let's see, they're 5-4. Disguise is 0-2. How are... Yeah, I think it's win-loss percentage. Because Disguised Toast has only played 2 games professionally in this year. Because remember, in Split 1, it's just like you either win or you lose. If you lose 2 in a row, you're just out for the season.
DK were able to mostly just crush them in the majority of that game. I'm still Valdez. With me is Wolf and Wadid. Guys, your thoughts on that game?
We can do Lodal as we wait.
That's all we expected. You know, we predicted DK for a reason, and I think
Let's
it was still
guess.
Game, until the
I'm
feeling
Blitz
I
cranky.
really like their draft as well. I can see Yone and Maokai.
I was feeling Blitz crank yesterday
like
too. Wow, all of them are incorrect. Okay.
We really need to work together.
It's a risky
Not from
draft,
Zon.
Picking the Misfortune into the Leona,
Let's
which was open, which is one of the best
do
pairing
a
champions
mid
with Ezreal, as
laner,
we've seen basically throughout
a
the last few
range
years.
mid laner.
You can see the Misfortune
block.
didn't really work out damage-wise, despite
Okay, so
dropping
they're
the damage
male,
on his team. He was
and
able to
they're
hit a few
range,
ultimates,
and they're from
but
2010.
did not actually really turn that into meaningful damage or team fight wins.
They're male, they're range, and they're from 2010.
Though. It's not about the champs and some of the vulnerabilities there. I think it's really just about coordination, because I think that
Let's do an
DK could have
ADC.
won if they just played better together.
Okay,
and there
not
needs to be a
bot.
lot better communication, I think, between jungle support, jungle mid, jungle top. Like,
Kinnan?
it just felt like they weren't ever making
I'm
the
down
same
for
calls
Kinnan.
together.
Yeah, it definitely felt like the team fights were heavily favored towards DK because of that teamwork that they did have.
You
We
ate
will
that.
take a look at the
You
first
ate
team
that.
fight right here.
Yeah, I mean, Oaks already mentioned that in game.
You ate that
they
real
have
bad.
huge item
Okay,
advantage on
next.
the red side.
The first
So
time
I
I
think
returned
BFX
from the
could just
void,
give up the Drake,
it was
'cause
to
they already
save
got the
me.
first Drake, right?
Now
So
it's to
they could
save
just
them.
play for the gold
That
and just
sounds
play for top
so
side,
like
but
Kaisa.
instead they took
Oh
the
my
fight. I think
gosh. That sounded just like Kaisa.
Maokai was focusing on Corki pretty well with his flash, but the follow-wise, why are you engaging on other targets when Maokai landed a free engage on the enemy damage dealer, you know? So it turns
I'm
out
gonna
that
assume it's her Q. Oh, that's her passive. Okay.
So it was so weird moment from
yeah, the little music notes really gave it away. This is Quinn 100%.
Not only in this first game, but throughout the early part
and
of 2025
finally,
here. It was also just the fact that
this is Jace.
Operate on that wall incredibly well because of the arcane shift, because of the Valkyrie, so it's really difficult to lock them down. When the Yone snaps back, the fight is just so disjointed. Like, they can't select proper targets, and Showmaker just kind of waddles away. And again, it was definitely a winnable fight. They had the flank with clear on the Gwen, but coordination has to be better.
Yeah, that's the thing, you know, the is that
yeah.
And misfortune
You're right.
You can actually target down
I never would have gotten that.
Single target, but
yeah.
they just didn't.
Don, bring your Vex. He only has one skin.
It's very difficult to engage in that.
Wow.
So if it's not very clean,
they doing her dirty.
Well, and then we saw just 4 minutes later.
They really came out with Vex and said, "All right, that's enough."
DK had full setup here on this objective, and it just kind of.
They really said, "That's enough.
Diablo.
We're done."
Yeah. My job here is done.
That's crazy.
All right, guys. Good luck in the header fight, and I'm clearing mid lane.
And like after this happens, he's decided. Well, I whiffed
They
this.
said, anyways.
The rest of the team just keeps going in though. He's like, nah. I've done
why didn't it show Empyrean? Yeah, you're right. She does have Empyrean.
And the rest of the team just gets cleaned up, trying to continue to contest the objective. I mean, Ox pointed this out in the cast as well. Just leave. Just accept that it's a lost cause.
Yeah,
Diablo did.
I mean, what's the point? You know, you gotta call out. You gotta call your teammates, and you gotta.
I like how this man is wearing a G2 jersey.
I have no ulti. Get back! I'm getting mid waves, but nothing is happening. So I really wanted to like just listen to their comms as well, because like it shouldn't happen in the pro games. Okay, sure, it's the first game of the season, but. Guys, you guys prepared for the LCK regular split after that LCK Cup, you know? You can do better than that.
Yeah, it's not the first. It's the first game of LCK, but it's not the first game of the year. They had a long off season to prepare for LCK Cup. They had a whole LCK Cup, and they had that whole break. And it still feels like I'm watching.
I'm so sick because they gave her good skin to Wild Rift. What's her good skin?
Looks like it's at least in game one a little bit better than what we saw in LCK Cup, but we've got to see this team play like a 5-man group.
They really need
I hate how there are Wild Rift exclusive skins. Like, just bring that hoe over, bro.
The Ivern pick, it made a lot of sense.
Bring that hoe over right now.
They were able to get the Rumble into the Gwen as well, so a lot of tools were there for them. They were able to play that out pretty well. BNK is going to move over to the blue side for game 2, as they were in game 1. So we'll see what we see in this game. Maybe Nefiri gets left open. Maybe we'll see some weird picks from either side. You know, BNK a little bit of desperation, maybe Showmaker just a little bit of fun. We'll just have to wait and see, because we are done here on the space. Game 1 went to DK. Let's see
go.
who takes game 2. Back to the casters.
Well, Valdez, it's going to need to be a bit of a step up here from BNK FearX if they want to be able to take down DK.
Bewitching, Cottontail, and
Stargaze.
Stargaze.
Like a cut above.
He's got
right now.
3.
I think in the draft and outside of it, everything just kind of going better for them. You can see
Oh yeah, they hate her. That's the only explanation.
Can be a dangerous sign for both sides, you know? Sometimes you want to get insight as to how you think a team's going to play.
Showmaker.
When it comes to DK, you just never know.
Yep.
No matter what.
I can't read that fast.
Kind of wondering. They truly are the sort of team where you just take it game by game.
Yep.
They could go for some wacky stuff in this one, or they could just be done with the series and look to close it out in an efficient manner. BNK FearX, game 1 was
They straight up hate Vex players. I can tell.
How it just felt like the lack of coordination, some poor decisions, and like
all
I don't
right.
think that draft was bad. I think sometimes we come into a
Let's get into this
matchup and we're
champ
like, okay, this
select.
draft is so much better. This one's unplayable.
Yep.
It's a big advantage from the get-go, but that really wasn't the case here. I think it's just more so a scenario where, even though I think we gave D+ the edge,
Let's see something crazy.
Very playable, and just some wrong decisions and lack of coordination.
Let's see some crazy.
So, back to the drawing board for this game 2. No more Ivan or Rumble to deal with.
Yeah,
so
honestly,
that's
let's
we'll let the Ambessa go through for good reason.
Yep, Ambessa going to be banned this time around, of course, with Gwen and Rumble being left up on the table. Ambessa was not necessarily the ban, but now with those two cut out, I think the Ambessa certainly does skyrocket, especially when it's Shiu, because he is very, very good at the champion. Understandable.
Is that not
I
weird
think probably
that
just open with the Neferi ban again.
on the
I'm not
left
sure
side
really D+ needed to
for
change their draft
BFX,
strategy massively in this situation.
it's
I don't think the
going in
onus is on them.
opposite order?
Yeah.
Like it's support ADC,
This is
mid,
saying to do
jungle,
with
top,
broken things
instead
and
of it
potentially
being
not
Mending.
top, jungle, mid,
I think,
ADC support.
That might be astute here. Vara's going to come through as a ban, so Jason Skarner with the other two bans.
It's not
they
normally
could look
like
to
that, right?
prioritize either of those and ban the other, as it looks like D+ is just going the triple jungle ban route.
Yeah, I think if it ain't broke, like you mentioned, do not then put it back together again.
So
because it's already together. Jace and then
We
the
got
Sejuani
Neferi
ban.
ban.
I think you don't
Good
necessarily
stuff.
need to, because if BNK Fearx first pick the Skarner, you can take the Sejuani as a match. Also, I think a big reason for the Sejuani ban was because Sejuani paired with like Gwen Yone is so scary. So I think they're having a bit more of a discussion about this one because they feel like they can be a bit more.
Kalista is still up.
Yeah, if you're worried about Kalista, you could just ban that one away.
Certainly an option. Let's see where they decide to go. You just take away Renata from Kellen as well. Is certainly one of his better champions, but they will
No
just stick to
Sedge.
what they did.
Oh,
So BNK Fearx
the
in this
pick
situation
starts
could look to just prioritize
the fart.
the
That's kind
Skarner.
of different. I've never
They
noticed
wanna
that until
lock in
now.
a jungler early and have that as an edge. Kalista is also an option, something that we often see prioritized early on. Although we did see it struggle a bit at first stand with that first pick and teams picking to counteract it, but they will go for it. Now the question is
Kalista
going to pick the Renata denial? We have seen like the Nico come out as a response. I will say though, particularly just for Kellen, really good on that Renata pick.
He
So
is.
I wouldn't want to
Ah,
leave
full
that
screen, my
to
bad.
him, especially paired with the Kalista.
I imagine Beryl
Kalista is
doesn't
normally
pick.
banned
So
alongside
maybe they just pick
Varus,
strong stuff.
and they
Yeah,
ban Varus, but
that does sound like
they
Beryl.
picked
And you are the
Kalista.
Beryl Whisperer, so
Yeah, I don't know whether it's a good idea, but I imagine
I
he
literally
is,
don't think
not
we've
too
seen
afraid. So
her
right now, the Skarner is, of course, very high priority. That will be locked
in
away.
any game. We've seen Varus a
Without
couple
the
times.
Sejuani there, does
I feel
mean
like
the
we
Skarner
haven't really
value
seen
does
Kalista.
certainly skyrocket. There's a Gnar pickup as well.
Good
and
morning,
it's kinda what we were
Kimmy.
expecting.
How are
Just
you?
Don't really seem too worried.
I feel like this is kind of putting pressure on because you want to secure
Yeah,
the
they're
Renata, I feel
definitely
like,
getting
for
Renata.
BNK Fearx, and then you can either match the jungle and you can't pick anything to the Gnar. They can't
I
ban
think
away
they
what
have to
top
lock
laners
it
after,
before
or
it's
if you
banned.
match the Gnar, there's already a lot
So
of
if they
junglers
don't lock
banned,
it now,
and
they
it
have to
didn't
lock
do
it
even
next
more,
pick.
so
Ooh,
they
Zen.
will prioritize the jungle
So
here,
now.
picking up that Zinzao for Raptor. I think the Renata, you surely want to secure that for Kalen.
Yeah,
And
you
then
want to
top
secure that
lane,
before it's
you don't have
banned.
anything to answer the Gnar, so D+, I think, really got into a comfortable position for their solo lanes of the back of this. I
Ash
think in this
Braum is
situation,
possible.
probably just pick up if there's an 80
I
carry
personally
support
like
you want right now.
Ash Braum.
I think, I mean, you could take mid, but I feel like the benefit
Why
of
is
having
Showmaker
only one
laughing
solo
so
lane
freaking
picked is you
hard?
can ban away top laners.
What's so
you pick
freaking
Gnar,
funny,
you ban away the
Showmaker?
top laners got into it.
Yep.
We'll see what they have to
Showmaker
do,
is
though.
having a really good time.
He's having a blast over
Does that
here.
mean he just
I swear the
blind picks
commentators
Cassidy?
can hear
No,
me,
it's
bro.
Cho'Gath instead. We've seen a bit of the Cho'Gath mid across the world. I believe I saw it for the first time in LCK.
That's why he's having a
days
good
ago
old
or a
time.
week
He's
ago,
about to play
something like
Cho'Gath
that.
mid.
It won, but it shouldn't have. Based on
Yeah,
what I saw.
the fast reset Cho'Gath, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sure Chronicle is enjoying this. Obviously a big fan of D+ and has been playing it a ton in solo queue. Basically playing around the fact that if Cho'Gath gets in melee range, it's not a good time, right? And you can get so much movement speed on the back of this
Isn't
build.
it Shirelia's Rush or something like that?
Yes. And you
Oh,
got the
God.
Symbiotic Souls, you can just reset whenever you want. And basically the Moby Boots effect. So yeah, pretty powerful. They will ban away the Azir, obviously someone who has so much DPS, and those soldiers not fun to play into. I think any picks that are kind of mobile in the mid lane, you don't want to necessarily go
Barely an
against.
enchanter, but I'll take the rep.
Well, Ash going to be
coming out
taken
as
away.
ban. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
I kind of missing Sona and Cassiopeia being played. Mind you, I'm an Evelyn main.
A lot of those lane bullies
You might see
that
some
Buster's gonna
Cass
necessarily
from
take up cards.
FlyQuest.
And you may be thinking, well, what
I
about
know
Caitlyn
that,
Draven, both of which
Quad
actually got
loves to
nerfs
play
on this
it.
patch, so
You might see it during
definitely teeth
LTA.
taken out of them.
Yeah, so not as much of an answer. Aatrox going to be taken away from Clear, though, as far as the response into the Gnar.
I think
Jack's still
APA
available,
played
something
Cass
that, we've
at first
seen,
stand
you know, many players have differing
versus
opinions on
HLE
that sometimes can be considered a
during
good pick into the Gnar.
the
See whether
second
that is
game.
where Clear is going to go. Does mean you got some Bash brothers in the Zinzao and the Jax as well. to fight on the top side. Not a lot of range, but certainly a lot of dive potential and movement. Ziggs removed.
I'm kind of wondering about this bot lane because the fact that they Cho'Gath wasn't going to get banned by BFX.
What do they plan if they change
the fact that they wanted to pick
Cho'Gath over
both
Ashe?
bot laners after the second rotation of bans.
Ah, Senna.
Senna, okay. Y'all, we're getting a Senna.
Yeah. Well, that's actually really cute because now they can just use it as a flex. And Viclad has to blind pick, basically.
It's interesting they clearly didn't think there was any chance of this and didn't opt to ban it. But maybe that was kind of the value of D+, is they had it as a flex option.
Yeah.
And we're like, if we get a Senna, we'll go Senna Cho'Gath. If we don't, we won't. And to be fair, they can still flex, right? They could still put it mid and put something else with the
They're
Senna.
cooking up something
basically
for
a situation
sure.
where if you hit one CC from one of them, the CC gets laid and Callista's going to have a bad time, so...
Yeah, and I believe this was a bot lane debuted by Gumakeria a little while back. When they were kind of just dominating every bottom lane matchup ever.
Yeah.
This one wasn't as successful. Sort of cropped up for a
They're not
little
talking
while.
about TK,
The Ari will be the pickup here for Vicla.
right?
And now we'll just have to find out whether it's going to be Showmaker or whether it's going to be aiming playing this Cho'Gath. Unless, you know, Beryl plays the Cho'Gath instead. You never
No way
know.
they're thinking
Maybe it's
about
farming
Cho'Gath
Beryl.
I think
ADC,
Gold King Beryl, let's go.
right?
Yeah, I can see Beryl playing the Cho'Gath, but also,
Oh no.
they're deliberating.
Showmaker is having too much fun.
Wow, that's really not as interesting. So it will be the Senna Cho'Gath confirmed on the bottom side of the map.
This is a bulky team composition from D+. Into, you know, I feel like the Ari
Listen to me.
gonna kind of struggle. You need to get
If
really
I
access on
start
these key
seeing
targets, and
freaking
with the Rebel
Cho'Gath
and like
in
the,
bot lane,
Dude,
wall
look,
screen,
it is.
yeah,
they gonna have
Beryl's
to see
playing
me.
I think this makes more sense.
I
You know,
love it.
They
I
gonna
feel
have
like
to
with,
see me.
With Carrier Guma, it's like, oh,
I better
Carrier's
not
playing the
see
AD
a
carry.
sing.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
they
yeah.
have to
Come on,
lose.
but I think this makes sense.
They
I will
have to
say
lose.
though,
Oh, I am so
aiming,
sorry.
your chances of getting Gold King
I forget
not
about
looking
doing
good if
that.
you're playing Senna here.
And thank goodness he got
they
his
have to
Ezreal
lose.
game in the books, you know, beforehand, because at least now he can feel like he had money in the last game, at least. This game, not going to be as much, unless they just get a whole bunch of kills all over the place.
Is
Get
she
the
sleep?
upset. BNK FearX, see whether they can manage to do so. It certainly will be that. Based on what we saw in
Oh,
the
she's on
first
her phone.
game, it's going to 100% be necessary. Oh man, the demons that are DK, especially
This
when
is just such a D+ move.
it is such a D+ move.
Please.
You're exactly right. And that's what I was going to say. Like, they are so good at punching down. This team is like, and look, it might sound mean, but it is true.
Yeah.
When they think they're better, they like the confidence,
It says,
the amount that they
please,
get from the
Akma.
confidence
I don't know what Akma
is
is.
very, very high. They need to play with that confidence all the time.
Translate that Google.
And sometimes I guess it does backfire, like against Genji with the good old Kled pickup. But this is a very fun composition. Like you were saying, extraordinarily beefy. See whether they have the damage as we jump into the
Oh,
rift for game
Akma means devil. Agma. Please, devil. EK.
2. Oh my god, it's the best skin as well.
I don't know what that means.
Gentleman Cho'Gath is one of my favorites.
It's
of all
peak.
time. Oh god. Oh,
They
beautiful.
scale, but early
Oh,
game
it's
is going to be
just-
rough.
All
They
right, I have a
scale
question I have to ask you. What's
infinitely.
that? Okay. We know D+
They
like to
scale
get very hyped
infinite.
when we see their voice comms. Okay.
Have to stretch.
Do you think at some point in this game, Beryl will eat someone, and then Showmaker in the voice comms will make the gobble?
Oh, I
The thing is,
guaranteed he will.
I think if Showmaker was playing the Cho'Gath, it wouldn't be a question. It'd 100% happen.
Dude, and this composition's so good as well because you can have Lucid pick up the champion, and then Showmaker can use his flick like a ladle and just flick it into the open maw of Beryl and
Like
the
a
Cho'Gath. It just
ladle.
gobbles them up.
Just feed Beryl.
That is actually, I really want that combo to happen. Impale into Seismic Shove into Gobble.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
feel
it means devil.
one of
I
the
just
issues I'm
don't
having with this
know what
BNK
that
FearX
means.
comp into this specifically is that, like, I think Raptor and Vikla are going to have a really tough time getting up close against his composition.
Ooh, handshake.
The positive aspect, though, is the spot lane 2v2. Kellen, really good on this Renata, and the
I'm sure
Renata, you know,
farming
you're
as
playing a
Cho'Gath
late
early
farming
is going to
champion.
be super
Yes,
annoying.
also great.
Yeah, have fun.
This is Will sorted out in the late game. type bottom lane. One where you're going to try to wait for that sort of 3.5-minute mark and then exit, perhaps. We'll see what they decide to do. Piercing Darkness just to try and get Aiming's health bar a little bit further back up. And it has been 1,461 days, and Beryl won with it. Because technically this is support Cho'Gath, but it's actually not. Which is weird, because it actually should be the Gumayusi game that happened more recently, but that was technically...
So are we saying
Cho'Gath.
that it's similar to
Because
Tom
right now,
Kench
Aiming
Senna?
and Beryl have kind of role swapped, but we're having a look at a little
Where
bit of battle towards the top side here. As
Joe's just
we've
gonna
got a slight
farm.
zoom in as well. Oh, the threaded volley angle just gorgeous as Vikla one more auto, and there's a flash for it, solo kill.
Whoa.
For Showmaker, and Vikla's
Okay,
woes
Showmaker.
continue here in
Okay.
game 2.
Not a good start. You know,
Okay.
we're talking a lot about this bot
I
lane
can't be
matchup,
mad at it. I
but
love
mid
a
lane's
flash
going that way
forward.
already.
I love a
Zari's gonna have
flash
rough
forward.
time.
Who do you want to
So what
win
do you wanna
this?
see?
I'm
and,
down for
Kellner at
DK to
least.
win.
A sign of good things.
I'm also
on
down
this
for them to
bottom side, but
lose
it's kinda
because I don't want to see
expected.
Cho'Gath Senna in my ranked games.
Up you go.
Let me find
I
out
need
this
to
is a
do the
win
voice
for
lines because we've got the Korean
Yeah,
ones,
Showmaker
and so it
did
doesn't have
that.
those lines. We're going to see Showmaker's perspective here, and that threaded volley angle was 100%.
He said, no, you're dying, hell.
Against the ore.
Flash
He
photo
should have
again.
flash mastery
I'm really
or
glad
something.
that he has the shocked
That's why
Teemo,
he's the GOAT.
And he made exactly the
reel
right
it in.
sound for shocked Teemo as
He's
well.
the GOAT of
He's great with the sound
DK.
effects.
Oh,
Sure.
he is.
I feel like honestly we could just
He's the
over
GOAT
the
of
course his
DK.
career,
Vikla, why
Reel
would
it in
take
a little bit,
we
bestie.
could just record like every sound effect that Showmaker has done, and someone should make an audio pack where like
Oh
all
my
your sounds
God.
are just Showmaker.
That would sell so much. I imagine if you could buy in the shop.
It would sell out. It's
Yeah.
a digital product, and yet it would sell out.
And I know, like, Tasteless
Be honest, you
Santos
just
did
want
it
them
for
to lose
StarCraft 2.
because you
Like,
hate me.
there is their
I just
own voice
said
pack.
I want them to
Squid
win.
taking a lot of damage here as well.
The
Same
only
as, like,
reason
Castle
I
Junior,
would
a lot
want
of
them
the
to
famous
lose is
StarCraft
so that
commentators,
we never see
did that
Cho'Gath
for
Senna
StarCraft 1
in
remastered
ranked.
when it came out.
That's the only reason I would
We
want them
need
to
the
lose.
Showmaker
Otherwise,
voice line pack
I'm down for them to win.
for League of Legends.
100%.
Make it
And I
happen, right?
don't
We said that
hate
email.
you, of
It's just free money.
course.
It's free real estate. As Diablo going to get snared up momentarily. You can see B&K still pretty happy with how things are going.
Fair.
Bottom side,
I think that's a valid
taking
reasoning.
some souls where it can
I think
get
that's a very valid
This is the point
reasoning.
where it starts to get a bit threatening, though, because if you do eat CC from this Senna Cho'Gath, you
They're
will.
winning in farm. I guess there is a wave that's still going.
It'll just get laid, and you'll end up getting bullied out. There's also so much stain from a Senna
You're so good
Cho'Gath,
at lying,
obviously Diablo
Queen.
Kelly wanna
That's
chip them down,
crazy.
Look for kill pressure, but
That's crazy.
Up you go.
oh,
Okay, Beryl could be in trouble now. Does get into the brush, but there is a ward put down immediately. The flash out from Beryl. And he is at least going to be able to escape for now.
Good
The
flash,
red not
good
quite
flash.
enough. As Showmaker could be getting a visit here.
I
from
thought
Raptor.
fasting
Does have that
Senna
control ward.
wasn't
Raptor
T
instead just going
anymore.
ahead towards his Chemtech Drake. Just to take that one down first. Not a
Also,
lot of blue stuff
aiming
left.
not using Winter Bless Senna.
As Lucid has that giant spell
I
and is now looking
think
to
he
make Clear's life
deserves
difficult.
at
Q is
least
relatively low, though. Does have Meganar coming up.
3
There's
years
the
in
hop skip
prison.
And the flash out.
At
from,
least,
Clear
right?
After he uses his trinket as well.
that was nearly
Not using Winter Bless Senna when I know they have League of Unlocked on their accounts. So you have Winter Bless Senna, you just chose not to use
So he
it.
couldn't activate Meganar with his ult or something.
Yeah.
I think he deserves to go 0 and 45
Either way, still gets the flash
in this game.
clear, and Lucid will just trade objectives.
with a
Once
month
he
of
pings come
community
out, though,
service. Right.
B&K Fearax have swapped
Right.
the top side. They should be in time actually to deny one of these grubs at least.
Well, Lucid hasn't used his flash just yet.
Uh-oh.
Smite does
Lucid is in
order to lock that one
trouble.
down, can walk through this wall if you would like
Does he have
to.
smite? He
As
doesn't
Raptor
even have smite, bro.
either.
Give it up.
Kellen going to be moving over though, and that should mean
Oh, I guess
Lucid does have
Raptor doesn't
vacate,
either.
and he will do so. So that is just one of the grubs going over to B&K. And we just have one objective for B&K and one kill for DK. That's all we're up to as far as the feats are concerned. Handshake. Ooh, shoot, not feeling polite today. Which is going to help him out here, as aiming moving towards the mid lane. And Clear versus
Come
Beryl
on,
is now the matchup
DK.
that we're witnessing on the bottom side of the map.
I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, what a world we're living in. It's beautiful.
And Vikla continuing to have some struggles in this mid lane matchup. Not helped by aiming showing up.
Yeah, it's not necessarily spelling a massive lead as far as farm is concerned.
Siwoo got on the
But
right.
I don't think we're expecting
Gnar
Showmaker
skin,
to
period.
dominate this matchup, right? The Talia into the Ahri.
Looking
Yeah, I mean,
cute.
we've seen this matchup a lot, and obviously the mobility of the Ahri kind of skirt around the Unraveled Earth when you have your ultimate.
I don't know what the
there's a
best
lot of-
Talia skin. But
like,
Talia
there's a lot
main
of,
told me that
skill
Star
comes down to the
Guardian
matchup, but it just
and
feels like
Pool
if you're losing
Party
this
are
much
the
early,
best
you're never gonna
Talia
have the
skin.
time.
But I'm not sure.
Dear. Barrel is going to be discovered as the flash forward from Kellen lands the handshake as well. Barrel is very dead. Diablo able to lock that one down in the end. And sometimes you just overextend. You think that your Rupture has scouted the brush, and you're wrong.
Oh, but he gobbled a minion, and he did get a stack, so...
There you go.
Maybe that's just what he needed to do in the moment.
We're going to have a look at this one more time. Yep, they sidestep, and then immediately Faithful comes out, and Barrel is dead.
Yeah, Flashes Barrel. He honestly does everything he can. The Rupture's pretty good, but the flash from Kellen
That's tough.
secures the kill.
Where's for the stack?
Aiming not there to
It's the choice between pink and blue.
Barrel speeding back to lane.
Oh, look at him go. He's trying to put items together as best he can. Hextech Cookie completed first. Looks like a little bit of a deviation from the builds that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I think a bit of a different vibe compared to the
Bill just
solo
wants to
lane.
farm.
Shogath was seen.
He wants to dash cannon them instead.
He does.
I respect it.
Dash and ult. Powerful strat.
I kind of love it.
It is such a barrel move.
See how much value they're going to be able to get. As once again, we see a seismic shove connecting onto Vikla. Showmaker just landing every
I've
button
definitely
possible
heard the name
and avoiding
Vikla
as much
before.
damage as he can at the same time.
Vikla's definitely
getting
getting
better.
his
Yeah, he's
teeth
kind of
taken
getting
currently.
schooled here in this matchup.
Yeah.
He's having a rough time.
The seismic
He is
shoves
not having
does
fun.
miss. I feel like Vikla did have a fair bit of criticism last season, and it's not looking like it's getting better as we move into this one.
Dang.
Last season, of course, I mean the LCK Cup. Shiu now finds himself
The
with a whole lot of
commentators,
bad
I
guys
think they
around.
hate the players.
Will be able to take the crowd,
I
but
think
it's
they
Colonel Drake
dislike
coming up in a
them.
minute and a half.
Yeah, BNK
I do.
already have a dragon in pocket.
The current one is my fave. Talia really
Has that
said
Megan
trans
opposition.
rights
Look at
and
the wall,
her.
it is gorgeous. Wallop
her.
immediately going to get cleansed though as Diablo dancing around this one. That is the ultimate not connecting.
Okay.
Renata that goes down first. She had a lot of sticks in him, but Diablo not quite enough.
Siwoo.
Gets immediately stunned. Then it failed. Cannot
Giggity
clean up the
G.
kill onto Shiu. Does
Oh my gosh,
manage to
Vikla
help take
lives.
down aiming
Wait,
as Lucid
BFX
just
is kind of
crashes
turning
Raptor
this.
into the wall. Shiu still offering as much damage as he can, but these health bars are so low. Diablo dancing around this fight and manages to take out all of them.
Diablo comes in clutch, manages to find the kill. So many low health bars. It looks like D+ was getting away with murder there. But the AD carry comes in
Diablo.
clutch, and the Callista
You're
is able to clean house.
clearing these
Man, let's
hoes.
have a look at it one more time here.
You're
as
clearing
this looks
these
like a
hoes. He clocked
brilliant
that.
engage from DK. That Weaver's wall blocking it off, but the fact that Diablo doesn't get hit by the Gnar is the biggest part.
Yeah, great cleanse there, and then just able to bully him out of the fight. And we see Diablo just constantly getting damage.
Right
It's so
here is
hard to
when it all
navigate this
started
fight
going wrong.
into
Yes, he
Skarner,
gets the
into
ult,
Talia.
but
We see Vikla
Raptor
get locked down,
doing
not
too
able
much
to really follow
damage.
through.
Senna
But Diablo
dies,
moves back in despite the low
and
health
then
bar, has confidence he
Lucid
can make it work.
stuns
Wraps around
Raptor.
the Unraveled Earth, and then
Diablo
looks for Shiu
just
here.
pumping.
That final combo at the end with
out
the PS. So well
damage.
played.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And Showmaker actually
yeah.
pretty impressed with how Diablo played that one.
He ate.
He did manage to just kill Vikla, who was just
He
kind
ate
of a
real
spectator.
good.
Hit him with a seismic shove, so that was a little bit of a shame, but Diablo trying to put his team
Oh,
on his
is
back.
Diablo
Right now, he's got a 320 gold bounty.
Devil?
He's 2K ahead.
I thought Diablo was, but that makes sense. Because the sign said,
Yeah, but aiming as
please,
the Gold King, so 2,000 ahead of the
Akma,
Gold
which
King.
means
Yeah.
This
devil,
is a pretty big deal. The Diablo, the young player.
and then
Now looking to secure this dragon.
BK.
D+ contemplating running it back.
Yeah, Beryl does have teleport, so does Clear, so the top laners, or the bot lane and top laner is...
The people inhabiting currently the top lane.
Close enough.
Indeed.
Okay,
DK,
welcome back, Diablo.
4-man strong in the banana brush. That's a lot of control of that area, as they do manage to lock it down. BNK can now just vacate. And so nothing really happening there.
Have you tried
1,000 gold lead
Popeyes'
for
new
being
pickle
Kato.
menu? They even have
That's a big
pickle
deal.
lemonade.
Another Hextech
That
solo.
has to sound
Cloud into Hextech. We are
like
eating good today.
the most insane item to ever
Souls
purchase.
as- actually, no, it's
But
Mountain
no,
Monster.
I have not tried
Yeah.
it.
And honestly,
I don't think I will ever try the pickle lemonade,
Alright, good handshake there
unfortunately.
from Kellen. Is
But
Renata still very, very
I
strong.
wouldn't
and
mind
BKFX,
trying like
they have
actual
those two dragons
pickle
in pocket
food
already. It's
items.
Hextech Soul. They're feeling
Have
really a lot
you
more
tried
comfortable,
it?
Oh, yeah.
after that fight win.
Pickle
Kind of
lemonade
the
sounds
turning point of all these
insane.
games, you know, you have the first dragon, starting to lose a little bit of control. That dragon
Literally
fight to get
insane.
the second can really be so pivotal. And you know, eventually aiming is gonna have
No
a
way,
range
Holy.
to be a huge problem. But for a long time, D+'s game plan is kind of you gotta dive in and close distance on BNK FairX, and this cluster Renata is gonna make that.
I can deal
hell.
with a pickle
Yeah.
burger.
And I
Let me
think
look this
DK
up.
also had kind of the wrong approach to the
Who
last
is
fight
it?
because
Popeyes?
they
Pickle.
let Shiu kind of dive on top of Diablo, and then he
Yeah.
failed to kill. Okay, never mind. We got a bit of a fight here towards the bottom side. Yeah, so Shiu
5
dived
new
on top
items.
of Diablo, and then when he failed to kill him, they're like, Diablo doesn't exist. And
Yeah.
then he kind of killed everyone. So I think now, perhaps Diablo's not going to get away with it. Perhaps.
And
That's what I'm sort of thinking.
Kind of, I think, because Barrel spent so much time solo
Pickle
laning,
glazed
he was 2 levels
sandwich.
down on clear. This is really not a good spot for your top lane to be in.
Yeah, it's not
Zesty
great.
pickle
Handshake there from Lucid
flavor
getting him out of
glaze. Oh my
any
gosh.
sort of engage opportunity. Showmaker comes in, the Impale not quite working out as the Fate's Call is going to get this
Fried
Renata out.
pickles,
Kellen immediately
which
looks for the knock-up and
is an
gets it.
actual thing. Oh my gosh, y'all, BFX
this
is winning.
Not the team we saw in game 1. As another handshake,
Pickle
Kellen
lemonade.
is just too good at this champion. And DK, you're the ones that were on the team with him when he was this
Pickle
good at
glaze,
Renata.
You knew
bone
he was
and
good Renata,
wings.
you know? I feel like it was a lot of disrespect to give over the Calista and then do nothing to mitigate this Renata pick coming through as well. And Diablo is just running house right now. You see Lucid come in here, but the handshake away mitigating, and then he's kind of stuck in this awful situation.
Don't
He
think I
ults
could do
Kellen.
it, y'all.
Kellen just gets ulted by Diablo. He's completely fine. Goes in, looks for the Cho'Gath as well, and then once more denies one of the players from D+ with his handshake on the wall. We
Oh,
have-
it's a pickle
you know what?
lemonade, and then
Not
you
even
get
us,
a
right? We have a lot of
frozen
footage
pickle
of
lemonade.
Kellen and Renata. Do you know who has more footage than us? D+.
Yeah,
Ah,
that's what I was
capitalist
thinking. Because I think they did some
overloads.
scrimming
Holy,
with
you are
him as
quite
well.
literally
I
the
imagine.
most
And I-
hilarious person.
Yeah, I feel like the enemy team probably said, "Nah, stop playing Renata," because
Oh
we
my
want to
gosh.
let's keep it easier for us to maybe.
Pickle hater till I die. You don't
Oh,
like
man.
pickles?
All right, well, Kellen is kind of running
Pickles
the map
are
right now, and it's a
really good. Like, I can just
7-0-0,
snack on
Diablo.
pickles.
The reverse.
However,
James Bond. This is
I don't
Bond
think I can
James,
snack on pickles like that.
for Diablo here.
I can barely do fried
And
pickles.
3,000 gold lead.
Like, I
They've,
like a
got a
wet,
monopoly on the
crisp,
dragons. They have the feats of
juicy
strength.
pickle.
This could not be
I don't like
any
warm
better
pickles.
for B&K. And
I
this
can't
is
get into
such
it.
a DK situation, man. We
Yep.
said already, like, you cannot assume.
I feel
And
like, again, an
it
all
looked
pickle
like a
menu is for the
completely,
trans
like-
girls. Pickles are the
Sometimes
snack. Are they?
drafts mean that games are very unplayable. But
Dude,
the
pickles
first
are
game,
just
it just looked like a
it.
skill diff, right?
Yep.
It looked like it barely mattered what
Ah, I
champions they were
see,
playing.
Sophia.
This time, it looks like the same thing, but in the other direction. DK,
Number
never changed.
one pickle defender. Yeah,
Shiu
no,
towards
like
the
I
top
love
side
a
trying to
pickle.
clean up the mess that was made earlier.
I also think aiming souls are pretty low. 33.
Did you guys
like,
know that
50
you
minutes
can
is-
chase
You know, I
Great.
like
think one of the
alcohol
outs
with
for D+
pickle
is
juice
eventually aiming
to
this kind of
not
critical mass. You know, the
taste
Yeah,
the
guys,
alcohol?
we
Like it like
outscale
neutralizes
you
the
know, infinite
flavor.
scaling, but I look at the enemy Calista having Blade of
Just in
Rune's
case
in my
you ever
center,
need it.
You know, with a
If
hammer.
you ever need a chaser
I
and you don't have a
almost got
chaser,
black cleaver, guys.
maybe,
get a
kind
shot of
not
pickle
really at all.
juice.
No.
It's not inspiring.
It
And the
bangs.
lack of souls is really a big factor as well. You need that range in this game. You really need to be in a position where you can hit Diablo and he can't hit you
it
back.
bangs.
And I fear if aiming ever walks up to Diablo, Diablo's just gonna hop in his face and
Oh,
Exploding.
you're one of the like insane
Let's see whether
ones,
Lucid can find
Lamar's.
a bit
Okay,
of
got it,
an
got it, got
angle
it, got it, got it,
here.
got it, got it, got it, got it.
Set up for the
Got
game.
it.
Barrel is trying to act tasty.
You're absolutely unhinged.
And,
Understood.
All right, Sentinel going to approach the brush, and they trinket it as well. And still, the Skana waits.
Understood. Understood.
Okay, how long are we going to wait? Is it going to be Vikla taking an inhibitor turret before we've pulled the trigger? The answer's no, as Diablo smashed into the wall immediately and presented for his team, but where's the damage? They do eventually find him, but the bailout is going to be there. Showmaker gets over the wall.
Showmaker will be deceased today.
And Beryl just really wants to
Vikla, do you want to do damage today, or do you want to wait for tomorrow? Got it. It's a 3 for 2 though. Like BFX still wins that. Oh, I'm sorry. Might be a 4 for 2. Okay.
And DK, I think that was the best it could have gone, and they still lost.
Even with them dispatching the
dang,
right at the
that was the
fight,
best it could have gone, and they still
being
lost.
able to have the follow through in the fight. I have to say, the shutdown from Dabble and burning Summoners here, I think makes it worth, but not a good feeling. Not how you wanted this to go.
How did Talia end up at Chickens?
To try and take out this cluster. Actually, didn't
oh,
even
he
get the
flashed
flash.
over.
Not even that big of a win. Showmaker flashes over here. And it's just kind of locked in with Vikla. Does try to find the Kellen, but it's just
Vikla said,
no
like,
real follow-through.
I don't feel like doing damage.
This is the sort of situation where having like an Ari or Viego, who after that initial kill gets resets, it would be fantastic. But there's just nothing there. Like you got that one
Pickleback
kill.
is amazing. What is Pickleback?
Oh, seismic shove on the Kellen, but they're still taking a Drake, and that is going to be Soul Point going over to BNK.
Yeah, I think honestly, you know, I thought Diablo uses Flash. The fact he hasn't, the fact his cleanses back up, and everyone has summoners apart from Kellen, who you can just
Good night,
anyway.
Kiki.
Really looking rough right now for BNK FairX. Sorry for
so they're on Korean Standard Time.
Try and engage a fight. That summoner advantage.
So it starts at 1 a.m. PST. This might be our first best of 3.
I feel like that is not going to remain that way for much longer. And DK, they're on the clock. 4.5 minutes until Soul Point number 1. And
honestly, DK just has to scale, right?
Hextech Soul.
I see.
Game over from there.
I did not know that's what it's
Ruin a
called.
Soul would be,
yeah. We're kind of nuts. Bottom lane as well is where Otacon is, so it's going to be a lot going on down there.
Getting ready
that
for
black league we were talking about
class.
is finally completed.
Hope you have a great day at school.
43 stat at souls is just
and learn lots and lots and
He's
lots.
got like 10 souls since we had the conversation. It feels like 7 minutes ago. Suboptimal, you could say.
Yeah, you know, Beryl hasn't had the best game on this Cho'Gath, but aiming not
Holy
looking
moly, 12
too comfortable
no.
on the center.
It might have been that perhaps they hadn't
You're
put
definitely
that much
in
time
Europe.
into this.
I can tell by y'all's times, like where y'all live, honestly.
Showmaker, but the 1v1
Anybody who's
relevant
like
anymore.
6 to 8
Certainly
hours
so
ahead of
much better
me,
for BNK.
you're a European hoe,
Amy.
aren't you?
Wind becomes lightning,
Aren't you?
and Raptor not going to go much.
I thought Callista falls off. I'm pretty sure Callista falls off. Callista is like,
Jake comes through. They're going to focus on the turret first. Good knock up there as he dash cannons his way back. And Diablo still just dancing
prime
up.
time is early game.
Gorgeously played from the young AD carry for BNK.
Yeah,
this guy,
aiming and barrel
really
do seem to be super
He's
behind.
looking brilliant. This is what was promised from this young player when he joined, but didn't really see it.
Yeah, I know how to spot a European hoe.
I think it just kind of shows why Dabble was.
All you gotta do is type your time in chat, and I'm like, yep.
What he can do when he's given the tools. Just that final
European hoe.
threaded the needle so beautifully.
Guess where I'm from? The time is 9:38. No, don't say sorry, Caps. Keep that same energy.
Yeah.
I rock with it.
Gorgeous. And they'll be able to take it in.
9:38.
That is going to increase that gold lead to just under 5,000
PM.
And clear.
I don't think there's many time zones behind us.
Also becoming a huge problem.
And
look, are you in
you can't completely trust gold leads when it's like
Australia?
a cluster against a center, but when Diablo has a 5,000 gold lead over aiming, and
you were watching LCK. TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live.
Over Kellen, it feels like a misbalance.
Yeah,
it feels like there is a 4,000 gold gap.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to point any fingers, but it feels like someone's been.
You can point your own fingers.
Someone's been cooking the books a little bit. Someone's been
some
missing funds.
Yeah,
allocated somewhere.
The Gold King has been robbed.
I'm telling you.
Let's just say that. And
I know
there was
time
a lot in
zones.
there to be robbed as Lucid going to get pushed
am
back
pimping
into
all
BK,
over the world.
and he's being thrown around like a ragdoll. Picks up an Ari on his way through there. Has flash, but I don't think he really has
Lucid,
much opportunity to use it. And there's some bounty gold going over to DK. I think
you guess the country?
Check out game
Absolutely
number 3
not.
to see whether we can win that one instead type angle for DK.
I can do
'cause this one's
continent.
feeling done and dusted.
And that is
Absolutely.
all.
Lucid's just trying to walk up to see if he can get a look in and can't even get close. A minute till that Hextech Soul seems very unlikely you're going to be able to contest that. And with the Ruinous buff as well, that's just a game ender. She was trying to push in the side lane.
Yeah. He is killing minions.
Oh, might go for the Grom.
Hey, there's also a blue buff here.
I looked today, Kimmy, and I have most of the
I think
chromos
if
that
they
I
secured the blue
want.
buff, I'd feel a lot more optimistic about the state of the game.
I kind of want to save up. There's an item called like
There we go.
Essence
Hey, Cosmic Drive is
Pro
done
or
for Beryl.
something. I want to buy it, but I don't know what it does.
The Cho'Gath's
It's like a
supposed
little
to work.
scroll. I don't know if you've
Cho'Gath.
seen it.
He's got his own way of
But it's
thinking.
for
It's a
200,
different vibe. There is movement speed on Cosmic Drive, so I guess it's, theoretically
250,000.
similar kind of way of doing it.
I feel like that item's so clunky on Cho'Gath, you know?
Yeah.
You have to like hit an ability to get the movement speed, but like, I mean, I guess you can hit Q.
He's optimistic for his ruptures.
Yeah.
Just say that. Well, DK now grouped up. See whether they can find themselves a team fight.
They got a blue buff.
Hey, there we go. Another flick. That's going to bring
Okay,
Raptor
that could
back.
be a good pick.
This is exactly where DK needs to be, as Vikla flashes for a charm that goes wide. That was something.
Are we surprised?
And
Not really.
now Raptor looking for a bit of an angle. As a hostile takeover as Lucid getting softened up completely. Diablo is so incredibly safe. As Beryl going down low himself, the flash counter-strike comes in, but Clear taking a lot of damage. Dawning Shadow to try and keep them all alive. And Beryl is limping around in this battle. Shiu getting softened up as well. As Honeyfruit is all they can really hope for. Showmaker realizing he's the only source of damage. The sidesteps are looking good, but Diablo gets in range and down goes the Talia. Not a lot of opportunity, and now he's just dashing towards Shiu. The leap strike not going to quite do it as Beryl.
He just TP.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. It was a very weird state of
He
affairs.
did just TP in there, right?
I wasn't watching. But now
Or
he's
was he
dead.
trying to TP out?
Yeah, Shiu's also.
I'm so confused.
Okay, yeah, he was standing on a ward. Lucid is going to try and drive away, but it does not work. Raptor able to kill him, and there is a Hextech Soul. Oh, DK.
I need to see what happened with Beryl there.
Yeah, let's just, maybe we could have it as purely Beryl's view.
Yeah. So
The
you're not in a good position here from D+. They really want this dragon, understandably, but they're kind of just trapped against this wall. They have to run away from the
content
Renata
game.
ult.
If that is truly the
Again, it's a lot
case,
of
then they're
kiting, but unfortunately
smashing
on the wrong
it.
side of the map, so they don't really have anywhere good to go.
They're
They
smashing.
do buy a lot of time at least.
All right, so Beryl gets the shield from the Dawning Shadow.
Smashing it.
Then walks
I
around.
shouldn't have said we haven't had any
Teleport. Okay,
actual best of threes. It's only been
He
O2s.
actually did. He just recalled.
Because as soon as I say that, we're going to game 3.
Teleported back to the same spot, but the rest of his team
No,
had been-
not even full
literally,
health.
holy. No,
Yeah.
quite
Well,
literally.
that's what I thought happened, but I was like, surely not. Surely I must have. My eyes are playing tricks on me.
They won.
They were. They were. He just did that.
He did just do that. And now the Baron is on BNK.
Well, aiming nearly has 60 stacks, so
Hey.
What's going on,
at this
Davina?
rate, I think he'll take over the game once we get to like
An hour and a half.
maybe 2.
All right.
Maybe 2 hours.
2 hours
They
is
just have to stay
insane.
in the game for 2 hours.
Yeah, that's
The
That's
other
simple.
option is quickly lose and then use 26 minutes in order to win with a better draft. As the charm comes in, Beryl dies unceremoniously as Diablo is just dancing around everyone. She tries to dive in, but immediately gets CC.
All right, game 3.
That is a
Let's
triple
go.
kill. Diablo's looking
Lock
for
in,
more.
lock
That's
in,
the
lock in.
quadra. And the
Juice
young
up.
prodigy from B&K standing up saying, you put some respect on my name, DK. That Callista performance, absolutely beautiful. 26.5 minutes of B&K. They clap back.
some
I
big
wonder if
takeaways
he
from this one.
knows
Diablo has some good
where the
hands.
meme put some
Helen,
respect on my
surprisingly good
name
on
came
Renata.
from.
Yeah.
Apparently that's new information.
Because I needed
And
him to say it in his voice.
Stick to champions you can play.
Yeah.
Generally, and I'm looking specifically at the bot
Honestly,
lane
this team pisses me
because-
off. Why?
They looked a little bit lost.
They did. I think there were some, certainly some errors that went around elsewhere at the same time. I think Clear also had a fantastic game. Shiu looking a little bit muted. The Skana not working out for Lucid, but I think, yeah, Beryl, I don't know about the Senna Cho'Gath. Let's not do that one.
I honestly, you know what, I don't even think Beryl's as egregious as aiming. Like, how did
I think
he have
it's
so
good they
few
lost.
souls,
Yeah.
Because now
like,
nobody will try that.
So, I don't want to make assumptions, but it looked to me like Beryl and aiming spoke to each other like, we at one point in our careers played these champions once in an ARAM.
6.6k damage, 9.5.
Well, he did do more damage than Kellen by 1,300, so that's something.
Nailed it.
Not very inspired. You know what?
They deserve
I feel like
a
as well,
permaban.
Aiming's the gold king, right? And you know when you play Senna, if you're like you should be like hunting out the
Yeah,
soul.
Showmaker was laughing a little too hard in Champion Select
very strange
for them to play like
game
that.
there, but BNK, they keep us in the series. One more game to decide who
Sophia.
takes it. We'll go to a short break. Then the space is going to break that one down.
Showmaker
Good luck,
was
guys.
laughing
And then
a
we'll be back
little
in Game
bit
3 of season.
too hard for them to have lost like that. He was having a little bit too much fun. Yeah, Kalista got that triple kill in near Dragon fight. I think this was the fight. Yeah, she gets a triple here. It was Raps. It was this fight that made it Raps. And right here is where it all went down. Do or die, brother. Is now do or die.
이번에 세게 몸 들이밀어도 될 때 탈리 없어서 탈리 프리디야 이거. 따라 해볼게. 초가스 볼게. 초가스. 가왔어 이거 천천히 봐봐. 달려볼게. 나 달려볼게. 달려. 나를 매가. 나를 볼게. 나를. 미드 탑. 내가 탑 따로 끝날 거. 탑 따져.
Ooh, am I gonna make it?
대초요.
Am I gonna make it through this last game? Woo.
Was there ever any doubt?
It was cute you thought there was a chance.
We toppled the blue wall, and it wasn't even close.
So we are officially the first stand champions. And by we, I mean Humble Life Esports. Thank you so much, Humble Life, for being so extraordinarily good. It didn't seem very close between them and the rest of the competition.
It was not
the rest
close
of the competition
at
seemed
all.
Like a mess. And that was a lot of fun to watch. Honestly, having such a format, I don't think it tells you very much about
what
power
else
level of
can
any of the
we do
teams, but it was fun. And
during
we
this
got a crazy result,
intermission?
and so that's really, really cool.
We've got probably about 7 minutes. What time is it? It is 4:47 a.m. Oh, is he really good at Renata? $12.48. Oh my gosh, you got a doctor's appointment? When? Yeah, I don't think we saw a lot of Kalista ults. What is this music, brother? think I'm gonna have to. We gonna have to mute that one. Ever mentor another streamer? I feel like that at the current moment would be a lot for me, but I wouldn't mind doing it like in the future. Granny, thank you for the follow. Yeah, no, same, Myra. Babe, oh my. You gonna start streaming, Munchie? That's a pretty ring, I must say. Golden Dew. Yeah, I know, I get that. It's a lot to like micromanage, you know? Dang, I'm mad tired, not gonna cap. We're watching LCK. They're in intermission right now. They're gonna come back in a couple of seconds here. And we'll get into the next game. We'll get into the last game of the day. That's valid, Munchie. All right, let's get back into the...
Expected. We actually had DK as the big favorites coming into this one, but you know, DK taking some early risks, and Diablo said, absolutely, you're not able to do that against me.
I think the freak not is what they said, actually, if I remember.
Diablo he just accidentally a whole LCK game. It was crazy. He was in a skirmish. They left Kalista up. He got it, and he just, I don't know. He was moving. He was doing some kiting. He came back in. He just accidentally a whole LCK game. He just accidentally a whole upset, man.
Yeah, I mean,
it was crazy.
Yeah, I mean that's the reason why you normally close out the Kalista, right? I mean, Kalista was just so strong with the Renata, and I just don't see the reason why they really wanted to just play Senna and Cho'Gath into it. I mean, it looked fine in the early game, but it ended up pretty bad.
I didn't really
Pretty
like
horrible.
BNK's draft, even though D+'s
Pretty
draft
dog
is
water.
kind of a meme, because there isn't a ton of synergy here. Obviously, you have the winning bottom lane, which, you know, you could have known, you could have tried to protect it and lead towards that if they didn't go for the Cho'Gath, but it was a little tricky there. So I'll give them some credit for that, because you didn't know necessarily.
Not
that was
like
gonna
they
get flexed,
entered that,
but it ended
for
up flexing
sure.
into a good thing for you. But then the Jax into the Gnar, I know some players have said that they think that's favorable for the Jax, but most would disagree. He laned really well, but I didn't like that aspect of it, and I thought the Ahri wasn't enough damage when you're playing Kalista into the Talia. They didn't know, of course,
I'm
that Talia was
rooting
gonna come out
for
different, but I really felt
whoever
like what they ended
wins
up with
in
here
sub
wasn't gonna work
25
out, especially
minutes.
with the
That's
poor
what I'm
coordination
rooting
we saw
for.
from them in game one. But as it turns out, if your Kalista gets 7 kills before you really reach the mid game, none of the draft really matters.
Yeah, I mean, every champion gets really strong if it gets 7 kills.
Whoever
right? So I'm not
wins
sure
sub 25 has my support for the rest of the season.
It's a 7 kills result, you know. So it's really hard to figure that out.
No,
Yeah,
like literally,
Nicholas
Myra.
is quite strong. She does get banned a lot on the red side, and especially with Renata Glass. If you get 7 kills, which 4 of them did happen here.
Arca, thank you so much for the
which,
follow.
you
Hope you're
know,
having a
this
good-
is, I think, what Wolf
good day today.
meant when he said, you know, they accidentally an entire LCK game.
Yeah, there's not really a verb for it, so I just kind of skipped it, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He played this really well. Like, his positioning is good. He's able to escape the rock skier that Showmaker sets up. Gets stunned anyways, but doesn't matter, because guess what? He's Kalista. Everyone's health bars are low in this wild skirmish. Raptor's ult isn't the best, but he's ready to clean up house.
Yeah, I mean, that Zinza ulti in the late timing was on point. I think that was the timing that he was actually soaking a lot of damage from the Taliyah. So that's why they could make the space for the Kalista. So I think it was really clean play by Raptor as well.
I think that, like, obviously, this is the type of scenario that if you disrespect your opponents, you play fast and loose, you don't play to your win cons too well as D+ here, there is an opening for a
Watch
player
them
like
go
Diablo
50
has
minutes,
the skills,
dude.
has the talent to
I
actually
will end this
outplay you
stream
there
mid
and
game.
position himself well enough to clean up a fight
I
like
will
that.
end
Ends
this
up just being
stream
kind of an
mid game
accident, for D+ that throws
and
the whole
not
game into chaos.
give a
Yes, they did
singular,
accidentally that part of the game. We're going to take a look at the top
a
side as well.
singular.
This is the second
Friggity
part
frick.
where we're like, okay, well, you're already very far behind.
Who won
against the
last
Ballista.
game? BFX.
Yeah.
So
And they
it's
immediately
1-1.
take on the fight.
Yeah,
Whoever
I mean,
wins this next game
even though
wins the
they
series.
got the 4 kills on Kalista, I think it was still playable.
I've
because of
never
their
played
team
Kalista
comp.
now.
They are playing Taliyah against Kalista.
He's
and
not in my
everything,
champion pool.
like, seemed fine, but just randomly, Scanner just went into the Renata Glass, who can actually just easily disengage with the abilities, and like all those random fights normally DK doesn't take, but after the game 1 winning, maybe they think that they can just take every single fight, and like I don't know what just happened. I'm really not sure how can I like just explain these games well.
It's hard to explain it, but obviously, like, when you're fighting, when your team is fragmented and Showmaker's coming in at a different angle, and the rest of the enemy team is grouped as 4 with the defensive Renata ult, I mean, you're just never going to fight your way out of that one.
Certainly not, and props to BNK for making it 1-1. Our first 3-game series so far of the LCK. We'll throw it back
Yeah,
to Atlas
props
and
to
Tops to
them.
break down game 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, obviously, this is going to be the first 3-game series after we had Hama Life Esports versus Gen G and DNF versus DRX. This was obviously going to be the one.
It made sense.
I think Nongshim Bro was always going to be a 2-0, though. But it should have been for Bro. Oh, it's all gone upside down.
It's a weird day. It's a weird day. And you know what? There's a lot of reasons people like Fearless. You know why I like Fearless?
Why?
Because Aiming cannot play Senna again this series, and Beryl cannot play Cho'Gath against this series.
God
It's
bless.
impossible for that to happen, and that just, I have a feeling of relief knowing we don't have to
I don't want to see Showmaker laughing no more today.
We did.
He
it
is
was not
off
great to
laugh
watch.
laugh
it was
duty.
good to watch Diablo, though. Really
Yes.
pop
His
off.
laugh
Yes, he kind of showed
permissions
the
have
hands
been
he has
revoked.
and why
Oh,
he was
yeah.
hyped coming up to the LCK. It's been difficult because obviously
Yeah, you
LCK
need to be
Cup
locked
0
in, brother.
wins doesn't really put you in good stead to show what you can do. Especially, I feel like AD carry is one of those roles that is so team reliant. Very difficult to kind of fight against what's happening with your team and carry regardless when you're often very gold reliant as an AD carry. But managing to find a window there, and Kellen's Renata evergreen.
Oh, yeah.
Feels like.
I think that is one of the biggest things, is the fact that Kellen can't play Renata again. Because even when Kellen was having his biggest slump
Yeah, he can laugh for
his Renata was
post-win
still
celebration.
I just respect
Up until
D+
then,
testing.
I'm gonna
Like,
need him
oh, is
straight
Kellen good at
faced.
Renata? This is
Lock the
information
freak in,
we need
brother.
to know.
Yeah, they've
And now
never
they know
known
it.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't have that information prior to this.
I think Bengi's notebook now has
I feel like Neferi's gonna make it through.
Down in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Crayon. All right, Nocturne going to be a ban away as we dive into the draft for Game 3. Fearless Game 3, first time that we're going to get there this season, and probably you're feeling good if you're a DK fan because they were very good at Fearless in the LCK Cup. However, they just lost a game to BNK FearX, arguably the weakest team in the LCK right now based on people's power rankings.
Yeah, well, maybe you're feeling, it's kind of a mixed bag because maybe losing that Game 2, then I'm going to go serious mode Game 3, but also, what was that Game 2? I mean,
Yeah.
I think Showmaker is innocent.
Yo,
I think
Jade,
he had
thank
a
you
pretty
so
good
much for
game.
the raid. Hope
bot
you're having
lane,
a
very
good day
guilty.
today. Welcome
I
in,
think is
everyone.
How I'd put it together.
We are currently
Seeing,
watching
Nocturne, Renekton, Poppy coming
LCK.
out in the ban.
This is the last game of the
So-
day. It is
Very
DK
different.
versus
Varus open and available.
BFX.
Neferi open and available.
I am
So
on
one of those is
my
getting through.
last
Let's see which
leg
one, as
before
we saw when Varus is
I
left up.
pass out and go to sleep.
Well, Okay, it's Nefiri.
Nefiri, insta-lock.
Yeah, the Varus over and over again.
What's an LCK? It's the professional
He is gonna.
League of Legends gameplay for Korea.
You know, it's 0-2 so far in the LCK.
Yes, welcome in,
one
welcome
time
in.
it got kind of bopped by Genji, and the other time it did everything it could.
Yeah, the next time it got bopped by some noodles.
Yeah.
It did do some bopping.
He was laughing in Game 5 versus HLE to make finals last split, and they locked in some BS with Kled mid and lost.
Pretty popular into Nefiri.
So I guess you know whenever he's laughing, it's just a loss. Also,
that could be the opportunity.
Kled mid is very funny, but I do believe it works. As also APA swears by it, but also
but to be fair,
they lost using it in Worlds.
Rumble that you could pick into him, Gwen, kind of taken off the cards.
I was going to say Aatrox is an option.
Yeah. Also, Ari and Talia gone for mid lane.
What's up, Jade?
Like pair up with the device. Will be interesting to
I'm
see
rooting
what,
for whichever team has the funnest picks, because I do not care about either of these teams. Currently, I hope they both lose.
Also be good. So I think that they should just lock it in.
I hope the game crashes and they have to postpone the matches.
Azir is pretty strong. Gonna go for the Aurora though. Has been left open available. So Closer tries best to make a game work on that one. And honestly, this works as denial as well, because Vi Aurora is pretty strong. Vi Tria's gone. Vi Ari's gone. What are they gonna pair up with the Vi in this situation?
Now, what is it?
Orianna.
Could be something like a Silas if you wanted to just keep it brawly.
It honestly could just be Azir.
Or just Azir, yeah.
Azir.
It's always the most boring answer. Unless it's
Vikla. I didn't know that you wanted to be him
yes.
too. But you are a mid laner.
Yeah,
and
they've actually saved the bottom lane.
That's
pick
the mid lane
last.
syndrome. Everybody wants to be Faker.
Okay,
so.
a bot lane that has been played competitive that would make you the most disappointed that's available right now. So no Talia Pantheon.
The game is 20 minutes for sure.
Man,
God bless. Yeah, I'm on West Coast.
Most disappointed. Is it? Yeah, you know what it is? Yasuo said you on.
Unfortunately, the Sejuani... Oh, wait, no, Sejuani's available.
Yeah, I checked, you know?
Oh my god, you're right. Okay. All right,
honestly,
aiming and barrel, there's your mission.
I said that made me disappointed. That'd be kind of pog.
Yeah, it would be kind of pog. It'd be pog until we got into the game,
yeah.
I imagine.
I mean, that was the same with the Senate Cho'Gath.
Yeah, exactly.
It was pretty cool, and then we got to see them play it, and it was less cool.
Yeah.
A lot of the engaged sports
DKW.
being banned out in the situation.
Let's see.
Leona and Rel already gone. Nautilus and Rakan.
I don't want to be Faker. I just want my Akali to go Burr, even though I haven't played mid in 4 years.
Attacking Barrel's champion pool is
Akali
dangerous for
mid
DK
lane,
because then Barrel feels like he can play all sorts of other
kind
random
of gives
things,
Faker.
which can...
It kind of gives Faker, but I'll believe you.
Interesting stuff.
But I'll believe you. There's a couple of champs that if you play them, you want to be Faker so bad.
I like this.
Those champions include Azir, Silas, Galio,
Does this
Ari,
mean that we're insta-locking Lucian Nami?
Akali,
Is it happening?
Orianna.
Lower dash cooldown.
There we go.
Is that enough?
Don't know.
Am I missing anyone? Yasuo. His Yone is some hot cheeks. So we will not include Yone.
That's an engaged tool. Oh,
I guess you could lock in Yone and you don't want to be Faker.
If they go engage supports, like if they went Nautilus, who's obviously banned.
I feel like if you lock in Yone, you want to be Zeus.
Right? But
engage brawl.
Akali and Silas Death belong to Zeka. Yeah, you're
really as present here.
You're actually a full-blown Faker hater.
A lot of the strong lane 80 carries taken off the cards that we see, you know, MF gone, Calista gone, Varus, Ashe denied, so...
Ashe with Braum, it's likely. Okay, I like the Kai'Sa.
But not so fun into the Ashe. And also, you typically pair Kai'Sa with an engaged support. Is it going to be like a Shen?
Let me just go Teemo Queens.
That is
Gragas support, love.
That'll kind of work.
Okay, we're rooting for DK.
I think you could just
Unless BFX shows out with this last pick.
The cask is
They have to really show
they did
out.
this change
I want to
ages
see a
ago.
champion I've never
But it
seen
used to be
before
when
in game
Gragas
ever
threw
in
a
my
cast, it
life.
exploded on your wall.
In
and
my
knocked
life.
everyone back, and anyone in front of the wall got knocked forwards. They changed it, so now when you throw the cask at the
It
wall,
just eats it.
it just
All right,
disappears.
DK,
And
let's get
you
this
know, I
win.
remember playing that matchup after the change, and it freaked me out. I was like, where'd it go?
Yeah.
It just vanished. This cask of ale just disappeared. Gragas was distressed, obviously.
Basically, Braum learned how to drink way faster.
Yeah, very efficient.
He just slurps it.
Siphoned a bit off to the Poros, which was a whole incident. But yeah, I mean, I think ultimately the mid jungle.
I know 2023 Worlds was painful for you to watch as a Faker fan.
Is good for
but
BNK
you,
PRX. I think clear on Cassante is fine.
we're
I think it's a
not,
strong
we
5v5 for
cannot
BNK
rewrite
PRX. It's just
history.
Really, this Teferi is dangerous to deal with, and Lucid definitely feels like
2023 was a rough year.
I think it's going to need to be a little bit
However,
of early game prowess here from
they
DK.
still
though.
won in
Definitely feels better
2023.
than having Senator on the map. So that is a positive. And we have a gentleman in the military service right now. Don't necessarily know what his what was written down just yet, because it was very small.
Yeah,
that was why.
Yeah, you would have been able to read it.
I would have been otherwise.
If it was larger. Like these signs, you can read because they're larger.
That year was epic.
but I didn't
It
'cause I
was
was talking to you.
the most anticlimactic Worlds I've ever seen in my life.
Read by you specifically,
I definitely meant 2022. I know you did. I know you did. I just wanted to call you out. I know. I knew you were talking about DRX versus T1.
Pretty standard composition.
I definitely know. But yeah, that was a devastating year. Not gonna lie.
Gragas support. We'll see what Barrel's going to be able to do with it. That is indeed.
Wakey Wakey played till the very end. He did.
LCK.
I mean, it was a base race. Wasn't the last game a base race?
Who's going to be able to come out on
And
top
yes,
with a
he
BNK
failed, but
find the upset against
like
DK.
they ended up winning the next 2 years. We can give DRX a pity win. We did it for the content. It was a very good comeback story, underdog story for DRX.
3 Poros for Braum and 3 Doggos for Lucid. That's pretty cool. Is it 3? Right now it's looking like, yeah, it is. Is it 2? Or is it just include? Yeah, you include. I'm including Fury so that we can have the same amount of animals.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Keeping.
Yeah, I like the legendary Vice skin.
That's how I'm doing it. As man, we like Gragas Esquire as well as Gentleman Cho'Gath.
Okay.
Beryl is running it down respectfully.
Yeah, I think I have a theory. Okay. I think Beryl just likes those skins.
Oh, me too, though.
The Fury not using the hot dog skin. I think DK actually should lose this game.
He's big up. He's like, yeah,
that's their second strike of using the wrong skin.
Secretly, he's just hovering the skin.
Before it was not using Winter Bliss Senna. Now it's not using Hot Dog Nefiri.
Would go like KDA
or Glizzy Nefiri.
That skin kind of goes hard. But this, I mean, it's the original and
I
the
think
best.
they deserve a loss.
Yeah.
Although Scuba Gragas is pretty OP.
Hillbilly Gragas.
Oh, Hillbilly Gragas. That's a shout out to Score.
Graggy can get kind of tanky.
In my opinion, as Diablo and Kellen being a little.
I thought they play on current patch.
As this bottom lane matchup does not sound like a whole lot of fun to play if you're Kaiser Gragas.
No.
But they tried to walk up to the lane, and as you can see, that is illegal.
Yeah, this is kind of the issue.
As you can see, that is illegal.
That you have to walk up at level 1 and exist rather than lane
that is illegal in the country.
Not so fun.
It's not working out so well, as we can see here. And the problem is they gave a great matchup to the guy that just had an absolute pop-off game. And so Diablo absolutely feeling himself right now as Beryl body slams his way out. And yeah, DK gonna have to farm this one under turret. This is the lane where DK fans should be feeling pretty happy. Beckler is, even in the game that they won, not been feeling too good about the laning phase. And so this is certainly a point of control, and especially with the setup, Lucid wanting to get around the map and find some kills early. An opportunity here as we get a slight zoom in onto aiming. He's missing so much of his CS.
Yeah, Kellen even walked forwards and blocked him from killing a minion at the tower, so the tower killed it instead.
That's tough.
Fully trying to twist a knife in the situation.
Yeah.
Despite that, though, as you see, he did it again, but despite that, he's not actually that far behind in the farm. In fact, if he gets this last minion,
yeah, they're
even. He's actually up in gold. You know, sometimes...
That's just Gold King, baby.
Sometimes in bot lane, you try a little bit too hard to play the denial game, and you're a little bit less focused on the me get CS game.
That's
Well, I mean,
facts.
Kellen can focus on the denial
Sometimes
game.
you really
Diablo
do
needs to
focus
lie.
too hard on
Yeah.
trying to deny
He
that
just
you
missed on
forget to
that.
farm your own
I
CS.
don't think he even got the other one.
Oh, he didn't actually.
Just played an
Yeah.
ARAM as
So-
Briar, and I had no
Still,
singular
Cannon gets
idea
picked
what
up
I
by
was
aiming.
doing.
And he's happy about
Who are
that
you
one.
playing?
Raptor
Or no,
will be
not
able to
who are
take
you
this one
playing.
down
Okay,
as
I'm not gonna
Lucid
lie.
not
I
finding the
am
first dagger, not
beyond
finding the second
tired.
dagger. Dancing shoes on here for Raptor.
But
And with that,
who was on your team and who was on the
go for
enemy
the top
team?
side scuttle.
Give me the
Trying
full
to fight a
rundown.
buy over hit bot side scuttle.
Looks to be the answer. Does mean that
Have
the
you
bottom
just
lane
never
kinda
played
left out to
Briar
dry
before?
A little bit. Vickler not going to be hit by that one.
I feel like Briar and ARAM is kind of
Vickler's
hard
still
because
trying
if
to
you
put on
press
as much pressure
W,
as he
like
can, but
you have to
Buffering
go in.
Sands working out here. Showmaker. Ooh, got the zoom. There's a flash. My God. Okay. Flash for flash.
I
in the mid lane.
respect Showmaker for
Already.
always flashing forward.
Fear of God into him right
I
there.
respect that.
Vickler doesn't want to get solo killed again, so
I respect that
will
hard.
dodge away. And now once more, pressure going down on to D plus body slam from Barrel will avoid him getting stunned.
I respect
But,
that
not having a fun
hard.
time.
Yeah. Honestly, could be worse. Especially given the fact that, yeah, aiming is still even with more
He's actually going to be
minions.
ahead, yeah.
Yeah. It's very weird. Don't quite know how this is working. Aiming has done a deal with the devil or something like that. I will get more minions.
It's a Gold King passive. He just gains
Yeah.
CS every 10 seconds.
He's
he gets
basically
CS.
Twisted Fate every game
Yeah.
or something. Well, Chiyu and Clear just pressing buttons at one another.
Thanks, Briar.
We've
Yone,
seen this
Crisis
matchup before.
Holder. Oh,
Travel, is completed though.
3
Clear had
ADCs,
teleported
no
back a little bit
tank
earlier.
versus Quinn TF Mundo Vice. Yeah. You got set up, fam.
Finding a few
That was a
opportunities
setup.
here to get some of these trades. This is where he's found a lot of
Did
his
y'all
success
win?
on Aurora. It's just being able to force your lane opponent to be at very low health most of the game.
There's no way I see
Hasn't
y'all
been
winning
hitting
that
any
game.
of the combos though. Vickler actually, I think, playing a bit better. Even though you can see
Mundo,
the farm, it
Soraka,
is still Showmaker having a
Bye,
good time. Kellen's gonna
yeah.
turn up and gank his former mid laner. No flash available because, of course, he used it earlier. And there is the Sand Soldier. There is first blood going over to Vickler.
Vickler was probably
Great
saying
moves
no
there by
flash,
Kellen,
no
find an
flash.
opportunity to roam from base and just punish his Showmaker for his over-aggression. I think you can kind of see that the way he was
Period.
forcing these
Period,
trades
Amor.
on a Vickler. A little bit disrespectful, and it's
And I love
immediately
that for
punished.
you.
Now Lucid,
Because I
gonna find a ward
definitely
with
would have
nothing
thought
else.
you lose
Yeah.
that
And
based
the
off of the
Dragon going on
comp
over as
and
well,
how
so
the enemy
BNK
team has to
utilizing
rock
the
a Mundo.
advantage, turning it into an objective, and maybe they can get over towards these grubs. But it does look like DK, with moving their bottom lane up early, will be able to secure the grubs. So not going to be a response there. Should
He
just be a
definitely
trade.
scared of 1v1s.
Great for grubs, but the first blood going over
Definitely
to Vickler is
needs
such a
backup.
big deal, because he has really been struggling so far in this series, and getting this Azir online could be really, really big.
Needs
for
to call
BNK
for
moving
help.
forward in this game.
He does.
가볼게.
Kellen, if BNK win this, is the player of the match.
평타.
I still think Diablo is
나이스.
in strong contention for the Callisto game.
Aha. There we go. That's actually a really good point.
But I think the bot lane is definitely fighting over that spot if
But
BNK
wait.
Fearex come through.
You remember like that topside sequence in game 2 as well? Like that
I
was
still
all
look so
Kellen.
small.
The Callisto play
Yeah, no, I think
was pretty clean.
Diablo was definitely good. If Diablo does do like anything at all this game, he's probably going to get
It's one of those two, for
Yeah.
sure. And it would be a crazy scenario when Neferi goes 0-3, and just I don't even think it's even remotely Neferi's fault if Neferi loses this game. Or the other two games. I kind of blame Peanut for the first game.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a Peanut situation.
Yeah.
He is not as good when he hasn't had a few games on stage on the champion.
Shyvana vibes?
Yeah, a bit of the Shyvana vibes. Bit of the
They're
Zyra
so
vibes.
shady.
Things like that.
Yeah.
He not even playing and he
This
catching
is where we need to
strays.
see Lucid show us, you know, how this Neferi is
Literally
supposed to
not
work.
even playing.
As top
Has
lane
he
is
got
in
that
some
dog?
lane. Yeah, does he have the dog in him? That is a very good point.
He definitely
Is he a big
fed.
dog?
That may be the case.
Big dog.
But he not even playing.
Well, aiming and barrel will be able to get another crash. And you can see, as far as CS is concerned, no worries there either. That's a BF sword for the Kai'Sa.
Oh, Kaisa going wild arrows?
Yeah.
As Raptor comes over and steals the Raptor.
Just like doing that.
It feels like a really long time ago that we were talking about not saying the word rap anymore.
Yeah, has it been long enough? Are we allowed?
Yeah, I think we're allowed to.
Okay.
Lucid, can you smite this one? The answer is yes. It helps when your opponent does not have his.
2506.
Wild arrows. It's the only thing that makes sense for the first item.
Yeah. All right. Gonna land the Void Seeker here as Beryl, body slam, tanking up the turret now. But this is a Cassante, remember? It can get a little bit awkward. He goes all out, but then the body slam's there, and Beryl says, I'm gonna take this kill, Gold King. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to get the next one.
Yep, good moves.
Imagine sitting in the audience to scout opponents on your off day and hear the casters flame you on broadcast. That'd be crazy. I don't know if the Korean broadcasters
also making sure that
flame,
he's always in the right angle, so when the all out comes in, he actually gets pulled out.
but maybe they
Turret
just
range
don't
as
listen to
arrow
the
going
English
to sail
broadcast.
towards this top side.
That'd be
Stop the
crazy.
recall?
Try to stop the recall.
Why? I think aiming moves because you saw the arrow coming, so essentially served the purpose.
Yeah, imagine sitting
yeah,
there.
interesting we're getting the
Your,
crit Kai'Sa here when
it's not my
your
favorite.
homeboy saying that you're an
AP
intern.
source is this Aurora. And I mean, I get the value of making it a solo AP Aurora, but
My feelings would
it's
be hurt.
interesting. Yeah, I mean, the ult there from at the end from
Almost
Claire,
got it.
maybe if he'd popped that a little earlier, could have been different, but it's hard to pull off. Gragas is very bulky and a lot of CC.
Yeah. Still played very, very well here by DK. And Beryl having a much better showing, you could say. Aiming back towards the top side, going to be clearing things out. Next round of grubs up in about a minute.
I feel like for Beryl's performance, the previous game set the bar pretty low.
Yeah. 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 He's currently his scoreline is looking way better.
Significantly.
Both teams though with one objective apiece and one kill, meaning that feats of strength. Complete parity here right now. See who's going to be able to get position on these grubs. I imagine DK probably happy to sort of go 1-for-1 if they can get position elsewhere. 30 seconds on the Drake at the same time. Everything's sort of coming up together.
Yeah, I think ideal situation for D plus is you able to contest maybe one grub, steal one away, and then get the dragon off the back of it. But with Lucid resetting and BNK VOX having full control of the area, I don't know how plausible that's going to be. We've also seen Claire actually moving up here.
Yeah, she also down towards his bottom side, trying to be able to clear this
Little
one out.
boy
He is
grub
pinging
action.
that he will be looking to attack this turret. And so, yeah, maybe it's just Lucid
I don't
says,
think
all right,
the
we'll go
Fury's
3 for
gonna
3.
contest.
Not too worried about it. And BNK, they
Just
are
gonna
investing
go
everything
straight
into
bot,
making sure
maybe
that
get
this
dragged.
is locked down. Demolish is there, though. It's going to be a lot of damage. Is now aiming maybe a little bit too far up. Does have flash, now doesn't have flash.
Yep, good moves there by Kellen, capitalizing on the slow from the Ash. And let's be able to keep the pressure here, get a plate as well.
Yeah.
Now Raptor looking for it. This is risky against the Gragas.
Clearing out that ward. The Gragas being there, like you say, is going to help out. One dragon apiece, though. One set of grubs apiece as well.
I think Beryl's on the tower if they try and dive back.
Okay. Does manage to cask in a weird time, and so Kellen doesn't get the door.
Okay.
I think the plan there was basically
You know, I am
defend
quite
against the
literally
dive, and
about
they
to fall
dive him aiming
asleep.
ult in, but
I'm almost there.
VRX just kind of walk
This is the
away
last game of the day.
which they're happy with.
I just gotta keep moving.
Not too bad there at all. Showmaker moving towards the top side.
I gotta
and
keep
then
moving,
back
and
towards
we'll
mid.
make it through.
Shiu and Clear doing battle once
At least
more.
one if Fury does well in
Man, this is a
LCK, right?
much
I think there was
slower game.
one.
I feel like, you know, Bengi was like, enough of the funny business, guys.
I feel like the Fury
Play some
is OP.
cool, calculated League of Legends. And that's what we're
Just
getting
everybody
here.
is shutting it down.
Yuntal's now done for aiming, like you were talking about. Definitely a lot more of that crit style. Building now into a little bit more attack speed. We'll see where the build does go. Still likely a Rage Blade to be put together.
I don't know. I think if you've gone Yuntal, you kind of have to fully commit to crit. Like, I feel like you need like a crit attack speed item second, like a PD or something.
Let's see what aiming is going to go for. Doesn't look like Infinity Edge.
I think you get that third.
Well, Vikla is looking for a bit of an angle, and Showmaker says, nah. He'll just be able to go into stealth and be absolutely fine. Lucid looking to see whether he can take his blue buff, and it looks like he should be able to. Beryl coming around, and that is going to be Lucid securing it. Beryl going to slow down Raptor as he makes his way out, but Vikla there as well. Time?
Beryl just stole blue. Oh, Showmaker. They were both
he was just standing in it. Sometimes, you know... Like, how do you know that Showmaker wasn't like, you should take it?
No, because Showmaker was also standing in it. definitely wanted it. But I guess he didn't want it as much as Beryl did. I think that's what's clear.
I think Beryl just said, how much of a gold lead do you have? And he says, I have a 500 gold lead, so I think I deserve this.
Yeah.
Not that they can actually see.
It might have been an accident.
Is it fine for Beryl? I mean, to be fair, I don't think Showmaker's that worried.
Yes, you.
I've seen people tilt over less in
I'm
solo
gonna.
games.
I think
Thankfully,
my
this isn't a solo
gameplay
game,
is to
and, Showmaker has
start
a lot of experience with
around
it,
like
so he
12:30,
knows.
12:45, and then
Now clearing
stream a
little bit
couple of
trouble
ranked games
perhaps,
afterwards.
Xiu
But I
is
think the
really
ranked
showing
games
sort of
afterwards will
mid-game
have to
dominance
come
of
once
this
my
Aatrox,
sleep schedule is
pushing this wave
adjusted.
up. Let's see how much damage to this turret he can get done here with
Because
the cannon available.
today
Lucid moving
there
over
will
as well.
be no ranked games
More plates
afterwards.
as they do
I'm
fall
going
down. One was picked
straight
up
to
just
bed.
prior to that. And so could actually be this first turret feat of strength to go over to DK.
But I do
And yeah,
think
they're
I
gonna
should
take this one up
also
with
stream at
minions
my
to come on
normal
over, and that
time
is
as
first
well.
turret blood going over to DK.
Later than the day.
And they've moved into like a
Beryl took a
2,000
kill
gold lead
and
kind of out
blue.
of nowhere.
At this
From
point,
just
been
farming
shown,
better, being in better positions around the
and
map.
turning on him already. He ain't mean to. He didn't mean it.
Previous game.
Yeah. And by
He
farming better, I
didn't
mean she is
mean
farming
it.
better.
Yeah.
I'm sure that tilted Showmaker. Knuckle cap.
Which is something. He does have a pretty sizable lead over Clear right now. Mostly on the back of that farm. So, kind of scary to see an Aatrox getting fed in this manner.
It doesn't. I feel like it doesn't mean that much. We haven't like. We've had a lot of Gwens and Rumbles and things like this where if they fall behind, they feel kind of useless. I
So
guess
LTA starts this week as well. So on Saturday and Sunday there will be 2 streams.
It's just the Aatrox.
This week is purely a test run
Yeah.
to see either A, do I want to co-stream all of the LCK games or just some of
I think
them?
that's one of the problems with
B,
the Cassante is so much powers.
is co-streaming LCK worth
Like,
it?
you can't
C,
comfortably
is
lane,
co-streaming
like, you can ult,
LCK
and you're not able to, like, find a
detrimental
kill that's
to
in a
my
disengage.
health?
It's like, well, what have you gained?
Yeah.
And D,
Barrel.
can I co-stream
Try to pay
both
back
LCK,
Showmaker.
LTA, and stream at my normal hours? So it's a lot of, I've got to do a lot of analyzing on Monday and Tuesday,
Yeah, but now Showmaker
and
has a
then
red buff. Why did you get
I'll
that,
report
buddy?
back with
It's not 20
my
minutes yet. What's happening?
That's
findings.
definitely, it's like support took my blue buff, I'm taking your red buff.
I get Lucid just pays the price for
This
everything.
cycle's never going to end. Well, it's shared for him, so he's
Yeah,
fine.
Oh,
you-
right, yeah, true.
It's aiming who suffered for Beryl's sins.
And aiming suffered in the last game as well. It's too much. As now
There was
Callan
also a
taking
lot of
bit damage,
caffeine
puts up the
intake
door. That's a lot of value for that one. Throws an
on
ultimate out of fear, I guess, as the arrow is going to be
my
just
first
avoided. And
stand
Beryl,
co-streams,
perfect body slam. Gets
and
him out
I'm
of the
trying
way.
to
Rift Arrow
not
going to be ignored now
have
after a whole bunch of
caffeine
ultimates just went
anymore.
wide.
So I'm doing
DK,
this on
way less
pure
tools. So
willpower
DK
and
claimed control of the
ambition.
river. Now Xiu looking for an angle onto clear here towards the bottom side. The Darkened Blade hurting.
Yeah, and you actually saw the Gragas interaction with the Braum. With the ult just got consumed by the fires off that, that fireplace.
He threw it into the fireplace.
Not the best place to throw your alcohol.
Yeah, I was going to say,
like
there
an
should be
explosion.
the
it
fire
went back in his
explosion.
face. Yeah.
Man, Ziggs should just come in and throw down a Mega Inferno Bomb if that happens.
No,
that should
you
be the
don't.
fun
You don't have to
interaction.
watch
I
every
think so.
game.
Let's talk to Freak.
It's kind of, it's not satisfying because it just vanishes. You know, you don't even get like the.
I remember when I first started
noise.
co-streaming, I thought it meant I had to watch
explosion animation.
every single
Don't send
game,
anyone anywhere.
Just fizzle out.
Yeah, something like that.
and I was scared I was gonna get fired if I didn't. And then I told them
Yeah,
that
just kind of like runs around in a
I
weird
told them
way
that
and
one
his
day I
screen
couldn't
goes fuzzy.
co-stream
Honestly, they've been adding so many
because
status
I don't
effects,
know. I
like you have
think
to
something
berserk
happened or
and
I
things
was
like that.
tired,
Yeah.
and they
I
were like,
think they
"Oh,
need
don't
to
worry
add,
about it."
Like, intoxicated as a
I was
status
like,
effect.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Reweight Gragas so you can apply it to.
Speaking of, maybe he is drunk. I don't know. Beryl is behind enemy lines, but he just body slams his way in. And in fact, he just bought time to make sure that this Rift Herald was claimed. He's a genius. There is a fine line, though, between genius and madness, as we know.
That he regularly treads.
Indeed.
Oh, Lucid got it with the lead.
Yeah, did manage to get it.
Or maybe the dogs. One of the two.
Beryl is just really not afraid, and I feel like he should be. You know how sometimes you're like, wow, he isn't afraid, I'm so impressed. It's more like, he's not afraid, please start being afraid.
I'm kind of worried for him.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Well, does mean B and KFX are able to move over towards the dragon, have control of that area. Herald's going to come down. Not sure who's going to grab it. Beryl probably shouldn't, as he has been drinking.
Yes, certainly shouldn't. They're just going to leave it though, see whether it can get itself a charge. That is going to buy DK some time.
One of those
to move into the river.
No, yeah, I'm
okay.
gonna have to
Raptor
crash
diving on in there. Bomb
after
comes down
this.
this time, gets Raptor out, but Nefiri is just dead
I'm
in an
barely
instant.
making it through
She was
this
able to
one.
umbrally dash over that wall and clears all out, doesn't do too much. She wants back
Yeah,
though.
for sure, you.
And so DK, even though they lost one and it's their jungler, they still want to try and fight for this. The volley value actually kind of massive as well as Shu gets himself out of there once again. Okay, BNK, they've got it. So that is going to be the first Infernal Dragon going over to BNK. Infernal sold this game as well. We've had some powerful
Is
souls
BFX
today.
trying to win?
Just what a beautiful wraparound there from Raptor.
Or an
Finding
ace
this angle.
around, as it were.
Yes, yes. He really spherically moved around, catch out Lucid, and just the CC layering, man. He
Good
could press the
lockdown,
button,
yeah.
use that
There was a lot of
targetability,
CC right there.
To dip away. Great work there from the Vi, and it secures them that dragon and keeps the gold lead pretty close.
Yeah, we're seeing that it's exactly what you were talking about, right? The Vi picked into the Nefiri so often, seeing that value demonstrated.
Yeah, and aiming going for the Infinity Edge second.
So it is the Infinity Edge, okay.
Yeah. It is
I've been
a
streaming
build.
for
It is. I don't know whether I like it.
almost
but
5 hours.
Sometimes you just want to build different items. Aiming is a player that has built some odd items before.
I mean,
We'll
I
be
think
at
this
5
build is
by the end of
fine
this
on a
game.
champion that isn't called Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
But
it's a good Caitlyn build. Maybe it was like Caitlyn got nerfed, but maybe I can just still do the build. I'll just do a different champion.
Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Kleisland.
What?
Okay, Clear coming on over to seeing whether he can grab this turret. Don't think he's going to be able to right now as Shu looking for an engage opportunity. Ulti comes down from Showmaker and Clear tanking things up. Does manage to ult Beryl in order to get himself out of there. And Shu
Yeah,
zoning as
TP.
best he can. A fight on two fronts here is Clear. Still the target as they do manage to take him down. Killer Instinct, a whole bunch of things invested into this fight, but an Emperor's Divide does absolutely nothing because
Wow,
Lucid
nice
goes
dodge from
untargetable.
Lucid,
Gorgeously
honestly.
played from the Nefiri. That time it looked way better.
That was slick from
That was
Lucid.
nicely
Baited out the ult
played.
from Vikla. Not really going to amount too much if I'm going to be honest, but it did look cool.
Yeah, sometimes you're fighting over an objective that doesn't really exist yet.
Yeah, good angle found here. Showmaker setting
funny.
the ult up, the slow comes in. And they get a little bit scrappy over here, but Beryl obviously not the ideal target to ult, which is kind of just a getaway attempt from Clear, but that ult in return from the Gragas splits him from his team.
The
And
chase
yeah.
down is pretty huge from DK. So
Oh,
if
yeah.
they do manage to separate someone from the pack, they really can just destroy them pretty quickly.
Yeah. Whereas Lucid, it's hard to separate Lucid from his pack because they follow him everywhere.
Yeah, and then he can make more pack by pressing R. And
Yeah.
things
Oh,
like that.
Clear just missed a cannon.
Yeah, that was a -1 in chat.
Make
-1 in
more
chat, everyone,
pack.
please. That's unfortunate but necessary. As Lucid and Raptor just throwing buttons around. Voracious Atakan up and available. Hasn't been started just yet, but it looks like BNK does have positional advantage and vision control.
It is a pretty voracious game.
Indeed. Well, aiming. No Infinity Edge just yet, so I think he's sitting on a whole bunch of money. Hasn't actually backed since that last fight. As Lucid wanted to clear this one out. Might be able to do so, but Raptor dives in. Cease and Desist is available, so he's going to be able to lock him down for so long.
Holy
Lucid going
moly,
on target, well,
perma
gets himself a
CC, but
shield as well
somehow
with his Eclipse,
is
and Vikla,
alive.
he comes on
Vikla
over,
said,
gonna
not on my
utilize
watch.
Sand Soldiers to take down the Nefiri. And a teleport in from Shiu is odd. They're still looking for the angle. Shiu finds a double knock-up with the Q. Diablo in so much trouble. Barrier nowhere near enough. But Beryl is dead as well. Shiu with the World Ender. I just don't know whether it's going to be enough because there's 4 members of BNK in the area. They have to try and get themselves out. Showmaker, a fair bit of damage. The All-Out actually gets Shiu out. And look, I'm not sure about this one. DK or BNK. Showmaker get out. He is going to be able to get out of there. Burning, but not quite enough. And somehow, that is not a complete catastrophe for either side.
Very chaotic
Is
fight in
Kaisa
this
going
situation.
full AD?
And Lucid does something that, honestly, this is Beryl's job.
Y'all
to dive
peep
the
that?
control ward.
Yeah.
Does get saved by his support.
I think she's building
only
an
to run into
IE,
Victor,
y'all.
Who just walks down and picks up a freebie.
I haven't
And
seen IE on
ensuing
Kaisa
fight,
in
I actually kind of feel bad for
I don't
Clear
know
here
how
because
long.
You can see what he's looking for when he joins a little bit later. Shiva finds a great angle to dabble, completely blows him up. Easy as that. But Clear is trying to catch Shiva out and stacks up his Q3, and he actually gets the knockback, but Raptor interrupts it, so then he can only ult him away.
Yeah.
So he obviously wanted to
Iron.
flip him over and ult him towards his team, and I think they would have been able to kill him with that. But fortunately, aren't able to find any more. Little bit of anti-synergy there.
Yeah, the unfortunate anti-synergy timing situation. So we'll take some of the onus off Clear there and try and make sure that we don't Vault Breaker when we're trying to move things the other direction. Still, it's fine. BNK trading up in that scenario. It's about an 800 gold lead here for DK. So basically nothing. They do have feats of strength after picking up their third kill earlier on.
Infernal Soul.
BK, this is Soul Point. Shu with a deep flank.
Oh, yeah.
As we can see. And BNK actually has absolutely no idea. They do have control vision, so they will get an idea relatively quickly. But as you can see...
Yeah, also mid-tier 1 being up means you can't, like, flank through the lane.
Yeah, teleport in as the arrow immediately lands onto Showmaker, but goes to the other side of the ulti.
You didn't need to TP there.
Yeah, okay, and Shu now has also been found out as Lucid turns up as well, finds one of his daggers. It's like we can see the ideas of what is supposed to be happening, but the execution is not quite working out as DK are just going to back away and give up Soul Point here to BNK.
You've been Aurora ult
We're
and
chilling at Soul Point now.
No chance of contesting from this point forward, so BNK FairX holds strong and managed to secure third dragon off the game. They're in a very comfortable position now.
Yeah. Aiming does have his Infinity Edge completed. I don't know what that means in the context of Kaisa, but that would be good on other champions that like to build these items. Kaisa has been a champion that's built so many different things over her time. So I imagine this is probably...
Yeah, that was kind of...
with Kaisa is normally 2 items with Kaisa is like absurdly
But
strong.
that was really good.
And then 3
That was
items
well
is a
played
nice,
by
nice finish through
Diablo.
as well. The problem in this situation
gotta give it
is
to him.
your 2 item isn't nearly as strong. 3 item feels nice, but you're still lacking like armor pen, and you're much more physical damage focused with this build, whereas you're quite a bit hybrid if you have like the Ginsu's build. So,
do you know what's interesting? Looking it up, the build actually does have the highest win rate in solo queue.
But what is the sample size?
2%.
Yeah. I think it's part of it. If you like finish a crit build, it feels pretty good.
Yeah.
But
I think you have to
What
get to Phantom Dancer.
attack speed item is he about to go? I think that's what really matters to me.
Positioned around this Otacon. Vikler is taking an
Is he gonna
turret.
PD? Is he gonna
so is Shiv,
Hurricane?
I'm pretty sure.
Is he gonna RFC? I wouldn't understand
He's
him going
raptoring
RFC,
around.
honestly.
oh, he is.
As aiming will find the Void Seeker. There's the Vi. And now, DK wondering what they're supposed to do. Beryl has the attention of the Otacon.
He's trying to flip it.
Yep, getting impatient as we can see here. The teleport to come in.
Okay, he let it reset, but...
Okay, cease and desist. Going to connect onto Showmaker. He tries to avoid a bunch of the damage, but it does not
Showmaker
work.
got bounced
and
around,
going
bro.
to completely miss time. His W there, Shu, able to get himself out. But now, it is BNK's turn to start off this Otacon. And now Lucid, let's see what he
This
can
is
actually
free
land
for them,
here.
right?
Beryl buying time. Kellen spotting him, knows that he's the one that needs to be there to avoid the cask. Clear taking some damage. Raptor not finding the Q flash at all onto aiming. And Vikler looking for an angle.
You want to get off of it.
And aiming, he tries to Killer Instinct his way over, but it doesn't really do too much. Diablo left to the Wolves, but the Wolves are not angry enough. The flash is awkward, and Shiu's just going to die. It's a cavalcade of
PX loses
disaster
here.
for DK. It's only Lucid left alive, and there goes the Otacon. Lucid still thinking about trying to be a hero here as Clear doesn't make it over the wall. Can we get the steal? And takes it away. He will die for it, or at least get sent back home. Showmaker does have the buff, so congrats to Showmaker. I just don't know.
Wow, Showmaker, the number one
take it
enter,
away.
gets the
I
buff.
want to keep track of how
No
much
shade to
missed
Showmaker.
in this passage of play.
It was pretty exceptional.
Vile didn't miss that hit, good job. And then we have Clay comes in and just completely whiffs.
Wow.
Dash, okay. And then we have this situation coming through here where Raptor goes for the Vault Breaker onto aiming.
And y'all, the thing is, it's not Ruinous Otacon. So the buff is like kind of banger.
Where aiming just kind of
you don't have to worry about not collecting the flowers. Saying no shade after that is crazy work. That was kind of crazy work. Not gonna cap. I'll give you that.
You know what? I think B&K FearX won that because they had Brawn passive and auto attackers. It's that easy.
8 health.
But like also.
And then Lucid manages to get it.
Was I wrong?
Not celebrating.
Was I wrong, Holy?
Gold still basically even. It's no big deal whatsoever. Even though
was
it's
I
3
wrong?
8 as far as the kill
Good
score.
Link. What's going on, fam? How are you?
B&K finally with the gold lead though, and remember they have soul point.
And
that is such a big deal.
Aiming has a Runans.
Huh.
Well, Beryl got the buff too.
We're off the beaten path
As
now.
far as Sivir builds go, this is a pretty
Yo,
good. Yeah,
Beryl got the buff, Aiming got the buff.
Lacking a bit of armor pen though, but you know, we'll take it. Honestly,
everybody got the
Sivir,
buff.
Maybe not the best. Maybe not a Sivir build. I don't
Well,
know.
I guess it doesn't matter if you're
build like this.
in.
We'll
I guess it
figure
doesn't
out
matter if
eventually.
you're dead.
Yeah, Zeri could probably do it. But it still feels awkward.
Actually,
Zeri,
you still get the buff.
Take, you know? Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
They banned Zeri, but what they meant to do was pick it.
We're settling
Isn't that
on
a little
Zeri
crazy?
build. This is a Zeri build.
Yeah. Okay, well, we've still got some
everybody was
the Baron
dead.
has been started for some reason, and now Showmaker finding a beautiful combo. Kellen with the door, and Beryl gets around it. Still, Diablo's the target, and he's going to be taken down, and it's a double kill for Aiming. Diving forward once again, Lucid does make Vikla go golden and is able to go untargetable as well. This doggo popping off, but Clear will be able to manage to find the kill. It's Shiu though that gets the last laugh, and Showmaker even able to secure that kill. So DK finally getting a good team fight.
All right.
Scrappy, but ultimately Showmaker finds a great angle with the ult, and the cleanup
I'd be
comes
forever
in on the enemy
grateful
bot
if they
lane.
ended it right here.
8-1 Azir just not able to do enough. And we see it's Showmaker goes invisible, does get spotted, but finds an angle here, jumps into the ult, gets the slowdown, and then Lucy just dives straight in, and the Flash does a great job
did
of
he go
pushing Diablo away
Runes?
from his team.
Beryl,
Dude, is Hurricane Kaisa so back?
Weirdly enough.
Yeah. And
I
then
will
Vikla
lock in
tries to do what
Kaisa
he can,
infinitely tomorrow
but it isn't out-of-count buff team.
or today.
Oh man, Shiu just got really, really big.
Yeah.
By picking up that kill. There's a lot of cinders on the ground there as well. They deny the soul.
I
DK still
cannot
ways
wait
to
to
go as
try
far
this
as that is
build.
concerned. That's their second dragon of the game. Gonna need to
I
stay
miss
frosty
Hurricane on
in
Kaisa.
4.5 minutes. This game it couldn't be more even right now. Outside of that extra dragon that B&K have for themselves, as Arrow going to land onto Beryl.
Nicely tanked.
Yeah.
Beryl's like, you're welcome, Lucid. And Lucid's like, what?
Or maybe Beryl was actually looking elsewhere. It looked like he didn't notice that he was stunned at all.
He was busy drinking, you know, as Gragas does.
Indeed. But, Gragas Esquire, he drinks responsibly, as we know. He is a gentleman.
Yep. That's why he tanked the arrow. He didn't want Diablo to feel bad for missing it. Yeah. And Rabadon's nearly there for Showmaker, but not quite finished.
All right, Clear in a bit of trouble here, trying to get himself out. Does do so. Dashes over to Diablo.
You know, interesting you have the Spirit Visage from Clear when this is like a full AD Kaisa. It's only Showmaker who's got AP, and he's not really targeting you, so I'm not sure if finishing the Spirit Visage was that essential.
Yeah, I don't actually really like Spirit Visage that much on Cassante regardless. He's going to be tagged by that Void Seeker though, as Lucid diving on in, looking to try and clear out some vision once again. The true wraparound from DK continuing. As remember, this turret in the mid lane is very low. Lucid tried to pick up the whole wave, but there are still minions that do make it over. So you're going to have to go through that base gate to try and defend, but this inhibitor turret is just dead. Just a little bit of mismanagement when it comes to the lanes.
Yeah.
What are
now
they doing?
We'll be able to take this inhibitor. Like, that is just, it's just done.
He is the strongest person on the Rift right now. He is very close to his 4th item power spike, but he is a big problem. And it kind of feels like B&K FearX, the solution to beating them is kill everyone else and then deal with Vikla, as he has that Zhonya's as well, but he is...
Ooh, Door actually on cooldown for a moment. Beryl thinking about an angle. You can see he wants it. There's the body slam flash, as Vikla is going to get the fat man out of there, as Arrow going to connect onto Shiu, but Kellen misses his ult completely. B&K getting aggressive. Not really finding the buttons. Still, Shiu gonna have to go back. Does have teleport in order to get himself back into this fight with full health.
You know, I feel like Beryl did most of the combo, but he just kind of, there was something missing.
Are we
maybe
gonna
like
fight?
ultimate ability.
Huh.
I don't think this is a smart
maybe
fight.
hesitated and like, do I want to knock this Azir into my team? Maybe not.
Yeah, perhaps not. Finds the cast
Okay,
now, though.
well, we're fighting.
Aiming gets hit by that cease and desist. Lucid dives towards Raptor as well, but you can see the Kai'Sa already eliminated. His bottom lane duo also taking down the flash forward from Shiu, but unable to take down Diablo. In goes Lucid, though. They get rid of the Ashe, and Shiu is just staying alive. My God, his health bar
What did I
just
say?
went back to full from 0.
What did I say?
This Aatrox is monstrous right now in this game, and as it gets clumped up together, Lucid and Shiu are just running rampant. You know, they cleared out the AD carry from the side of D+. They thought it'd be enough, and they just didn't have the follow-through in that fight. We'll see a replay here. Aiming, I think at this moment was wishing he had a Zhonya's.
Wayne the Fury
Perhaps a
took no
different build
damage.
could have let him to have that, but he is not to question it. And then here, you know, Raptor gets super low, and Showmaker chases him down, but Shiu is so bulky that 1,300 heal from an auto, 600, 345.
Look at this. He's
300, just 300.
Oh my God.
Yep, just how many autos would Diablo have to put into him to mitigate just the heals he's getting? It's absurd.
That was disgusting. And now 4-1-4 on this Aatrox. One of those kills being the 1,000 gold shutdown onto Vikla is such a big deal from that fight prior.
Goated.
Said it when it happened. A big one for Shiu, and now his healing is absurd.
He's not using the hot dog
cut
skin
through.
though. We can't.
And they are struggling. I mean,
We
the
can't
Azir
hype
does
him
not
up
have the
too
Rabadons.
much.
I bet they were wishing they had that in the last fight.
I would agree. Aiming hasn't bought another item in a while. I'm looking forward to when he's going to get his 4th. This feels like a choose
Is he
your own
going
adventure type
Kraken
situation.
4th item?
It just feels
No
like
LDR?
he's just playing a
We know
great
Noon Quiver
carry.
builds into
I guess.
LDR now.
Well, he now does have his.
But why
little
would you not
dogs.
build Last Whisper
Be able to kill
first
clear.
if you're going LDR? You went
Okay,
LDR.
like, I mean, there's no inhibitor in the mid lane, so it's kind of awkward.
I guess he
I don't
just
think the other
simply
Kai'Sa
didn't have
build
enough
really
gold
struggles to
first
kill
time.
tanks, though.
Yeah.
I'm liking this classic ADC build. It
The
looks
Zhonya's
very
also would've
jinxy.
been-
It
You know
looks
what?
very
Hype is watching this
jinxy.
right now, and he's like, you could have built Zhonya's. I didn't have that option.
Well, Clear taking some damage there, as you can see, from Showmaker. Some poke is flying in. Shiu over this wall. They know that he's a raid boss. My God, his health bar is just way too large for someone with mainly damage items.
I think only Vikla can actually shred him, and even then, I don't think it's quick. So, I'm worried. I'm worried for BNK FearX. They're on the precipice of something.
Well, Beryl looking for a flank angle, finds the cask onto Vikla.
Just trying to get him drunk.
Didn't do
Yeah,
much.
and it maybe worked because Vikla is now diving in on top of Beryl. It is going to be the dragon secured by the Neferi, but they take down Beryl immediately. Clear gets himself out of there, dives on
Maybe
top
it
of Aiming,
did
but
do
Aiming
much?
wins that one. Shiu in the fight once again, stays
Yeah,
alive.
I'm banning the Fury for the
And
rest
yeah,
of my
I think
days.
DK may have hit critical mass. Triple kill here. It's a full house. Aiming's full
For the
of
rest of my
Showmakers,
days,
and they should
I'm
be
banning the
able to just
Fury.
push up,
Guys,
take
do
down
not
a
let
whole
the
bunch
Fury
of
in
this
your
base.
games.
Yeah,
This
Summoning
is
in their
a
base, but I don't
public
think they're too
service
bothered about this
announcement.
Right now, so much focus put on to this Aatrox, and it just meant the rest of the team were able to run rampant.
A 5,200 gold lead for just the Aatrox. When this game was even
Wow.
about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
This should
Is
just
that
be
game?
the end of it, though, as DK, I mean, they had to work for it. This was not the series I was expecting. I kind of thought this was going to be a blowout.
Yes, Lord.
DK,
Thank you,
so
Jesus.
much
All right,
stronger in the
guys.
LCK Cup.
I
At
love y'all
least
so
BK,
much.
They made them work for it.
Tomorrow
Game
is
number
Faker
2,
Day.
they slaughtered them.
Do
And this
come
game was
prepped
close
and
until
ready
it
in your
wasn't.
black and
DK
red.
closed it out in
Okay.
the end, but it was
I will see
grueling.
y'all tomorrow, bright and early.
Absolutely was.
Well, technically today.
And
I'll see
now
y'all today.
I have a difficult task ahead of me.
Yeah,
Until then, y'all.
is it just Shiu? Just
Oh, who do you want me to raid?
what happened in game 1 again?
He played Rumble.
Oh yeah,
It was fine. I think.
it was Showmaker
Is
until it
is
was
Showmaker
that
gonna
Aatrox.
laugh?
I think I'm probably
Is he
just
laughing?
gonna Shiu it.
I think I'm going.
I don't have a vote, but I would vote for this.
You know, it's difficult. It's difficult, and I need to make an answer.
All right, y'all.
So I'm thinking.
Thank y'all so much
One
for
thing we do
watching.
know is Chronicle
I'm off
would
to
vote for
sleep.
Lucid.
Y'all have a
Yeah.
blessed
Does that
night.
help you?
Love y'all so
Oh,
much.
The crowd
Until
is
next
voting for
time, I
Shiu
wish y'all
right
nothing
now.
but W's in your games.
Yeah.
Bountiful LP.
Yeah. I mean,
And the
it was a
lowest
pretty
ping
big
you could
game
ever